Дальше мы возвращаемся в культурологически-философское направление нашей секции и хотим пригласить к выступлению нашу следующую участницу Екатерину Суверину. Вижу Екатерина здесь, в зале. Да, мы сейчас перевернем камеру. PhD, кандидат культурологических наук и приглашенная преподавательница университета Потсдама. И Екатерина расскажет о неусвоенности настоящего и ответственности ученого.
Так, я умудрилась написать доклад, который вмещается в дедлайн, поэтому у меня есть одна минутка, чтобы сказать спасибо своим студентам, во-первых, людям, которые меня сюда пригласили. Я училась в одном из первых наборов Фанинки, и для меня довольно важно здесь выступать и что-то говорить. Поэтому я здесь сегодня в том числе очно. Вот. И, собственно, да, спасибо. Я хотела бы начать с Кати Петровской, ее, кажется, «Эстер». Это роман, который был написан Катей на немецком языке. Немецкий не родной ее язык, поэтому здорово, что он был переведен на русский. И суть его заключается в том, что я, будучи и историком, и культурологом, занимаюсь тем, что на самом деле кажется историкам не очень интересно, а именно я занимаюсь какими-то повседневными вещами. И вот это привычный смысл о насилии, о котором пишет Петровская, которая является такой красной линией в ее книге, в том числе представляет невероятный интерес для меня как для исследователя. И она в конце пишет о том, что ее охватывает мрак, и она не знает, почему это звучит столь обычно, буднично и почти скучно. И вот эта фраза, кажется, слишком сильно подходит под сегодняшнюю современность, подходит под происходящие сегодня события. Но как писательница Петровская говорит о той рутине, которая на самом деле превращается в то, что мы перестаем замечать, в то, что является какой-то паттерном нашего поведения. И эта рутина относится и к повседневности, относится к обществу, которому, согласно такой исследовательнице исторической памяти, автор учебника единственного по исторической памяти Ильи Сафроновой, не представляет интереса для историков. И если мы обращаемся к дисциплине Memory Studies и говорим о том, что память каким-то образом оседает в каких-то ритуалах, то, наверное, классический историк имеет полное право не согласиться и со мной, и с Юлией Сафроновой, и обидеться на нас, но именно в обществе возникают события, идеи, которые влияют на восприятие прошлого, а схемы интерпретации прошлого определяют понимание настоящего. Я как не ярый, но все-таки презентист думаю о том, что действительно нам нужно сначала определиться с современностью, и тогда, чтобы определиться с современностью, нам нужно определить ее границы, а для этого нам нужно определить прошлое. Отсюда первая часть моего доклада. Можете, пожалуйста, перелистнуть про неусвоенность, собственно. И вот это вторая цитата, и я не буду ее зачитывать, я прошу вас прочесть ее самим. Я думаю, она довольно прямая, прозрачная и, в общем, говорит вам о том, что всякое обращение к непонятному, идеологизированному прошлому всегда намеренно и всегда рождает определенные формы интерпретации настоящего. И в своих исследованиях, какие бы они ни были, касаются ли они истории сексуальности, касаются ли они кинематографа российского, касаются ли они каких-либо других аспектов России, я так или иначе пытаюсь определить эти границы настоящего. Сделать это можно только посмотрев, как я уже говорила, на отношения с прошлым. Вот внутри настоящего, живущего по правилам утраты, а это и есть российское общество, которое существует на данный момент, любое высказывание имеет возможность стать политически нагруженным. Это нужно помнить, и вы в качестве исследователя, неважно, выступаете ли вы здесь, выступаете ли вы публично, любая ваша речь в присутствии больше 3 людей считается публичной. Дело в том, что чаще всего сообщества утрат сопряжены с авторитарными режимами, на это есть ряд исследований, которые это подтверждают. И эти режимы часто опираются на такие как раз размытые понятия, как великое прошлое, традиция, но самое важное, что все они являются метонимическими. И что, собственно, все это значит? Можно, пожалуйста, следующий слайд? Благодарю. Это значит, что все сообщество может быть замещено одной фигурой. Или же одним понятием. Например, понятием народ. Этим часто манипулирует любая идеологическая структура. И из метонимической картины пропадает сложность, все становится унифицированным, все становится обобщенным, все становится ярким, черным или белым, любым, придумайте любые эпитеты для того, чтобы, собственно, понять, как метонимия работает. Вот, например, говоря о том, что Ханна Аренд называет политической ответственностью, мы часто видим, как из суждений, например, осуждений, приговоров, критики, формальных утверждений выпадает огромная бюрократическая система. Ее заменяет один человек, один департамент, одно какое-то лицо, один ответственный. В политическом смысле, например, если мы говорим о сталинских репрессиях, давайте приводить пример из нашего прошлого, является, с моей точки зрения, логическим и оправданным, и необходимым, и важно с этим определиться каким-то образом. Но когда мы спускаемся на уровень семейной памяти, мы должны понимать, что определиться с жертвами плачем мы не можем до сих пор. И метонимичность в этом случае не всегда помогает. Вот это прямое высказывание является точкой отсчета, когда вы определяете ответственных, а дальше вы должны каким-то образом с этим работать. И отсюда происходит эта неусвоенность и неосвоенность. Картина травматичного и прошлого, вообще травматического события всегда устроена гораздо сложнее. И, собственно, для того, чтобы эта сложность не потерялась, нужно перейти от фигуры терминов к людям как таковым. И это, на самом деле, делает Ханна Аренд, и это не я придумала, в своем знаменитом эссе «Личная ответственность при диктатуре». И тут я перехожу ко второй части указанного названия доклада. Но перед тем, как поговорить о стратегиях публичной позиции, о высказывании как таковом и ответственности ученого, я хотела бы напомнить вам, в каких формах между поколениями может транслироваться травма. Можно, пожалуйста, следующий слайд? И сначала признаки травматизации. И по этим признакам вы должны понимать, что попадая в то или иное поле травматического, которое нагружено внутри публичного, которое циркулирует внутри публичного пространства, например, если вы приходите с другой истории, другой точки зрения, вас либо из нее вытеснит из этого публичного пространства, либо вы попадете в жуткий конфликт морально-этического содержания, из которого вы, скорее всего, не вылезете. Нужно понимать, что у травмы существует своя определенная реальность. У любого сообщества, которое живет по принципу утраты, нет никакой возможности перепридумать реальность, нет никакой возможности, например, посмотреть на вас. Поэтому посмотрите на поколение людей, которые в взрослом возрасте попало в 90-е, которые вам говорят и впихивают, например, историю о том, что Пушкин наше все. Попробуйте им доказать, что это не так, и что наше все это, я не знаю, кто угодно, но не Пушкин. Вот. И не уверена, что такого рода разговор вообще получится. И поэтому, можно, пожалуйста, следующий слайд, поэтому есть вот эти признаки неусвоенности, неосвоенности прошлого, и в которых, собственно, возникают так называемые культурные травмы. Я хочу коротко пояснить и как раз перейти к стратегиям трансляции травматического. Историческая травма отличается тем, что у нее есть события. Например, Вторая мировая война. Это огромное количество потерь, это большая трагедия. Не знаю, Вьетнам в американской истории. Теракт 9 сентября в американской истории. Беслан в российской истории. Но здесь тоже есть большие проблемы с коммеморацией этой памяти. Вот. А культурная травма, с точки зрения Джеффри Александера, такого социолога, она заключается в том, что она может быть придумана через какие-либо медийные и любые средства, и для нее не нужно событие. Вам нужно всего лишь придумать объединяющий фактор, любой. И этот объединяющий фактор может быть каким угодно. Например, величие народа. Например, какая-то коллективная идентичность, которая так и не выстроилась, и вы говорите, нам мешают ее построить, нам кто-то мешает что-то сделать. И вот это постоянное, что по-английски называется awareness, да, вот эта другость, обозначение других, которые постоянно вмешиваются в эти проблемы, это тоже одна из стратегий культурной травмы, которая позволяет вам объединять людей и говорить, все плохо, потому что вот вам объяснительная конструкция. Можно, пожалуйста, следующий слайд? Благодарю. Итак, форма трансляции исторических травм, которую выделил психолог и антрополог Елена Миськова. И я думаю, что я не буду вам их пересказывать, простите, пожалуйста, на слайде, но я могу себе представить, что так или иначе в любой семье, и поскольку эти способы оседают внутри коммуникативного поля, неважно, публичное оно, приватное, все эти способы коммуникации так или иначе затрагивают семейные отношения, и я предполагаю, что, в принципе, почти в любой российской семье можно найти какие-то из этих отголосков. И не брать их в расчет в обществе, в котором нет никакого консенсуса относительно советского прошлого, кажется мне весьма опрометчивым. Поэтому вот эти стратегии обвинения, стратегии доказывания другой точки зрения, они всегда будут проваливаться. Стоит помнить также, что, например, публичная речь внутри авторитарных режимов строится по определенным законам. Она использует все те способы трансляции травматического для манипуляции или же в качестве объединяющего фактора. И, ну вот, например, мы сейчас находимся в вилке между великим народом и обманутым народом. И это супер вилка, которая будет продолжаться довольно большое количество времени, потому что она работает. И поскольку она работает, мы провалились как нация, мы аморфны, мы виноваты. Вас выкинут из этого дискурса, просто вы даже не успеете написать колонку в Нью-Йорк Таймс. Вот. И либо же вы останетесь просто человеком, который кого-то обвиняет. Внутри этого дискурса невозможно действовать такими методами. То есть, что это значит? Это значит, что любое ваше высказывание, которое направлено якобы против или занимается такой вещью, как, не знаю, обвинение или же суждение, связанное с тем, что вы, не знаю, неправильно живете, будем называть это лечить. Да, то есть, если вы собираетесь лечить людей, которые каким-то образом находятся вот в этом положении культурно-травматического опыта, который их объединяет как клей, вы моментально попадаете внутрь этой логики. Суть одна, ваша речь наполнена обобщениями, вы автоматически попадаете внутрь дискурса культурной травмы, из которого вас либо насильно выкинут, либо вы окажетесь на другой стороне, и от вас будут отталкиваться для того, чтобы дальше подтверждать смысл и необходимость продолжения и того идеологического дискурса, который существует. И что я предлагаю на данном этапе? Я предлагаю вообще, по сути, в публичной речи сделать следующее. Отказаться от возмездия правых и неправых и противоположностей, поскольку травмированное коллективное сознание их не воспринимает и никогда не воспримет. А вы можете оказаться частью политического дискурса, и как следствие от вас потребуют каких-то осязаемых доказательств, например, принадлежности или лояльности этому дискурсу. Если вы их не предложите, вас выкинут из этого дискурса. Ну или хуже того, как бы вы окажетесь врагом этого дискурса. Важно понимать, что я не предлагаю отказаться от публичных суждений. Хотя хочу напомнить, что молчание, например, представляет собой проблему для речи, и потому что это молчание не может быть, речь не может определить молчащего субъекта, поскольку он не вступает в разговор, и поэтому правила дискурса на него не действуют. Поэтому, когда большая общественность вас обвиняет в молчании, помните о том, что если вы вступаете в этот диалог, вы как бы принимаете это обвинение. Если вы продолжаете молчать, это тоже определенная позиция. Значит, тоже есть масса исследований. Если они вам интересны, то я, конечно, готова с вами поделиться. Просто это сейчас не тема для обсуждения. И можно, пожалуйста, следующий слайд. И перед тем, как совершить высказывание, и вообще ответить на вопрос, возможно высказывание суждений внутри неусвоенного настоящего, я хочу, чтобы вы, как исследователи, задались двумя вопросами. Эти вопросы определила Ханна Аренд все в том же эссе. И следующий. И эти два высказывания, точнее, эти два вопроса должны определить в том числе ваше положение как исследователя и ваша точка зрения. И отсюда как бы вы должны понимать, как вы сами формируете настоящее. Потому что границы настоящего в том числе формируете вы, когда вы делаете какое-либо исследование. Можно следующий, пожалуйста. И вот, собственно, эти два вопроса, и кадр из одного из моих любимых фильмов «Жмурки». Кто вы такие, чтобы кого-то судить, это первое. Второе, где вы находитесь и с какой позиции вы судите. Это важно понимать. Потому что когда вы делаете публичное высказывание, и вы говорите о чем-то, что вам не нравится, да, например, или вы хотите осудить какую-то позицию, важно понимать, на чем стоите вы конкретно. Потому что автоматическая политизация речи – это такая стратегия работы с травмированным сознанием, которая боится потрясения, точнее, оно к ним просто не готово. Поэтому задача любого исследователя внутри народа увидеть людей, у которых есть определенные проблемы, у которых есть, например, проблемы коммуникативные. Поэтому, когда вы начинаете, говоря дискурсом фильма «Жмурки» с наезда, то дело закончится плохо. И личная ответственность, о которой говорит Ханна Аренд, с моей точки зрения, как раз укладывается в понимание собственной позиции, избегание автоматической какой-то автоматизированной политизации вашей за собственной речи. Я прошу не путать это с так называемой аполитичной позицией, которая также является признаком травмированного общества, да, когда вам, например, преподаватель литературы говорит: нет, литература вне политики, но Пушкин наш все, все понятно, всего доброго, до свидания. Вот. Вот эта аполитичная позиция – это такая тоже межпоколенческая трансляция травматического опыта, да, потому что в советское время все были насильно политизированы, сегодня точно таким же образом все насильно политизированы. И любая ваша, то есть логика вот этой опубличивания, она стоит в том, что ваша гендерная идентичность, ваша любовь к Кока-Коле, ваша любовь к татуировкам, к ношению каких-то определенных марок может стать политической позицией в любой момент. И нужно это помнить, и нужно понимать, что из этого дискурса нужно упрыгивать. Вы в нем не выиграете, и пострадает само по себе ваше высказывание. Задача ученого, с моей точки зрения, это искать сложность. Потому что это противоположность любой метонимии и политизированной речи внутри любой авторитарной системы. То есть задача ученого стоит в том, чтобы не стать частью бюрократии, вот этой бюрократической системы, и не быть постоянно оправдывать себя тем, что он является частью этой бюрократии, а заниматься тем, что ей абсолютно неинтересно. Тем, что она обесценила и вынесла за скобки собственного дискурса. Например, она сказала: это не культурно. Вот в советское время, например, говорили: это не культурно. Если это не культурно, занимайтесь этим сколько влезет. Потому что это не политическая позиция, это не интересно ни одному из советских бюрократических институтов, ни так называемых, да? Поэтому вообще не важно, занимаетесь вы этим или нет. Так в свое время, с точки зрения некультурности, поступил, например, Юрий Лотман, который стал заниматься повседневностью. Зачем вообще, кому это интересно? Всех интересовало высокое, а Лотмана интересуют какие-то вот повседневные вещи. Так он, например, начал заниматься декабристами, да, которые тоже не очень-то, они были интересны, но не очень искали какие-то моменты, связанные с их личной жизнью, с тем, чем они пожертвовали. Просто они из них сделали такую очень гладкую, в 3 слоя, да, и покрыли лаком картинку, которая никак не раскладывалась на сложные куски. Например, можно заниматься массовой литературой. Например, может заниматься несколько славистов из университета Потсдама сейчас занимаются тем, что они анализируют женские блоги. Магические, ведические какие-то, чтобы понять, каким образом, например, женщины выстраивают собственную структуру, в которой они приобретают определенную власть. Интересно ли это российской власти? Не думаю. Абсолютно. Не уверена в этом, потому что в любой, как писал Филипп Серс, и в том числе другие исследователи, которые изучают авангард, Гинзбург, например, любая высоколобая культура, культура любого тоталитарной системы высоколобая, она не приемлет какие-то моменты, моменты, при которых вы обнаруживаете китчевость этой культуры. Поэтому вы можете заняться китчем, потому что это будет подтверждать то, что культура, которая высокая, которую делает авторитарная система, да, она высокая и достойна трансляции. Тем, чем занимаетесь вы, представляет собой просто вот такое хобби, например. Можно следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот хобби господина Кабакова. Чем он занимался? Он занимался изучением жековского сознания. Интересовало ли жековское сознание советской власти? Нет, не интересовало. Он занимался тем, что он рисовал доски. Все-таки получал он штрафы и остальные вещи не за это. На самом деле, очень важно понимать, что он занимался фиксацией советской современности и советской повседневности. И эти вещи стали артефактом, в том числе для того, чтобы понять, как это жековское сознание существовало, по каким законам оно действовало и как оно определяло себя внутри этого общества. Это крайне важная позиция. Кто еще? Например, мои любимые режиссеры неформатного кино, такие, не знаю, как Серебренников, Хлебников, Сигарев, Мещанинова или Наташа Меркулова, занимаются тем, что они снимают вот такую убогую Россию, убогие квартиры, убогие диалоги и убогую жизнь никому не нужных людей. На самом деле кажется, что они как раз делают кич, потому что их часто обвиняют в чернухе, их часто обвиняют, не знаю, там, «Комбинат надежды», это, прямо скажем, не игровое кино. Вот. И их часто обвиняют в том, что они как бы берут средства кинематографа и снимают действительно какие-то вещи, которые для этого кинематографа абсолютно неприемлемы. Но они таким образом точно так же фиксируют границы современности. И вот эта фиксация – это довольно важная вещь. И я прошу вас помнить о том, что фиксация и жестов, и речи, и какой-то рутины, не знаю, антропологическое собирание каких-то объявлений, которые случайно повешены у вас на доске объявлений около дома, тоже является определенной исследовательской практикой. И я прошу вас помнить о том, что, как утверждает Ханна Аренд, с точки зрения морали, чувствовать вину, не совершив ничего конкретного, столь же неправильно, как не чувствовать вину за действительно содеянное. И любой драматический дискурс как раз вам предлагает вот эту конструкцию. Он предлагает вам обвинить себя в том, что вы что-то сказали. И вина – это блокиратор, а разные формы непрямого, в том числе высказывания, это личный выбор, личная ответственность каждого. Поэтому никогда не попадайте на любые дискурсивные такие формы обвинения, как только ни со своей стороны, ни с чужой стороны, потому что диалог в этом случае никогда не получится. Живя в циркулирующем таком травматическом опыте неусвоенного или уже тем более неосвоенного настоящего, любое, в том числе непрямое высказывание, будет являться вашей ответственностью и вашим каким-то способом фиксации современности. Нужно всегда фиксировать границы, потому что у травмы нет границ. Что не одна и та же история. Чем больше вы фиксируете границы настоящего, тем больше вы потом упростите работу бедным 20-летним, которым придется все это разбирать через какое-то количество лет. Можно сказать что-нибудь, пожалуйста. И вот такое настоящее может обрести в ваших исследованиях границы, и вы же его зафиксируете, вы же предложите какие-то артефакты для того, чтобы это настоящее потом каким-то образом читать. Как вы помните, любое настоящее состоит из рутинных мелочей и вещей и событий, которые кажутся неважными. Для большого дискурса важны только великие события. Но важно помнить, что они всегда реальны. А поскольку они реальны, да, то они могут оказаться как раз вот этими другими артефактами, которые не вписываются в систему культурной травмы и большого дискурса, который существует внутри, например, сегодняшнего российского сообщества. Большое спасибо.
Катя, большое спасибо. Будут ли вопросы? Возможно, из зала. Арсений, я думаю, можно остановить демонстрацию. Из зала есть офлайн. Не онлайн, а офлайн. Да, подойдите к нам, пожалуйста.
Екатерина, спасибо большое. Меня зовут Катя. И у меня вопрос такой. У вас прозвучала замечательная фраза, что надо выпрыгивать из дискурса. Вопрос, как это делать, поскольку понятно, что мы можем стремиться к рефлексии и производить какие-то осуждающие высказывания, но так или иначе мы существуем в такой системе, где мы не можем контролировать то, как нас воспринимают. И что же делать, как выпрыгивать из дискурса? Как исследовать? Нас все равно судят явно даже.
Ну, других отвечать довольно сложно, они так и будут судить вас, да. Но я здесь могу, например, привести пример одного из моих любимых художников, Курта Швитерса. Что он делал? В Германии 30-х годов он собирал все, что бюрократия выкидывала, и в том числе военные, выкидывали на улицу. Из этого делал определенные произведения искусства. То есть, и вот из этой метафоры как раз родилась моя идея о том, что нужно заниматься какими-то неважными делами. Да? И важно помнить, что вы не должны попадать в какие-то болевые точки этого общества и не судить эти болевые точки, потому что диалога никогда не получится, когда вы начинаете с осуждения. Если вы начинаете с того, что вам что-то не нравится, как в магазине, например, я не уверена, что вам что-то продадут. Вот. И то стоит всегда начинать с попытки понять того или иного человека. Например, сейчас происходит довольно большое разделение семей из-за политических точек зрения, и происходит оно как раз-таки потому, что люди стоят на разных концах этого политического дискурса. А если попытаться из него выйти, и, например, попытаться задавать вопросы, попытаться понять, откуда человек взял ту или иную идею, возможно, это получится по-другому сделать. Нужно спуститься вот на этот уровень человеческий, да, и перестать, например, говорить о том, что вот есть российский народ, и вот у российского народа есть миссия. Это метонимия. А у вас, как человека, как бы единственного, что у вас есть? Не знаю, вы собираете какие-то антивоенные знаки, например, которые нарисованы на столбах по всему городу. Почему нет? Но всегда, да, знаете, это как молчание. Вас действительно, если вы молчите, дискурс, который основан на речи, и на речи метонимической, ничего с вами сделать не может. Потому что не понимает, как с нами работать. У него нет этих инструментов для работы. Он знает о том, что если вы его обвините, он пойдет в атаку. Вот. И поэтому я ему и предлагаю, как Швитерс, подбирать мусор. Например, вторая швитеровская история состоит в том, что он работал в бюрократическом каком-то отделе и перепутывал карточки евреев. Они стояли по алфавиту, а он их переставлял. И таким образом он мешал абсолютно работе. Да. Я понимаю, но вот я говорю вам о том, что делал Швитерс в качестве человека, которого заставили работать внутри бюрократической системы. Да? И я говорю вам о том, что на данный момент, когда вы говорите о публичности, например, активистской, то вы должны понимать, что, называя себя активистом, вы сразу попадаете вот в это поле травматического дискурса. Потому что у активиста есть определенная активная как раз-таки позиция, которая противостоит позиции официальной. И эта официальная позиция, она всегда каким-то образом вас сожрет, потому что она просто больше, чем вы.
Большое спасибо. Вопросов больше нет. Прежде чем переходить к следующему докладчику, поблагодарим Екатерину. У нас единственная сегодня, да и не сегодня, в принципе, очная приглашенная спикерка. У нас для тебя подарок.
А дальше у нас по программе Тимур Михайлович Атнашев, преподаватель Шанинки, PhD. Тимур Михайлович, вы нас слышите?
Да, я думаю, что я вас слышу.
Ой, а мы вас не видим, одну секунду.
Раз. Вы меня не видите?
Супер. Теперь
Я
вас видно.
Себя вижу. Ага.
Виден зал. Скоро, может быть, будет видно меня. Большое спасибо, что присоединились к нам. И вы готовы начать представлять?
Да, Николай, я готов. Я единственное, что хотел бы вывести на экран презентацию.
Сейчас дадим вам права.
Ага, чтобы не было
Пожалуйста.
скучно. Так, сейчас я... Секундочку.
Как оно?
Так. Так, что-то у меня зависло. Так.
Ничего страшного, ждем. Тимур Михайлович – один из авторов сборника, который мы упоминаем уже второй день, «Неусвоенная публичная сфера». Вместе с Михаилом Вележевым и Татьяной Вайзер, также преподавателями Шанинки и экспертками в этой области, которую мы обсуждаем, о которой мы говорим и чьими рамками мы уже много раз и вчера, и сегодня, уверен, завтра пользовались и будем пользоваться.
Так, ага, сейчас вот вроде бы получается.
Супер, все видно.
Да, ага, спасибо. Тогда я готов начать.
Давайте.
Да, Николай, спасибо за приглашение, коллеги. Спасибо за внимание. Я расскажу о риторике воображаемых сообществ или одного воображаемого сообщества. Вот. Ну и, значит, такая метафора кривой тесины социального. Это, естественно, заимствование у Канта. Ну, в данном случае это такая довольно прямая метафора. Я постараюсь показать, что имеется в виду. Соответственно, сам образ, ну и, собственно, выражение, да, воображаемое сообщество в отношении, прежде всего, современных национализмов, да, введен в книге Бенедикта Андерсона. И это такой своеобразный марксистский возврат или ренессанс, так сказать, возврат к национализму, поскольку Андерсон пишет книгу в момент, когда кажется, что в социальных науках, да, кажется, что национализм – это отживающая такая история, значит, и что национальное скоро превратится в транснациональное, постнациональное. И, значит, такое, соответственно, ну вот, это архаика, да, это отживающее. Это первый, как бы, такой ход Андерсона, да, и второй связан с полемикой уже с людьми, ну, на самом деле, более близкими, да, скажем, по методологии, по взглядам, а именно Эрнста Гельнера и Эрика Хобсбаума, да, коллег, значит, которые, ну, собственно, предлагали свои интерпретации национализма. Ну, и здесь, ну, вот небольшая цитата, да, что Андерсон даже сказать, уже сам, скажем так, как мыслитель, да, отчасти выражает прямую симпатию к национализму, ну, вот, естественно, с разными оговорками. Но есть и более специфический методологический момент, а именно Андерсон, собственно, говорит, оно воображенное, оно сообщество, поскольку члены даже самой маленькой нации никогда не будут знать большинства своих собратьев по нации, встречаться с ними или даже слышать о них, в то время как в умах каждого из них живет образ их общности. образ их общности, значит, который живет в умах незнакомых друг другу людей. Это вот, ну, в общем, понятное определение. Значит, дальше уточнение, которое Андерсон добавляет, критику в отношении Гельнера, который, в общем, к довольно схожим выводам, ну, так сказать, да, приходит раньше, ну и выводы и аргументация Гельнера связаны с тем, что национализм есть продукт трансформации, модернизации общественных структур, да, и потребности, в общем, рынка, значит, в таком гомогенном пространстве, где люди могли бы легче общаться между собой. Это вызывает потребность стандартизации, в частности, языка, хотя не только языка, в расширении рынков, да, и, соответственно, в таких более крупных, на самом деле, государствах, которые, по сути, являются контейнерами для гомогенного рынка. И вот в этой ситуации возникает возможность или, ну, так сказать, такая структурная даже необходимость определенного типа политических конструкций, которые бы идентифицировали нацию как источник политической власти, значит, да, и, ну, вот критику, ну, и Андерсон на самом деле, в общем, придерживается буквально, ну, очень близких взглядов с Гельнером в этом отношении, но у него есть важная поправка. А именно, значит, пишет Андерсон, Гельнер настолько озабочен тем, чтобы показать, что национализм прикрывается маской фальшивых претензий, что приравнивает изобретение к фабрикации, к фальшивости. Сообщество следует различать не по их ложности или подлинности, а по тому стилю, в котором они воображаются. Значит, ну вот, да, уточнение. Теперь вторая рамка, такая макро-рамка, да, здесь тоже, так сказать, моего рассказа, это другое представление о том, что еще уходит, и, ну вот если, так сказать, уход наций, национализмов ожидался в 80-х годах, и, в общем, это ожидание не было оправдано, значит, да, то, значит, казалось бы, уже вполне решенный вопрос с империями, которые тоже вроде бы ушли, значит, исторически обречены. Здесь тоже возникло, ну, уже в историографии, значит, то есть, ну, среди историков, да, возникло тоже такое интересное ревизионистское направление. Ну, оно, может быть, только сейчас, вот, Алексей Ильич Миллер, значит, указывает даже на некоторую такую актуальность имперских форм, их живучесть в современном контексте. Вот. Но прежде всего речь шла о ревизии, наверное, все-таки не настоящего, поскольку это не дело историка, да, а ревизии 19-го, истории там, 18, 19, 20 веков. И, собственно, классическая рамка, которую, наверное, многие из присутствующих тоже держат у себя в голове, все еще хочется сказать. Да? Ну, то есть она по умолчанию, наверное, представляет, значит, ту рамку, которая действительно была господствующей, да, в том числе в истории, представление о том, что имперские формы уступают национальным формам. Ну вот и, собственно, 19 век, да, век национализма, он выглядит вот таким триумфом наций и, значит, уже в начале 20 века, соответственно, приводит к краху империй и уже, значит, окончательному триумфу наций. Вот. Но здесь в этот рассказ тоже, значит, вносится существенная корректировка. Ну, в частности, вот книга, которую сдают Бергер и Миллер совместно, значит, называется «Nationalizing Empires», то есть национализирующие империи, да? Значит, они указывают на то, что вот это вот, значит, во-первых, само разделение между империей и нацией, государством нации, как будто это два, значит, исторически принципиально различных типа организации общества и пространства географического. Значит, что это неверно? Ну, неверно с точки зрения вот анализа реальных, так сказать, конкретных кейсов. И, собственно, главная поправка, я не буду здесь вдаваться в подробности, это на самом деле интересный и важный сюжет. Значит, просто укажу на то, что авторы, значит, подчеркивают, что строительство империй и строительство наций исторически в XIX веке и, ну, наверное, чуть меньше в XX веке были процессами одновременными. То есть внутри империи строились нации, которые оставались частью империями, даже ядрами империи. И, ну и, соответственно, возникали конкурирующие проекты наций, которые, в свою очередь, тоже потенциально мыслили себя как империи. То есть, ну вот, в этом смысле, ну, как я бы сказал, коррекция, наверное, здесь именно вот, указывающая на одновременность, на одновременность этих двух феноменов скорее, чем на сначала-потом. И вот на то, что вот, ну, как минимум вот несколько сотен лет, значит, эти две формы являются взаимопорождающими, сосуществующими. И, ну вот тут я, так сказать, просто вспомню такое понятие, которое, может быть, тоже можно актуализировать из советской историографии 60-х годов, которая, в свою очередь, его заимствует из Владимира Ильича Ленина. Правда, для него это был, ну, такой, значит, концепт, который он не развивал, да, вот советская ревизионистская историография довольно много им занималась, концепт многоукладности. Да, то есть, в принципе, мы, значит, чтобы адекватно описать исторически, да, любой, значит, период, мы вынуждены признать, что речь идет не о какой-то смене формации, например, да, там, капиталистической или феодальной, и рабовладельческой. Очень часто, ну, в российской истории в частности, но не только в российской истории, это вообще оказывается универсальным правилом, мы имеем дело с сосуществующими одновременно укладами. И их взаимодействие, этих укладов, есть во многом, ну, вот, содержание как бы исторического процесса, его динамики, скорее, чем вот такая, что вот одно приходит, другое уходит. Да? Они вместе сосуществуют и образуют какие-то свои такие вот, значит, формы. Ну, по аналогии, да, империя и нация тоже, ну, как минимум, могут, да, долго существовать. Ну и обращаясь вот наконец к материалу, да, так сказать, такому более близкому к нам и актуальному, я бы хотел, собственно, ну вот задать вопрос, да, и обратиться на совершенно, ну, такой, в общем, современный контекст, актуальный, ну, и на последние 30 лет существования Российской Федерации как самостоятельного государства, значит, и такой вот, значит, потенциально нации государства или такой вот какой-то постимперии, да, по структуре, ну и, значит, наверняка вы слышали, значит, разговоры, да, о том, что эти две формы как будто бы действительно, значит, сосуществуют. Ну вот то, о чем я хотел сказать чуть выше, да, и вот эти рамки, которые мы можем использовать аналитически, показывают, что вот это сосуществование является скорее типичным, чем атипичным. Да, это не есть, в принципе, какая-то особенность российской истории, это скорее типичная черта для большинства стран. Вот, хотя, естественно, в каждой конфигурации мы увидим свою, ну, свои пропорции, и свою динамику локальную, но само сочетание, сосуществование этих элементов является типичным. Значит, ну, вопрос, имеем ли мы дело сегодня, да, и вот в перспективе исторической и нескольких десятилетий, имеем ли мы дело с переходом из империи к нации, ну, и вот там некоторые современные политические философы, там, например, Владимир Пастухов, вот утверждает, что, безусловно, это то, с чем мы имеем дело, и это должно задавать нашу рамку понимания. Из того, что вот мы увидели, я думаю, что стоит чуть-чуть поставить эту динамику под вопрос, собственно, указав на непредрешенность исхода. То есть, безусловно, речь идет именно о каком-то взаимном борьбе, но и некой кооперации, если хотите, этих двух начал или этих двух форм организации политической и культурной, символической. Но мы заведомо просто не знаем, значит, как быстро и насколько, так сказать, предрешен этот исход. Да? Скорее, вот мы можем мыслить это как такую открытую борьбу. И при этом, значит, если мы имеем дело, да, с переходом вот таким классическим от империи к нации, то мы знаем несколько примеров таких поздних переходов, то есть переходов рубежа 19-20 века, которые заканчивались трагическими историями и технически заканчивались или, ну, собственно, осуществлялись через чистку. Почему? Потому что империя, естественно, это полиэтничное, поликультурное сообщество, и при переходе к нации, которая сама себя воображает как гомогенное сообщество, требуется исключение тех, кто по каким-то причинам сам не готов принять себя как часть гомогенного сообщества, или тем, как тем, кого, значит, некое большинство условное, вот этого гомогенизирующего сообщества само считает не подлежащим, так сказать, да, ассимиляции, не подлежащим гомогенизации. Такие чистки и такие, иногда принимавшие форму геноцида, иногда чуть более, скажем, легкие формы, то есть не тотального, не такого масштабного уничтожения, но в любом случае это абсолютно трагические и драматические эпизоды. Значит, безусловно, речь идет о трансформации, это исторически, наверное, первый, да, случай Османской империи, да, в национальную Турцию, Германии, кайзеровской Германии, значит, Вильгельма Германии в национальную, значит, в такой имперский, это райх, заметим, да, национальный райх – это империя, собственно, по-немецки, да, но вот это попытка, значит, новый тип империи создать, да, с какой-то единой расой, нацией, которая была бы, значит, в особом привилегированном положении и очищена, собственно, от других, от чужих. Вот. Ну и, так сказать, более близкий к нам период, да, распад Югославии показал тоже сложность тех процессов, как бы пересборки, когда люди живут в такой мозаичной ситуации на территории довольно долго, в кавычках, в перемешанном виде, да, значит, и когда вдруг возникает задача вот этого национального строительства и их обратного, значит, очищения. Значит, вопрос теперь, который, я бы такую схему предложил, значит, аналитическую, а именно мы можем спросить себя, с чем мы имеем дело, да, и с чем имеют дело те авторы, о которых вот сейчас я буду говорить, они имеют дело, не с какой-то совсем готовой, так сказать, такими конструкторами, да, из которых мы можем собрать нацию или собрать империю, значит, скорее подходит здесь метафора, да, кривой тесины кантовской, то есть каких-то исходных, так сказать, исходных материалов, которые не вполне подходят для стройки, но других нет. И, и в этом смысле мы можем посмотреть на другую функцию, наверное, публичного пространства и дебатов, дискуссий и коммуникации в общественном пространстве, чем ту функцию, о которой мы обычно думаем, да, и в направлении, которое задано мыслью Хабермаса, и которую, безусловно, чрезвычайно продуктивную, собственно, Николай, значит, упомянул нашу книгу и, так сказать, нашу работу с этими понятиями. Но я здесь в этом докладе хотел бы предложить, так сказать, другой взгляд, да, другую перспективу, которая указывает на важность публичности, и мы говорим все о том же периоде, да, в широком историческом смысле, именно периоде, значит, модерных политических сообществ, которые, одной из задач коммуникации в общественном пространстве тогда оказывается, собственно, производство этих сообществ или, значит, воображение этих сообществ, в том, так сказать, нейтрально-позитивном смысле, которым нам предлагает об этом думать Андерсон. И, соответственно, есть у нас некая кривая тесина, то есть какие-то группы, люди, индивиды, их практики, которые их связывают, и в которых они себя уже опознают каким-то образом, признают, значит, в себе кого-то. Значит, да, есть политические акторы, институты, которые через, уже с такими организованными ресурсами, да, контролируя аппарат насилия, значит, символического такого, значит, и физического насилия, они могут уже, значит, как-то упорядочивать человека, насиловать немножко этот, значит, строительный лес. Но есть эта промежуточная сфера, сфера публичного пространства разной степени свободы, в которой происходит такая конкурентная борьба за, собственно, представление о том, каким сообществом оказываются граждане того или иного государства. И понятно, что собственно, государства, значит, меняют границы в этот долгий исторический период. достаточно часто, значит, но затем, это тоже важно, значит, эта ситуация меняется, я об этом сейчас скажу. Значит, я, соответственно, предлагаю вот здесь очень быстро, да, использовать понятие хронотоп, которое, значит, заимствую у Бахтина, но совершенно безответственно. Речь идет о том, что это воображаемый хронотоп. Да, значит, и здесь, что, ну, почему он полезен, что здесь важно, что когда мы воображаем общество, мы воображаем его и географически, да, что, значит, кто входит в наше сообщество, кто живет где. Но также, и это не менее важно, да, воображаемое сообщество – это и во времени. Да, вот, как далеко в прошлом это все еще мы. Да. Это, естественно, акт воображения, акт идентификации. Но он важный, значит, эмпирический факт, который можно, акт и факт, который мы можем исследовать. Как именно само осмысляет себя это сообщество, ну, жестко не задано. То есть мы имеем вот самые разные формы такого самоосознания или самоописания. Значит, ну и, соответственно, вот еще раз, да, подчеркну, что переход от империи к нации был типичным, но он почти везде занимал много времени и почти везде сопровождался длительным периодом сосуществования этих двух форм и их такого диалектического взаимного перетекания. Значит, теперь ну, вот, на кого мы можем смотреть, да, как на таких конструкторов хронотопа. И здесь я сознательно, ну, ограничиваю, да, наш фокус внимания. Мы не будем смотреть на людей и практики, институты, которые, собственно, фиксируют, да, и превращают в юридическую или экономическую реальность эти воображаемые конструкты. Мы остаемся в поле вот этого воображения и общественной коммуникации. Значит, и тут есть такая фигура идеологов, мыслителей. И здесь, наверное, вот что важно, на что бы хотел обратить внимание, да, что эти мыслители говорят от лица сообщества. Они при этом, ну вот мы знаем исторически, что там, не знаю, Маркс не был пролетарием, да, но вот конструирует такое понятие и от лица его говорит, и в какой-то момент, значит, да, это становится неким таким социальным фактом, что есть пролетариат, при том, что, ну, вот, так сказать, вполне возможно, что без вот, так сказать, такого конкретного демарша Карла Маркса, да, пролетариат как класс вот в таком виде не был бы осознан ни, значит, отдельными представителями пролетариата, ни, так сказать, более широкими, ну, то есть другими, там, значит, участниками общественных процессов, да, там, историками, аналитиками, политиками и так далее. Да? То есть это конструкция, и это одновременно сопровождается говорением от лица. Вот, значит, при этом речь идет о неком перформативном наборе, то есть автор, мыслитель предлагает свою конструкцию, и с ней по факту, да, значит, можно соглашаться или не соглашаться, можно признавать или не признавать свое родство или свою идентификацию с империей, с нацией или с конфедерацией, да, с тем, что нам предлагается. Значит, и последний важный момент, начиная с 1945 года, в силу вот уже, так сказать, здесь совсем других обстоятельств, о которых мы специально говорить не будем, хотя они и связаны с эволюцией национализма и, собственно, связаны с результатами Второй мировой войны, в Европе, в европейском ареале предполагается, что вот как государства зафиксировались, в каких границах они есть, так они себя и должны воображать. То есть они должны воображать себя внутри тех границ, в которых они, так сказать, happen to be, да, вот случились находиться в момент 1945 года. Естественно, что распад Советского Союза и ряд других разделений, да, Чехии, Словакии, Югославии, как бы изменил эту конфигурацию, но принципиально не поменял вот этот, значит, этот момент, связанный с тем, что граница не пересматривается. При этом внутри каждого государства вот этот хронотоп, который воображают авторы, да, он, так сказать, бурлит, это разные очень концепции, но в достаточной степени жестко была табуирована идея, значит, идея, так сказать, воображения себя вне границ. Значит, но теперь каким образом, значит, вот происходит эта конструкция? Каждый автор, да, может использовать несколько стратегий. Я, честно, не буду их перечислять, просто в смысле не буду расшифровывать, да, просто упомяну эти действия, да, включение, патронаж одной группы над другой, союз, равенство такое, да, в партнерстве, исключение или вражда, да, указание на несовместимость. Значит, и я предлагаю такой короткий обзор трех мыслителей, так сказать, вот, они все в данном случае принадлежат к националистической традиции, линии и русской националистической линии, и при этом значит, каждый из них предлагал свою, в общем, модель сборки. И что важно для меня, что все трое буквально осознанно говорят о том, что речь идет о сборке, ну или как минимум пересборке, да, но они это мыслят как, собственно, свою деятельность, они мыслят как деятельность по созданию. Да. Ну вот они, конечно, не все из них употребляют слово воображение, хотя некоторые даже говорят о том, что они, собственно, заняты конструкцией воображаемого сообщества. Значит, Александр Солженицын в знаменитом трактате, да, «Как нам обустроить Россию», значит, отталкивается от идеи, от вопроса, что, значит, мы не знаем, что такое Россия точно, нам нужно ее пересоздать, нам нужно ее пересобрать, значит, где, и вот он задает вопрос, где это 1990 год, да, где видят границы России сами русские. Для него вот то, что будет после Советского Союза, в 90-м году Советский Союз все еще есть и все еще базовая рамка, но здесь он идет вперед и говорит, нам нужно отпустить, отдать, значит, остальные республики, прибалтийские, кавказские и среднеазиатские, и, соответственно, он предлагает новую конструкцию. Значит, в ядре русские, три кровных братских народа, все они с корнем рос или рус, да, и здесь ему важно переименовать, значит, да, ну или, так сказать, воспользоваться вот этой, значит, наименованием русских как великороссы, значит, украинцев как малороссы, да, и белорусов как белорусы, значит, вот этот, как бы такая игра с понятиями, часть из которых уже не используется, ну, для Солженицына чрезвычайно характерная, но для него самое важное подчеркнуть триединство, да, вот этих, значит, народов, и при этом, ну, вот, он отдельно и внимательно, в том числе, значит, говорит и о периферии сотен народов и народностей, которые тоже входят в то, что он также называет, помимо России, еще и Российским Союзом. Значит, ну и вот, значит, там, в частности, цитирует Владимира Соловьева, который, значит, говорит о необходимости и о сверхценности каждого отдельного народа, малого народа. Значит, теперь Солженицын задает вопрос, который обсуждается в 90-м году, но который совершенно не предрешен. Тогда, значит, откуда этот замах по-живому отрубить Украину? И ту, где сроду старой Украины не было, как дикое поле. Новороссия или Крым, Донбасс, чуть не до Каспийского моря. И если самоопределение нации, в кавычках, так нация и должна свою судьбу определять сама, да, с разрядкой. Без всенародного голосования этого не решить. Дальше важный тезис Солженицына, который проходит через всю его работу, да, он подчеркивает необходимость важности и мудрости и, прошу прощения, мудрости и пацифизма, такого ненасилия. Да. Значит, вот этот союз, новый будущий русский, российский союз, должен осуществлен быть на основе ненасилия, добровольного присоединения. Значит, да, никто не посмеет удерживать украинский народ силой, но разнообразна эта обширность, и только местное население может решать судьбу своей местности, своей области. То есть фактически Солженицын в этот момент предлагает такой референдум на уровне села, да, или на уровне вот какого-то совсем малого сообщества, муниципалитета, да, и вот чтобы каждый решил. То есть такая мозаика, вот, значит, которая, по его, значит, мнению, таким мирным и добровольным путем решит, значит, присоединяется ли она к будущему союзу или нет. Так, сейчас прошу прощения. Ну, мы здесь, я просто ставлю знак вопроса, да, в какой мере мог Солженицын повлиять на президента Владимира Путина. Ну, мы знаем, что он с ним встречался, и, в принципе, сам факт встречи для Солженицына был чрезвычайно не характерен, поскольку он был человек упрямый и очень независимый. Да, он, очевидно, если он встречался, он считал, что он что-то делает полезное, ну и важное, да, для себя, а не просто, так сказать, выражал такую какую-то поддержку, то есть он выражал поддержку своим идеям точно, а не чужим. Ну, во всяком случае, это, думаю, что мы можем допустить. Дальше, естественно, что это открытый вопрос. Ну, и вот важно, что модель, да, которую чертит Солженицын в 90-м году, а именно 3 братских республики, значит, Белоруссия, Украина, Россия, и Северный Казахстан, это отдельно, я просто не буду на этом останавливаться, он тоже подчеркивает, что Северный Казахстан, там, поскольку жили традиционно русские, значит, вот он тоже, это некоторая случайность историческая, что он так оказался, надо его тоже добровольно, значит, вот передать. Это такая модель Солженицына. Другой автор, да, значит, совершенно гораздо более молодой, значит, наш современник Михаил Ремезов, который в начале 2000-х годов значит, работал у Глеба Павловского в журнале «Рус.ру», затем сотрудничал с Станиславом Белковским и ну, в какой-то момент занимает, значит, должность председателя президиума экспертного совета при коллегии военной промышленной комиссии. Ну, то есть он таким образом, значит, находился, ну, вот несколько, там, более 10 лет в там, какой-то части исполнительного аппарата, в экспертной, ну, достаточно высокой, но все-таки экспертной, скорее, функции. При этом он довольно заметный автор и, я думаю, один из самых ярких мыслителей начала 2000-х годов, вот такого националиста, хотя сам он себя тогда называл консерватором. Да? Значит, и вот здесь я цитату, значит, вот, ее можно зачитать, да, освободившись от коростой обыденности, от всякого старого тряпья, ощутить, стоя на грани, непреложность своего существования, с тем, чтобы выбрать себя, изобрести себя, спроектировать себя, то есть Россию заново. Значит, при этом, по его мнению, в 2001 году Россия находится в пограничной ситуации под угрозой гибели от хищных конкурентов, которые, ну, про которых он отдельно не говорит, да, но он и как бы для него это очевидная внешняя угроза и угроза именно экзистенциальная. Да? Значит, при этом элиты спят и обыватель спит, значит, и только, значит, у него такой интересный образ, значит, одинокого полковника, очевидно, он думает тогда уже о Владимире Путине, значит, который может, вот, значит, несмотря на всеобщий сон, взять за себя ответственность за целое, и дальше у него есть такая, значит, ну, комбинация такого, значит, националистической риторики, ну, именно вот такой осознанной конструкции нации, да, и выбора себя, нации как выбора себя, и одновременно шмидтовской риторики чрезвычайного, значит, положения, да, когда вот нация себя, собственно, выбирает, но поскольку все спят, то выбрать должен одинокий полковник. Значит, и вот важнейший объект критики Ремезова, для нас он важен, связан с тем, что он не один, да, это широкое поле критики, он критикует фактически официальную идеологию на тот момент, и, в общем, до сих пор в значительной мере это то, что он критикует, составляет основу этой самой официального дискурса, ну и значительной части общественного дискурса, да, представление о, значит, таком, ну, вот о том, что Россия – это то, что в границах и, значит, обозначено Конституцией, он называет это конституционным патриотизмом, значит, и высмеивает это, значит, в вот формуле «умереть за статус-кво». Он говорит в 2000 году, напомню, да, это довольно давно, значит, никто не готов умереть за статус-кво, то есть за вот то, что исторически случайно сложилось в качестве страны. Какая же альтернатива? Альтернатива – это этнокультурная общность, которая табуирована в либеральной Европе и в России, и он отдельно, значит, разбирает, почему это в Европе табуировано, и почему это опасно, и почему это упадок, значит, и указывает на то, что Россия должна защитить эту вполне европейскую ценность, нацию, да, значит, которая вот в Европе послевоенной вытеснена. Значит, и логика гражданской нации предполагает, что все пересечения гражданства с этничностью, культурой, происхождением, религией, языком случайны, то есть не имеют отношения к сути гражданства. Нация граждан есть нация формальных граждан, которые и мобилизованы могут быть только формально. Мобилизованы могут быть только формально. То есть, иначе говоря, они не пойдут, значит, они не будут идти, значит, вот, воевать. И для Ремезова в 2000 году это главная угроза существованию страны. Значит, поэтому не может быть недостаточно иметь вот эту конституционную нацию, конституционный патриотизм, нужно объединить, ну, нужно отсылку к культуре, происхождению, религии, языку. Значит, и сейчас. Я еще вернусь в заключении в самом, значит, к Михаилу Ремезову. Третий, значит, наш герой – это Константин Крылов, такой очень своеобразный мыслитель, чрезвычайно влиятельный, но при жизни, скажем так, имевший довольно сложную судьбу и просто тяжелую жизнь вел. Но неожиданно, вот он умер относительно недавно, несколько лет назад, он умер, и вдруг в момент его смерти оказывается, что это человек, который вызывает уважение очень широкого круга, ну, такого националистического толка, но очень широкого, да, правого консервативного, значит, и что это просто вот, значит, такой выдающийся мыслитель и авторитет, хотя, еще раз, при жизни, в общем, такого статуса он имел, ну, такой статус имел для гораздо более узкого круга людей. Значит, ну, в этом смысле он, безусловно, радикален, да, это один из самых радикальных, наверное, мыслителей, и я бы сказал, что он сделал несколько таких вещей. Во-первых, он старательно и, так сказать, настойчиво, целенаправленно легитимизировал, да, в том числе в академическом поле, национализм и вот, ну, как бы разговор о нации, да, значит, он один из создателей, наверное, инициатор, да, создания журнала «Вопросы национализма». При этом, значит, да, это вот первый момент, но второй момент, он делает это с помощью, на самом деле, апелляции к европейской традиции, и в этом смысле он говорит на таком очень сложном языке, вполне европейском. Все примеры его в этом смысле, ну, как бы, так сказать, да, это европейский модерн, но при этом он, значит, русский националист. Сам режим, сложившийся в России, он описывает как такую, значит, вот, союз политической власти, спецслужб, бизнеса, криминала, интеллигенции, и все они вместе представляют национальные меньшинства в широком смысле, или вот таких потомков советских, таких мулатов, значит, или советских, значит, навиопов, кажется, тоже есть такое, значит, выражение, да, значит, которые, собственно, заняты порабощением русского народа или русской нации. И такая же схема оказывается актуальна для его такого исторических экскурсов. Он, конечно, не историк, ну, вот, пишет небольшие статьи, эссе, значит, значит, в них он вот задает такую эскизную логику, что Российская империя тоже никогда не была империей вот в классическом смысле, это была империя наоборот, как он говорит, да, вот это русское ядро колонизировали, значит, верхушка колонизировала верхушка, тоже не русская, да, и периферийные элиты. Ой, прошу прощения, почему-то я все время переносит меня сюда. Так, дальше, что такое русский народ сегодня? Значит, это, да, и национализм. Национализм, значит, говорит, он начинается с приоритета русского народа, русского, значит, и русской нации, которая не должна ничем себя оправдывать. Значит, она есть конечный критерий. И тогда, если мы так начинаем мыслить, вот только тогда мы националисты. Да? Если для нас важнее социальная справедливость или даже империя, или даже государство, да, вот российское государство для националиста не приоритет. Да, это, ну, вот это для него очень важная иерархия. Значит, и, соответственно, только интересы русского народа или русской нации, он очевидно использует здесь их как синонимы, являются высшими. Да? И в конце концов в определенной ситуации можно отказаться от государства, можно отказаться от империи в интересах нации. И затем нация уже себе создаст необходимое государство. Значит, при этом для Крылова, так же как и для Ремезова, в менее явной степени для Солженицына, русская нация спит. Ее как бы нет, это объект эксплуатации. Люди не осознают себя вполне или в достаточной мере русскими. Значит, да, и они подвергаются, значит, и экономической эксплуатации, и культурному угнетению, значит, вот там русофобия, русоцид, значит, и так далее, да, и вмененному комплексу вины, и так далее, и так далее. То есть это, значит, вот такой, ну, собственно, вот угнетенное большинство, да? И оно угнетено меньшинством.
Вы в течение 10 минут успеете закончить?
Да, я думаю, что в течение 5 минут я закончу, может быть, чуть-чуть быстрее.
Спасибо.
Да, спасибо за напоминание. Да, значит, ну и, собственно, задача, да, которую ставит Крылов, значит, вот в этом пазле, да, паразитические нерусские элиты и этнократии исключаются из общего тела. А при этом вот обычные татары, буряты, чукчи, значит, для них русское национальное государство будет скорее более комфортным, чем нынешняя многонациональная РФ. Да, и вот многонациональная РФ тоже как на самом деле некоторый лейбл, некоторая этикетка, значок, оператор вот этой воображаемой общности является предметом постоянной критики и такого, я бы сказал, ну, иронического занижения, да, то есть для них понятно, что это даже, ну, такой, как бы не критики, скорее, да, иронии, да, иронии и насмешки. Никто не готов умирать за многонациональную, значит, РФ, и, в принципе, никто себя с ней не идентифицирует. И да, что предлагается сделать, да, и вот как он видит, так сказать, конструктор этого пазла в будущем. Значит, вот приоритет – это сама нация, которая должна себя осознать как политическое тело, как организм, который, значит, получает власть. И затем она, скорее всего, начнет процесс ириденты, реинтеграции славянского ядра или возвращения утраченных земель, а также обеспечить репатриацию русских со всего мира. Это вот такой долгосрочный проект сборки этого пазла. В отношении национальных республик внутри страны в конечном счете необходима либо сепарация, либо реконструкция. Сепарация – это буквально отделение, да, и это тоже вот такой совсем необычный ход, да, казалось бы, ну вот он вполне последовательный, да, в логике, которую Крылов предлагает. Более того, он говорит, как бы переворачивает, да, значит, обычную ситуацию и говорит, что Кавказские республики должны сами доказать русским пользу от своего вхождения в Россию. Это не мы будем вас удерживать силой, да, мы хотим от вас объяснения, почему вы хотите остаться. Отдельный предмет атаки – это Русская Православная Церковь, и маркер вот этой православия для Крылова тоже маркер вредный. Да? Это такой субститут, это симулякр, так сказать, русскости, да, православия. И он, значит, там, в общем, разными способами атакует и дисквалифицирует, во всяком случае, это как основную характеристику вот этого воображаемого сообщества. Да? Конечно, православие, там, большинство из нас православные, но это не должно быть маркером основы. Да? Значит, у нас есть другой маркер, и нам не нужен эрзац. Значит, и, наконец, возвращаемся совсем в современный момент. Это апрель 2022 года. И Михаил Ремезов дает интервью, значит, изданию «Лента.ру», в котором он, значит, уже не как, так сказать, официальное лицо, он президент, по-моему, Института национальной стратегии, значит, и он, ну, при этом, очевидно, выступает с апологией как бы некой официальной позиции, но ее собственной такой интерпретацией. И главный для него акцент, который он делает, да, это акцент на то, что ключевым основанием легитимности присоединения новых регионов к России является их русская идентичность. Это прямо зафиксировано в соответствующих постановлениях Конституционного суда. Россия больше не является нацией в административных границах РСФСР. Мы историческая нация, нация общей судьбы. Соответственно, дальше в этом же интервью, да, Ремезов говорит о том, что при этом важно, что национализм не равнозначен вражде с соседями, он может быть ориентирован на большие исторические альянсы. И здесь Ремезов вспоминает евразийца Трубецкого, да, не евразийца Нугина, евразийца Трубецкого, утверждал, что национализм каждого отдельного народа Евразии должен сочетаться с общеевразийским национализмом. Общеевразийский национализм, то есть в данном случае Ремезов уже вот, так сказать, да, возвращается, так сказать, от вот этого, так сказать, национализма в узком смысле, да, добавляет вторую надстройку, и мы можем вообразить еще одно сообщество, да, которое тоже имеет свой национализм, который был бы общеевразийским. Значит, ну и здесь вот тоже появляется союз народов, но это как бы вторичное, то есть здесь получается смена иерархии. Да? Сначала русский народ, русская нация, затем евразийский национализм и некий евразийский союз. Значит, ну и аргумент, как бы, который в данном случае, так же как Солженицын, который, значит, старается обращаться к разным группам, да, и Ремезов, так сказать, так, имплицитно обращается к нерусским народам, да, сильная открытая русская идентичность является основой того альянса народов, который сложился на пространстве исторической России. Без нее это пространство обречено на распад. Выводы. Значит, первый вывод, да, что все три идеолога отвергают существующие границы, ну или существовавшие в момент, когда они пишут или говорят. То есть они конструируют новую карту. довольно важно, что почти все три автора, ну, что все три автора так или иначе критически воспринимают Советский Союз и его наследие, и таким образом из хронотопа выпиливают или, во всяком случае, ставят под вопрос, да, исторический советский опыт. Значит, да, Крылов занижает роль православия, более того, значит, при этом, ну, нетрудно заметить, что эти элементы, по сути, являются основой, ну, большей части официального дискурса и официальной пропаганды, вот эти идеологи их скорее атакуют и как бы вынимают из этого хронотопа символического пространства. Ну и, наконец, тоже важно отметить, что все три идеолога являются очень эрудированными и такими убежденными трансляторами европейских, таких постимперских или национально-имперских, если мы будем следовать, значит, тезису Миллера, значит, Бергера, ну, и ряд других коллег, да, значит, что они являются, вот, так сказать, ну, и сами, в общем, себя даже ощущают и мыслят как ретрансляторами определенного типа европейских ценностей. При этом они экономически скорее левые, да, а политически, культурно-политически крайне правые. То есть, вот если их мерить по, значит, европейской шкале. Ну, дальше вот, так сказать, вопрос, что можно и как можно ли как-то иначе мыслить хронотоп, я думаю, что, безусловно, это можно и нужно делать, и общественное публичное пространство, собственно, позволяет это делать. Сегодня понятно, что возможности, скажем, политической деятельности жестко ограничены, и, собственно, так сказать, какое-то политическое предпринимательство невозможно, но интеллектуальные вот проекты, и, собственно, я показал, да, как работают, как бы, да, несколько националистических проектов, интеллектуальные проекты, безусловно, так сказать, будут возникать, и речь идет, ну, о долгосрочной перспективе, в которой таких проектов будет больше. И важно, что, так сказать, альтернативные версии таких воображаемых сообществ, как мне кажется, могут тоже мыслить себя не как часть, не как кусочек, не как меньшинство, а каким-то образом переопределять само целое как целое, да, и предлагать свое видение национального целого или национально-имперского целого, или национального постимперского целого, да, в котором можно говорить от лица этого большинства или даже от лица всех. Спасибо. Да, если есть вопросы или комментарии, буду рад ответить.
Да, большое спасибо, Тимур Михайлович. Коллеги из зала, онлайн, будут ли вопросы Тимуру Михайловичу? Так, ну, если пока нет, тогда я, наверное, задам. Да, коллеги подумают. Какое, да, во-первых, очень интересно было узнать более подробно о политических представлениях, да, в отношении политических сообществ и фигуры нации народа. У этих трех авторов, которые, конечно, были известны до этого. Да, вопрос мой, собственно, в том, как все-таки, на ваш взгляд, почему в их конструкциях фигура нации, да, как субъекта, она носит двойный характер. В одно и то же время она как бы и должна быть собрана, поскольку она не активна, но в то же самое время она также должна осознать себя, да, как единая нация. И с другой стороны есть вот, да, фигура вот одинокого полковника у Ремезова, да, Крылова, я не знаю, у него там...
У Крылова фигура Крылова, да, в частности. Ну, в частности, Крылова и таких людей, как он.
Ну вот, и в общем есть какие-то, да, пассионарии, которые должны нацию эту собрать, сконструировать. Мой вопрос в чем? Да, в том, что, возможно, не успех этого проекта, что он никак не может реализоваться. Мне вспоминается Бегихин и его эссе «Наше место», где он говорит о том, что как бы русский народ, он не может самоустроиться, поэтому он стремится к единство, и чтобы кто-то вот один, единый, управлял, в отличие там, от того Запада, где самоустройство, самостоятельная политика более сильна, и мы как будто бы существуем вопреки. Но это единство, оно только потому возможно, что русский народ как бы все понимает, грубо говоря, и позволяет это осуществлять. Вот, в этом смысле, да, если добавить к этим трем конструкциям Солженицына, Ревизова и Крылова Бибихина, да, которого нельзя, наверное, назвать националистом, но вот это его...
Но точно можно назвать русским мыслителем.
Да, да, вот это его прочтение русского народа как, с одной стороны, который не может самоустроиться, с другой стороны, позволяет себя устраивать другому субъекту, возможно, в этом и заключается невозможность вот этого тотального объединения всех в русскую нацию.
Да, спасибо. Спасибо большое. Фигура Бибихина, безусловно, тоже чрезвычайно интересна, и его роль тоже важна, я думаю, и для будущего. Ну, во-первых, я постарался воздержаться, да, от, собственно, скажем, социологической или политологической оценки, так сказать, эффективности этих дискурсов, да, или их способности, ну, или их востребованности в общественном пространстве. Здесь есть два ограничения все-таки важных. Ну, это просто методологическое ограничение, да, я рассматриваю эти конструкции и эти дискурсы, не их рецепцию, да, ну, просто это вопрос, так сказать, такта. Вот, если все-таки думать о рецепции и о том, в какой мере они, ну, вот, так сказать, ваш вопрос, он скорее про, так сказать, про некоторую социальную эффективность или политическую эффективность, да, почему не состоялась такая вот, значит, некоторая монолитная русская нация. Ну, у меня здесь два ответа, да, во-первых, ну, никакая нация, ну, никогда до конца не состоится как монолитная, это легко, ну, понятно, да, так сказать, что всегда будут альтернативные дискурсы, всегда будут оспариваться эти дискурсы, но, естественно, мы можем различать разную степень вот этой, значит, разделяемого образа общего, да, воображаемого. И он может быть более, значит, какой-то гомогенный, да, менее. В России, наверное, мы имеем дело на данном этапе уж точно, да, с такой более гетерогенной ситуацией. Как минимум я обозначил просто разницу, да, между между публичным официальным дискурсом и вот этими националистическими моделями сборки хронотопа. Хотя бы это указывает, да, на чрезвычайно большое разнообразие. Да, то есть этого разнообразия больше. Но я думаю, что вот на данном этапе критическим фактором, одним из критических факторов того, что эта сборка не состоялась, и она не обязательно должна состояться, и вот здесь свой важный фактор. Мы не знаем, как она может состояться. И вот когда мы говорим про русскую нацию в версии националистов, то есть в версии этнокультурной, это один из возможных способов видеть целое. Да, собственно, наверное, мой пафос заключается в том, что хотя вот такой способ конструировать воображаемое, да, он, безусловно, имеет место, и он, в общем, востребован. Действительно, я здесь согласен с вашим комментарием с Бибихиным, что он вполне возможно не так актуален для русского населения и для людей, для граждан России. Он, возможно, менее востребован, да, чем для граждан других там, наций, стран, да, в силу ряда обстоятельств. Значит, есть еще один важный момент, что на данный момент, и там последние 20 лет все больше, там 10 лет, это, наверное, в большей мере, конкуренция политических проектов ограничена. Да, то есть мы не знаем, кто бы победил в борьбе. Да, мы знаем, так сказать, что предъявлено, так сказать, в качестве, так сказать, там, официального дискурса, но мы не знаем, как бы шла игра политических сил и вот этих проектов, если бы они были выставлены на ярмарку, значит, политической конкуренции. в достаточной мере свободной, просто просто нет этого, этот опыт был относительно небольшой. Он скорее подтверждает, что действительно русский национализм не является массово востребованным таким, значит, вот кодом символическим, но при этом все равно, так сказать, достаточно длительного, сколько-нибудь длительного периода вот этой конкуренции не было. Вот. Поэтому, значит, но дальше я не, так сказать, здесь никак не смогу солидаризироваться в буквальном смысле с Бибихиным, да, мы, так сказать, думаю, что мы не знаем, и что это открытый вопрос, значит, в какой мере описанное им, так сказать, отношение является устойчивым, там, не знаю, заданным надолго, навсегда. То, что мы знаем о других странах и, в общем, и о России, мы знаем, что это пластичные вещи. Это пластичные вещи, и оценка Бибихина в моменте вполне возможно была верной. Принимать это за некоторую такую константу, мне кажется, можно только очень, в качестве очень такой амбициозной гипотезы, которую точно надо проверять. Я не вижу каких-то, в общем, свидетельств того, что это именно так устроено.
Тимур Михайлович, большое спасибо. Поблагодарим Тимура Михайловича.
Спасибо.
Были рады вас приветствовать, вас слушать, дискутировать с вами. Это было очень приятно и не менее интересно. Сейчас...
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Let me switch to English. Dear colleagues, Professor Honnet, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Great. So I'm really happy to welcome you here. We can see you and hear brilliantly. So let me introduce you. Our guest today is a figure in world social science, one of the leading critical thinkers, to my mind, but I think it's rather common knowledge also of our time, and a social researcher and a philosopher whose contribution to the development of phenomenology, theories of the public sphere, which is our topic of our section on public sphere, social invisibility, recognition is fundamental. So fundamental, including our scientific school, I mean Professor Honnet, the research school of our Shalinka University, and your research are really important for me, for my academic supervisors, and classic for the entire academy, which thinks critically and resists the repressive realities in which we all find ourselves today. The topic of the report, it seems to us, is directly related to the current situation, at least in public sphere studies. Today, the following reports of our section by Roger Berkowitz, Grigor Yudin, Sheila Ben Habib, who are also planning to present today their small panels, as you may have noticed, are also related to honesty, truth, and ethics. And now, talking about this is not only difficult, but also, as for me, dangerous in view of the political persecution of scientists in Russia and independent science in general. However, critical thought is liberating, and it helps to find other languages to talk about problems and to come up with strategies for liminality. Surprisingly, but I think our section and academy in general is such a liminality. We live here, we will not leave this place, and we will talk about how we will make our stronger, better, and more critical. Professor Honnet, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're here, you can understand me?
Yeah, sure. And just a second, for those who can't, who didn't have the privilege to get English words, you have an opportunity to use synchronic translation. So you should press перевод or translation in Zoom, so you can hear Professor Honnet in Russian. So Professor Honnet, please.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the invitation. I feel very honored to talk to you. I admire your courage for doing such conferences, and I'm very grateful to the post-Marxist study group, and especially to Nikolai for having invited me. My talk will be, as was already announced, on democracy and fair labor conditions. So let me start by giving a broader outline, and then I go into, I think, 4 chapters. During the 18th century, a new understanding of society developed simultaneously with an entirely transformed notion of the value of human labor. In the course of the Enlightenment, people ceased to understand societies as hierarchical orders in which a small minority could exercise political mastery over a much larger majority, thanks to their entrenched social position. Instead, they came to conceptualize societies as voluntary associations of citizens who are equal before the law and, at least in principle, enjoy an entitlement to political participation in virtue of membership alone. Given this revolutionary reinterpretation, the democratic revolution, if you want so, of the legitimacy of social orders, it was also necessary to forge a different, indeed an entirely new conception of the labor with which people secured their livelihoods. For unlike in antiquity or the Middle Ages, labor could no longer be understood as pure duty owed to God or one's political rulers. Rather, it now counted as a proof of the individual's willingness to make an active contribution to the common welfare and prosperity of the political community. This gradually unfolding idea of the democratic sovereignty of the people went hand in hand with another which remains dominant today. Society represents a cooperative enterprise in which each contributes to the subsistence of all through their labor and thereby proves themselves worthy of membership in the political group. In other words, what had been established was nothing less than an indissoluble conceptual bond between political democracy and the social division of labor. Few provided a better theoretization of this connection between political equality and the division of labor than Hegel in his philosophy of right. He devoted an entire chapter to labor's new significance as a condition of membership in the constitutional order. In this chapter, we read that every male member, one has to emphasize this, that Hegel is only speaking about men and male figures, that every male member of society is somebody, I quote, by means of his competence and his regular income and means of support, that is, he possesses the social status of a full-fledged citizen and will find his honor in this recognized existence as the representative of a trade or a profession. As we know, however, Hegel's grandiose assertions did not correspond to the reality of early capitalism. Around 1800, the greater part of the populations of Western Europe spent their working days engaged in oppressive factory work that was anything but free, as dependent service providers subject to the arbitrary will of the rich bourgeoisie and aristocrats in whose houses they worked, or suffering the hardships of the agricultural day laborer. There was an all too obvious tension between this tawdry reality and the Hegelian promise that gainful employment would henceforth be not only free from coercion, but on the contrary, a credential of independence and honor. On the one hand, the social reality of drudgery, unrestrained exploitation, subordination, and coercively imposed contracts. On the other hand, the modern ideal of free, self-determined labor guaranteeing a secure status. It is this contradiction between social reality and normative ideal, between facticity and validity, that will be my topic in this lecture. I want to begin by explaining a little bit more precisely what it means to speak of a complementary relationship between political democracy and fair working conditions. To this end, I want to briefly call to mind the tradition of social philosophy that developed the arguments for this reciprocal dependency. I will then offer a brief attempt at diagnosing why contemporary theories of justice have largely tended to lose sight of this connection. Contemporary discussions of the necessary presuppositions of a functioning democracy generally have a great deal to say about the necessity of an inclusive public sphere, a functioning party political system, or a proper division of powers. But hardly anyone mentions how labor conditions also form a part of this institutional structure. That will be second point. In the third part of my talk, I'll then differentiate various properties of working conditions that might prevent employees from making effective use of their right to democratic participation. As will become clear, we can isolate 5 dimensions along which the character of a workplace can prevent or impede participation in political decision-making. In the fourth and final part, I will then sketch out the normative contours along with which working conditions would have to be transformed in order to satisfy the normative aspiration of providing every employee with a fair opportunity for democratic participation. Now, I will leave out the first part because that's rather long, and I go through the tradition of social philosophy, concentrating on certain authors, especially Adam Smith, Hegel, Durkheim, and a British socialist, namely G.D.H. Cole, who was a guild socialist, who all emphasized the necessary link between fair working conditions and political participation. Even Smith, surprisingly, Adam Smith, made such a point. So in this first part, I sketch out this short history of modern social philosophy, emphasizing that there was an awareness of the internal link between fair working conditions and political participation. Everyone in this tradition was concerned about the high degree of the division of labor, which made labor more and more mechanical, repetitive, and so on, so that people are in danger of losing the competences to fully participate in political democracy. So I will leave out that and come to the conclusion of this short view on the history. When one considers that this tradition, which I just mentioned, almost took the connection between democracy and fair working conditions for granted, it is hard not to be amazed by the extent to which it has been lost sight of today. Hegel, Durkheim, and G.D.H. Cole saw the internal link between the two spheres, working conditions and political democracy, as inherent within the normative content of a certain mode of political sovereignty, one that is not secured exclusively by a purely legal entitlement to participate in democratic decision-making. Instead, fair conditions within the social division of labor are needed to guarantee that every citizen can also, in fact, participate effectively in practices of public deliberation and consensus building. Their argument for this thesis derived from the observation that the intensification of the division of labor would be so damaging to the cultural and intellectual lives of the working population as to prevent them from making any effective use of their rights to political participation. For this reason, this intellectual tradition insisted that it was nothing less than a duty of democratic states to ensure that labor conditions on their territory were at least sufficient to enable employees to participate without restrictions in public processes of democratic decision-making. However, none of the authors who subscribed to this line of thought advocated an idea championed amongst the more radical Marxian-influenced wings of the labor movement. None that is thought to level out entirely the differences between the political and the economic sphere and to subordinate both to the principle of democratic majority decision passed by public assemblies. Such ideas ran contrary to the conviction that the tasks peculiar to each of the two subsystems were far too different to be subject to the same method of normative regulation. The business of the political sphere, they thought, is the democratic negotiation of legitimate legislation, in which all citizens must be involved as equals. By contrast, the business of the sphere of labor is the social coordination of the economic activities of workers who are to contribute in as efficient a manner as possible to the material well-being of the community within an overall division of labor. It was this constraint of economic efficiency which prevented the representatives of the tradition from drawing the inference of their more radical counterparts and arguing that the model of direct democracy should simply be carried over to the sphere of the division of labor. They all believed that from the perspective of efficiency, it would simply be too risky to organize business or administration on a model of collective autonomy. At the same time, however, these authors had very different conceptions of how far one might go in reorganizing the sphere of labor in order to guarantee its compatibility with the principle of democracy governing the political area. The options ranged from the reformism of a Hegel or a Durkheim, who wanted to further socialize the labor market through professional groups and state regulation, to the meliorism of John Dewey, who wanted to leave it to future experiments within the economic sector to determine up to what point it might be possible to democratize the world of labor without disobeying the command of economic efficiency. Yet once on this theoretical path, it was only natural to begin wondering whether the standpoint of economic efficiency was in fact as value neutral as the official doctrines of economic theory had always implied. And the further the discussion developed, the clearer it became that one's standard of economic productivity depended upon whether one was looking at the rate of capital gains or rather at the relation between production costs and the supply of consumer goods. In the first case, what counts as efficiency is measured in terms of the financial earnings of a company or organization, and in the second case, it is measured in terms of the benefit for the satisfaction of the needs of consumers. In using the notion of efficiency, everything depends on the criteria in reference to which an outcome is counted. Is it the economic success of the enterprise or the well-being of those whose wants the enterprise aims to satisfy? Yet independently of these questions, which indicate the range of this increasingly forgotten tradition, we must first of all recognize that its central argument for fair and decent working conditions possessed a purely immanent character. Democratic regimes require that all members of society be involved in political decisions. And this requirement by its own logic entails a further demand. Working conditions must be subject to normative rules that allow each and every employee to make a real use of their right of political co-determination. This thesis sounds so self-evident, so overwhelmingly plausible and convincing that one has to ask why contemporary democratic theory seems to take so little notice of it. The reason can hardly be mere ignorance. Rather, we need to look at the underlying conceptual trends that lead to our losing sight of the importance of a fairly and properly constituted world of work in enabling successful democratic participation. In the second part of my talk, I will therefore offer an analysis of the conceptual causes of this blind spot, which will at the same time elaborate on the fundamental assumptions of the complementarity thesis. Complementarity thesis means there's a complemental necessary link between fair working conditions and political democracy. So my second chapter. In what are probably the two most important contributions to theorizing the moral foundations of the modern constitutional state, namely John Rawls' theory of justice and Jürgen Habermas's discourse theory, we find a train of thought that comes very close to recognizing the need for working conditions that enable and promote political democracy. In Rawls, we encounter the insight that equal political liberties must possess, as he calls it, a fair value, meaning that the actual recourse to an exercise of these freedoms presupposes the elimination of social and economic inequalities. And for Habermas, the democratic practice of civic self-determination is normatively enjoyed to guarantee the conditions of equal participation in its own procedures. The same observation motivates both authors to insist on the elimination of actual inequalities. A person or group of persons that face discrimination or suffer from social disadvantages in everyday life will not be able to take part in public decision-making on an equal footing, as is normatively mandated by the idea of a democratic constitutional state. Nevertheless, before the adverse effects of dominant labor conditions can so much as come into view, both authors break off this train of thought. Neither Rawls nor Habermas raise the question of whether the mode of organization of social labor plays a significant role in shaping the distributions of opportunities for equal participation in democratic decision-making. In my view, this blind spot of both theories can be traced to two background assumptions. The first, shared by both Rawls and Habermas, is the sociological supposition that in highly specialized societies, there is no functional alternative to the allocation mechanism of the labor market. Yet the notion that the distribution of socially necessary activities can ultimately be governed only with the help of the mechanism of supply and demand by no means precludes thinking that the market can be legally structured or is in need of regulation. And in fact, neither Habermas nor Rawls exclude state intervention in the labor market in principle. On the contrary, whenever such interventions contribute to eliminating contraventions of the imperative of equality, both regard them as normative requirements. For both Habermas and Rawls, if a person, be it in the public or private sector, faces discriminations on the basis of their gender, skin, color, culture, or sexual orientation, be it by receiving a comparatively poorer wage, by being assigned an inferior workstation, or perhaps by not being granted employment in the first place, this counts as an instance of social harm that requires intervention on the part of the state. This equation of social disadvantage with unequal treatment or discrimination, however, conceals the second background assumption that both authors would appear to share, namely that an individual's opportunities for democratic participation depend solely on their position relative to all participants in the social structure. A person is disadvantaged in the democratic process, they assume, Rawls and Habermas, only when they are worse off in some respect or mistreated in comparison with other groups of persons who possess some kind of default status. This one-sided concentration on the principle of equality, however, has some highly unfortunate consequences precisely with regard to the world of work. For it can be the very nature of the variety of work or the rate of pay as such, regardless of any comparison with others, which precludes or virtually precludes adequate participation in democratic decision-making. On the idea of a minimum wage, therefore, already contains the insight that earned income can be absolutely and not merely relatively inadequate for individuals to participate in universally valued practices of social life. In such cases, the task is not so much to eliminate forms of discrimination from which others remain unaffected. Rather, it is to transform particular activities or aspects of the organization of life so that employees are in a position to participate freely in democratic processes of public consultation and decision-making in the first place. Equality and empowerment are normative principles belonging to very different registers. That's the central point I want to make, yeah? That equality and empowerment are two very different normative registers. And they can therefore lead to very different perceptions of the same social reality. If one's focus is on the first principle, equality, the kinds of disadvantage that stand out will inevitably be those in which one social group is worse off in relation to another. By contrast, if one is guided by the second principle, empowerment, one's attention will be drawn instead to forms of social disadvantage that consist in falling below some recognized measure of absolute minimal sufficiency. In favor of the second principle, one might adapt a famous formulation of the influential philosopher Harry Frankfurt on the topic and note that much more depends on whether a place of work allows for participation in democratic practices at all than on how it fares relative to others. This is not to say, of course, that the principle of equality is without any normative relevance to the question of how working conditions should be organized. The application of this principle is fully appropriate wherever individuals receive worse pay or treatment at the workplace or have more limited access to particular professions, offices, or positions compared to other groups, purely on account of their contingent characteristics, and where this hinders their prospects of being full participants in the democratic process. And there is no shortage of such forms of discrimination in societies in which skin color, gender, or sexual orientation continue to be occasional grounds of debasement and vilification. But these kinds of unequal treatment by no means exhaust the ways in which the world of work can impair individuals' abilities to act as free and self-confident participants within the democratic process. Some kinds of work can be too grueling to allow time for reflection on political matters, or they can bring in too little money to enable the kind of life that leaves any time for political engagement. In still other occupations, workers' dependence on their superiors can be so great that they are compelled to engage in continual displays of good behavior. All these forms of injury and impairment consist in a deprivation of the minimum necessary capacities required for democratic participation. Indeed, formulations such as too little such and such in order to, and so great that such and such already make clear that we are dealing with an absolute rather than a relative lack of valuable goods or resources. Rawls and Habermas seem to share an implicit assumption to the effect that the labor market will fulfill the normative command of the effective provision of democratic rights so long as it secures social equality. As a consequence, they lose sight of these kinds of absolute disadvantage and ignore the actual nature of particular occupations or the makeup of a particular place at work. Because there is no comparative measure to appeal to here, they cannot recognize when a certain class of occupation or even a given mode of organizing labor require fundamental changes to facilitate democratic participation. The conditions that need to be in place for individuals to be autonomous and self-assured participants in democratic practices depend just as much on the acquisition of certain basic resources and capacities that do not admit of comparative measurement as on enjoying social equality with other employees. Indeed, one could even go a step further and argue that the second condition presupposes the first. Only someone in possession of the necessary capacities and resources will be able to develop the sense of being a genuine member of a group of equals. In the next part of my talk, third part, I now want to elaborate on certain key respects in which labor conditions can impair one's ability to participate in processes of democratic decision-making as a self-confident and autonomous individual. So let me come to the third point. In order to get a clearer idea of the extent to which working conditions can influence opportunities for democratic participation, we need to consider the dimensions along which the character of an occupation can affect a subject's capacity for such involvement. To do so, I want to identify certain thresholds that the place of work or social activity has to meet if subjects are to engage freely in practices of public decision-making, as the idea of democratic sovereignty demands. Admittedly, it is almost impossible to determine such thresholds with much precision. They are so dependent on the cultural and economic conditions of a political community as to preclude ready generalizations. Where the threshold exactly lies is variable relative not only to the gross national product of a country or region, but also to the cultural living conditions of its populations. With that in mind, my attempt to distinguish respects in which the character of work can represent considerable obstacles to democratic participation should be therefore understood only as a general heuristic. This has empirically to be filled by taking into consideration the cultural and economic circumstances of the specific political community in view. My list is meant to provide a framework specifying with which facets of a given occupation can be inimical to developing capacities for democratic participation. Specifically, I will be fledging 5 facets: economic, temporal, psychological, social, and intellectual, in that order. Each case concerns qualifications or resources of which individuals need to possess a certain minimal level in order to be effective democratic participants. It is less important whether they possess them in greater or lesser quantities in comparison with others. So let me go through these 5 characteristics or properties of working conditions. First, the principal precondition of engaging in political debates in public democratic forums is economic independence. If someone owes their livelihood to the decisions of others and cannot exercise any control over these decisions in turn, they will, whether deliberately or not, primarily be concerned with behaving in ways that will not provoke any threats to their income stream. This preoccupation can affect a person's thought and action to such an extent that it becomes impossible to think clearly about which political goals they themselves endorse, without continually worrying about their own good behavior and factoring in the expectations of others. This kind of negative, one-sided dependence on others is incompatible with the conditions of free and self-conscious participation in public decision-making. It precludes the existentially fundamental faith in a secure and carefree future, which is a precondition of being able to contemplate alternative modes of organizing one's own political community. For as long as the possibility of securing a livelihood is tied to the condition of gainful employment, a secure subsistence guaranteeing occupation is an elementary presupposition of participating in democratic decision-making. Guaranteed employment, a minimum wage for accomplished work, and corresponding compensation for periods of unavoidable unemployment are minimal conditions of the necessary independence from destructive anxiety about one's own livelihood. First aspect. Second aspect is temporal. Secondly, regardless of one's own willingness to participate, engagement in democratic decision-making always also presupposes a certain quantity of free time. Taking on the role of such a participant requires a series of time-consuming operations. This begins with acquiring the information necessary to form an opinion about some political matter in the first place, continue with the business of processing this information through discursive exchanges with others, and ends with adopting a public position where this usually has the form of a verbal proclamation, participation in a political demonstration, or joining a political association. Yet the time one has at one's disposal to devote oneself to these commitments is a function of how much remains one's work and private life have been taken into account. The greater the physical and mental effort expended during working hours, the greater the need for leisure and relaxation and the smaller the amount of time available for the various demands of public engagement. The consequences are obvious enough. Work that is repetitive, mentally exhausting, monotonous, and entirely directed by others consumes more of an individual's time and therefore leaves them fewer opportunities to become active in the public sphere. If the time remaining for such activities falls below a certain threshold, a threshold to be sure, on which it is hardly possible to put a quantitative value, it will hardly be possible to engage in them at all. If workers are to have time both for leisure and to involve themselves in the political sphere, their working hours will therefore need to be limited in proportion to how grueling and energy-sapping their work is. Third aspect. Third, besides economic independence and time, participation in the democratic public also requires a certain measure of self-respect and a sense of one's own value. Without a stable sense that one's own political utterances are worth being heard by the wider public, citizens will lack the courage to take part in democratic debates. Wanting to take a public stand on an issue of political importance presupposes a belief that other participants in the debate will take one's own views to be significant, useful, and of value. Within the public sphere, the feeling of being a reliable discussion partner in the eyes of others does not arise out of nothing. One only enters the political stage to begin with if one already has a sufficient faith in the public value of one's own contributions. Such epistemic self-confidence is the product of a long period of development, and the skills and aptitudes it presupposes are determined in no small measure by one's position in the overall network of the division of labor. If somebody does not already enjoy some measure of social recognition through their labor, if they are not counted as someone with generally valued abilities who makes a recognized contribution to society, they will hardly possess the sense of self-worth required to voice their own opinions in political exchanges without feeling a feeling of epistemic self-doubt and inner inhibition. Fourth aspect. Fourth, besides economic independence, free time, and a sense of self-worth by one's own labor, engagement in political decision-making always also requires a precursory initiation into the practices of democratic participation. By this, I mean something more and other than the fact that dependent employees need to possess a certain amount of bargaining power if the terms of their work contracts are not to be subject to the arbitrary whim of those who own the enterprise and thus possess greater assets. Having a say in these matters, usually through membership of a body representing workers' common interests, does indeed provide workers with an assurance that they are not purely at the mercy of given labor conditions. But it contributes little to building habits of democratic cooperation. In order to develop a faith in the benefit and purpose of democratic procedures, people need to see that their intentions are taken into account when it comes to organizational decisions about the why and the wherefore of their own activities at their own place of work. If someone, be it within a corporation, factory, or administrative body, does not already have a sense that their own view of what constitutes a correct goal or worthwhile work process has a bearing on the organization's internal decision-making, they will not have any faith in the efficacy of their personal convictions in the political domain either. The spirit of cooperation required for democratic deliberation therefore also needs to be developed at the workplace. Someone accustomed only to receiving instructions and commands cannot be expected to evidence an openness to dialogue and collective concerns as a political citizen. And fifth point, fifth and final dimension, along which the character of the workplace strongly influences the capacity for democratic involvement, is the scope and intellectual demandingness of one's labor. This touches on a topic that was not only particularly pressing for sociologically oriented theorists of the division of labor, but was also pursued by a variety of individual disciplines after the heydays of classical social theory. As we have seen at the beginning of the industrial age, Smith, Hegel, and Durkheim already suspected a link between the increasing mechanization of work and decreasing capacities for social participation. In Hegel's concise formulation, and I quote, the increasing specialization and limitation of particular work would see a drastic decrease in the capacity to enjoy, I quote, the spiritual advantages of civil society. In the intervening years, a series of psychological and sociological studies have been able to demonstrate that this initial suspicion was not wholly far-fetched. The more monotone, intellectually undemanding, and repetitive a person's work is, the more restricted their ability to change their personal circumstances and social environment of their own initiative. Naturally, this is not to say that employees tasked with simple and monotone tasks necessarily possess lesser powers of comprehension or intelligence than those engaged in more challenging work. Rather, these studies show how the content and scope of such work may have deleterious effect on people's autonomy, creative powers, and sense of self-efficacy. It seems that after a certain time, its repetitive, uniform, and unstimulating rhythms begin to leave their mark on workers' intellectual habitus and general relation to the social world. The resulting rigidity of thought and action represents a huge impairment of individuals' ability to take part in practices of democratic decision-making. As Smith, Hegel, and Durkheim already suspected, these workers find themselves virtually unable to keep up with the professionally trained or wealthy part of the population in acquiring and processing politically relevant information. But they also lose and drive to take up public stances of their own initiative. Again, this kind of inflexibility and inability to make active interventions in political affairs is by no means self-incurred or an expression of a lack of intellect. Rather, it is the internalized precepted of labor that in the interest of profit and in order to make savings on time and costs has been reduced to a limited set of simple performances. Once internalized, the effects of such labor can develop into something like a second nature. The principles of enabling all members of society to participate in democratic decision-making therefore demands interventions that determine the character and allocation of different domains of social activity. If these are too unstimulating, uniform, and repetitive, it will be extremely difficult for employees to exercise their rights and participate in the negotiations of the public sphere. In the final part of my lecture, I now want to ask which institutional improvements in working conditions might prevent these kinds of severe compromise to workers' capacities for democratic participation. Or to give my question a positive formulation, what would have to be done to bridge the chasm between the world of work and the political realm of democratic decision-making? So this fourth part is too short, I have to say, in comparison to what I would have to say. In a book I just finished and was just published here, I have much more to say about what I call a democratic politics of work. So this is only a very short summary of the ideas I have developed there. Before I move on the constructive part of my talk, however, let me first quickly recall the dimensions of working conditions in which I believe we can find possible impairments of the capacity for democratic participation. I have just distinguished 5 respects in which the form of organization of an occupation can affect people's opportunities for such engagement. Firstly, it represents a form of economic injury when an occupation does not guarantee the financial independence necessary for individuals to develop their own political opinions without worrying about the expectations of their superiors. Secondly, I mentioned the issue of time, that is, of how work and its concomitant burdens can leave insufficient time for political education and activity. Thirdly, I considered the psychological damage that occurs when a form of work does not meet with sufficient social recognition and esteem for its practitioners to develop a sense that their political convictions are of epistemic value to the wider society. Fourth, it always constitutes a form of social disadvantage when a place of work offers insufficient possibilities for initiation into democratic practices. In particular, when it fails to expose workers to pre-political procedures of cooperative decision-making prior to their entry into the political sphere. And finally, I mentioned kinds of activity that, due to their general character, are inimical to mental or intellectual development. Tasks can be too unstimulating, uniform, and monotonous for the individuals performing them to acquire a sense of their own creative powers and efficacy, a sense that is a precondition of any not merely defeatist form of political engagement. These, briefly recapitulated, are 5 respects in which the constitution of a workplace can compromise or promote capacities for democratic participation. Any labor policy, therefore, that seeks to shape working conditions with the goal of rendering them more compatible with the democracy, we'll have to regard these factors as setting parameters within which the desired realignment can occur. To this extent, it might be useful to survey these factors in view of the question of which reforms or changes might be required to reduce or even remove the damaging effects on capacities for democratic participation. Doing so will not only make clear that such interventions in the labor market would demand heavy restrictions on the power of corporations or capital, but also that some of these influencing factors are interdependent. Moreover, I should stress that the purpose of the following list of measures can only be to set out certain procedural perspectives from which we might envisage improvements along the 5 parameters in question. A survey of this kind can only deliver a rough normative orientation, since any more specific stipulations would have to make reference to concrete historical circumstances. To begin with the first factor, it seems to me beyond question that economic independence is a precondition of free and uncoerced participation in democratic decision-making. At the same time, it is extremely difficult to encapsulate exactly what this fact entails under the conditions of a labor market and to specify which properties a labor market would have to possess in order to guarantee the requisite independence, at least in a set of necessary and sufficient assumptions. Nevertheless, 2 intuitive conditions quickly come to mind, even if they are certainly far from sufficient. First, wages must be substantial enough for individuals to secure their own livelihood and to support their non-gainfully employed dependents. Of course, calculations of necessary incomes need to take cultural standards into account, as well as the number of persons someone has to care for who, for whatever reasons, are not able to secure their own livelihood. Second, it is clear that wage earners must not be forced by their supervisor or employee to adopt the political or private use of the latter that the latter would prefer through the threat of sanctions. For example, for the threat of sanctions. For under conditions of wage labor, economic independence above all means the freedom to form opinions according to self-endorsed principles, despite one's subjection to an employer. These 2 requirements, however, which include not only guaranteed right to a minimum income and its corresponding compensation in case of illness or injury, but also guaranteed right to free expression at the workplace, evidently do not exhaust the means for securing the economic independence of wage earners. In order to be actually free to form one's own will without negative economic consequences, it is also necessary that individuals face no obligation to remain in occupations to which they have an aversion or for which they do not feel their talents align. This kind of self-obligation, which is indeed a condition, which is indeed a condition of receiving unemployment benefit in certain social systems, already contradicts the formal legal principle of the free choice of occupation. But it also subtly compels individuals towards behaviors of acquisitions and adaptation that are incompatible with democratic expectations on responsible major citizens. Turning to the second factor, the amount of time individuals have to devote to their work. The situation in the capitalist countries of the West is currently marked by a considerable ambivalence. In the more than 150 years since Marx wrote his famous chapter on the struggle for the normal working day, it has become clear that the number of working hours is not the only decisive factor behind economic growth and social welfare. Technological innovations, the restructuring of the organization of labor, and the colonial plunder of land and manpower in the global South have played just a great as great a role. From the middle of the 19th century to the high point of industrial capitalism in the 1960s, a combination of just these factors has led to an almost 50% reduction in working hours in all Western countries, whilst in the same period the economic productivity has increased enormously at the expense of the global South. Today, however, this general trend of a continual reduction in working hours in the West seems astonishingly to be undergoing a gradual reversion. In part, this is because the amount of precarious and underpaid work has produced a class of working poor who, in order to make ends meet, find themselves working several insecure jobs at the same time. In part, this is due to how digitalization, especially in the service sector, has begun to blur the boundaries between working and non-working hours. And as a result, people in a great many professions are working for longer periods than they were around 40 years ago. Those affected, therefore, have less time at their disposal, be it for their private life, social engagement, or political activities. And it is not merely the quantitative reduction in free time that plays a role here. Above all, it is today the intensification of the mental burdens resulting from holding down multiple jobs and the increasingly vague boundaries of the working day, which has such negative impacts and eat away at the time that would be required for political participation. A contemporary democratic labor politics therefore faces a difficult task. It must drastically reduce working hours in those sectors in which continual mental and physical demands on workers make labor particularly exhausting, whilst at the same time ensuring that such reductions are not bought at the expense of tolerating an increased exploitation of cheap labor. Here, both temporal and mental aspects seem to be playing a similar role, as is labor from the poorer regions of the globe. In any case, the common notion that all social activities should, on average, encompass roughly the same number of hours per day has proven false. It fails to take account of how an exclusive consideration of sheer units of time says nothing about the strains of a given type of work, and thus about how much recreational time workers need as a result. If the struggle for shorter working hours fails to take account of such differences, there is a considerable danger that entire groups of employees, such as the working poor, migrant workers, and so-called entrepreneur employees, be permanently deprived of the prospect of participating in democratic decision-making to any normatively desirable degree. Because of the substantial pressures involved in their working lives, they simply lack the time to occupy themselves with political questions to anything like the extent required for well-informed participation in democratic practices of deliberation and debates. This is, however, only true for the normal or routine processing of such public will formation in today's democracies. As soon as workers are either represented by a strong labor movement or are confronted with authoritarian tendencies in their political community, they might quickly develop a high degree of political engagement. Thus far, one might have the impression that the reforms required by a democratic politics of work boils down to nothing more than a restoration of the wage labor society in the style of the 1960s, at least in Western Europe. It is certainly true that the measures needed to address both the economic and temporal forms of damage that result from insecure employment in the labor market and the intensification of work do indeed resemble a recapturing of previously occupied terrain more than an exploration of new forms of the division of labor. We get a very different picture, however, when we begin to look at the transformation in the organization of labor that are necessary to remove those hindrances to democratic participation that stem from the character of employment itself. Consideration of these factors makes particularly clear how interventions within certain parameters would simultaneously demand ameliorating measures within others. In the short rest of my talk, I therefore want to restrict myself to addressing the third and fifth determining factors, those I have labeled respectively psychological and intellectual, in order to clarify their internal connection.
Professor Honnet, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think we are running out of time, and if we want to have a little discussion, I think...
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I have to say, I lost my clock out of sight. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the speech. Yes, it was really interesting, and we are especially grateful for you to tell us your latest thoughts that are written in your book that you have mentioned and which have been published recently. So, if there are any questions in the online room or in the offline room, we can...
Yes.
Okay, so there is one question. Andrei, you can address the question. I think you can speak in Russian or in English.
I will try to speak in English. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Honnet, thank you so much for your very interesting lecture. And I'm an associate professor at Charlotte University. So it is very interesting and important for me for something that now I'm writing now. And that I think that I will rewrite some of my articles with citations from your book. Thank you so much. So I'm sorry, a little bit complicated question. So in Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels works, the most important thing was the development of a collectivity, of a class, of the labor class. And can we say now that, and when there's a problem with just one individual in this labor class, it is not so important. And can we say now that perhaps the ideas of Frankfurt School and your ideas are more based about the rights of one personality? The main aim is to develop a real personality, a real human, which is a personality, but not a function, not an individual in some capitalistic system. So do you care about the development of personality? And do you think that this democracy is just a condition for the race, for the development of a human personality? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can understand me? Yeah, I am understandable. You can hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's a rather complicated question. Let me make two different remarks. Yeah. First, I mean, you are completely right in saying that Marx was mainly interested in the collective power of the working class. The problem with his whole system is partly that he ignores a lot of kinds of work that are necessary but are not seen as being productive. I mean, that's a famous critique from feminist authors to Marx, but I think they are completely right. Yeah, he completely forgot about housework. He forgot about certain service works. So he was mainly thinking about how to reorganize the industrial worker, forgetting about many other spheres of work. This is, in my view, a huge disadvantage of his whole system. And in my book, I try to redefine work, because that's a complicated question here. What shall we count as work? Only work that is paid for, or are there works necessary for the reproduction of a political community that are not paid for but are enormously important, or are are not even seen as being important, and so on and so on. So that's one dimension. The other dimension is more in line with what you asked. I think Marx hoped that if there is a revolutionary working class, then the personality structures of the individual workers will be educated too. So it comes together with the collective organization. Yeah, as soon as the individual worker is organized in a collective, his or her personality will change in the right direction. They will become, they will become highly educated, autonomous subjects. But it all only went by the organization of a collective. And you are right, the Frankfurt School gave up this belief because they didn't see the labor movement going in the right direction, or they even saw the dissolution of the labor movement. In front of fascism and in the United States. Yeah, there was not that kind of development that Marx expected. No strong worker movement. Instead, a worker movement that was politically highly divided. Yeah, you had factions within the worker movement that belonged more to the right, others belonged more to the left. So they gave up this belief in the educative power of the collective. Instead, they concentrated much more on, yeah, as you said it, I think, individual personality traits. Yeah? How has socialization, the education process, in my own case, how has the labor process organized such that people develop the kinds of personalities that are competent enough to fully participate in democratic reformation. So it's a reorientation from the collective to the individual. And the question, in Adorno, you'll see it very clearly, or in Horkheimer, but also in Habermas, who has a certain idea of social movements, but that's not the main point in his own sketch, in his own theory. The emphasis is on the individual, as you point out very clearly. And the same is true for my own account here. Yeah, I'm interested in those characteristics the labor process should have in order to allow the individual people to participate fully.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Honnett. We have one question in chat. I think if Dennis wants to address it himself, or I can read it for you. Dennis? Okay, so I will read it out loud for the auditorium in the offline and online. Dennis Vязников is asking, thank you for your presentation. There is a popular view that in today's world that people who achieve a certain level of prosperity do not become more politically active, but sublimate their desire to choose through consumption. Could you please kindly tell if you see this as a problem?
Again, that's a very complicated question. Yeah, this is a question I think brought up mainly partly by Hannah Arendt in her work, in the work on the human condition, and also in some of the writings of the Middle Frankfurt School, let's say. And the suspicion was that there is a huge change in collective behavior. Namely, the shortest way to characterize it would be to say there is an instrumentalism in work and there is a high emphasis on consumerism. So people are not really any longer so much interested in how they are allowed to work, how their work is. They are not identified so much with their work. Instead, they reorientate themselves towards consumerism. If that would be true, I would say yes, that is a huge challenge. Consumerism is a challenge to any well-functioning democracy, because consumerism would mean that people's interests are mainly directed towards consumption, to organize their own life around consumption goods, instead of being directed towards, let's say, social engagement in any form. The question is to what degree this is empirically true. Yeah? I mean, is it true that our societies have become consumer societies? Partly, I think there is a certain grain of truth in it. Yeah, it is clear, but yeah, I'm hesitating, because one could say it is also with the increase in income, at least in the West, that people felt a certain relief from a certain narrow life form in the past, and therefore engaged much more in getting relevant, luxurious goods. So it was a compensation for, let's say, a certain misery in the past. Yeah, they wanted simply to make it better than their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and so on. And the way to express it was by consumerism. This is very understandable, I have to say, and it's not really as such a danger. The question is whether this comes as at a very high price, namely a completely disengagement for social practices and activities. So the question is almost similar to the question, to what degree are our societies, I mean the West now, individualized? Yeah, because consumerism goes together with individualization. People are mainly interested in their own well-being, not so much in the well-being of the rest or the whole society. I have to say I'm not as pessimistic in this regards than, for that matter, Adorno or Hannah Arendt, because I believe, first, there is still a huge interest in working conditions. People are still somewhat identified with their work. They suffer from bad working conditions. So it's not so that the working sphere as such has lost any interest or is not longer a field of struggle, demands, identification, and so on and so on. Secondly, I think it is probably too quick to say that consumerism comes together with depolitization. As soon as people have enough voice to address certain calamities, then I think they will raise their voice. And so it partly depends on the political culture. If you have a political party that is able to represent the demands, these other demands of the people, so if in that sense you have a higher developed political culture, then consumerism relatively quickly goes away. I mean, take France today. Yeah, I mean, take all the strikes in France. That is the opposite to consumerism, and people are permanently on the street. Yeah, they are fighting for something or against something. So I think consumerism is a problem as long as there is no flourishing political culture. I hope that is a relatively satisfying answer.
Yes, thank you, Professor Honnet. I think we might have time for one quick question, if anyone has.
Yes, my question would be pretty short.
Yeah, if you can, the answer, Professor Honnet, if it is possible, also be short. Thank you.
Professor, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. My question is of empirical nature, namely, I'm wondering what's your take on this strike going on in Germany. It has been lasting for some months, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, this strike of workers in transport and service, and they demand pay rise, and the employers claim they want too much, and the employees disagree. So what's actually going on in your view?
It's a good question, not easy to answer, because let me start by a simple observation. It is clear that because of the inflation and the enormously increasing energy costs, the costs for living have quickly increased over the last 2 years, let's say, 2-3 years. And seen before that background, these strikes seem to be completely legitimate, in my view. And surprisingly, the population is not so much not so much in trouble with the strikes. There's a high degree of agreement to the strikes within the German population, which is surprising because it is the service sector and especially the traffic sector. I mean, the trains, planes, and so on that are striked. So I think it is a common view that there is a legitimate claim to ask for an increase of payment. The state is in trouble, obviously, because or the individual corporations are in trouble because they, at the same time, are also suffering from increasing prices of energy, for example. So there is a kind of cul-de-sac, you say. There's a kind of unclear situation where you don't see an easy outcome. On the other side, and that's the other observation, it is an indication of the present situation of the workers' movement, if there is something like that, that there are many concentrating on payment and not on working conditions. This is also true for the German unions. They lost all their interest in co-determination. They lost their interest in what was once called the humanization of work. 60 years ago and 50 years ago, the unions in Germany were mainly interested in what they called humanization of work, which means better labor, better forms of labor, an overcoming of too repetitive work, and so on. This is all gone. So the present situation is a clear expression of the one-sidedness of the German unions and the German labor movement, let's put it that way. An outcome is hard to see. I think what is necessary for both sides is to come up with a compromise that is acceptable for two sides. But the question is that there is a legitimate claim for increasement in payment is obvious.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Honnet. Once again, we were very happy to see you, even though it was online, but I hope, who knows, one day we can all meet in the real world. So thank you. Yeah, and now we're going on a break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good luck for your conference.
Денис Вязников, да, правильно ударение?
Да.
Денис Вязников, выпускник Шанинки, независимый исследователь, с докладом на тему стратегии отказа от участия в публичной сфере, популизм и фанатизм. Денис, пожалуйста.
Да, спасибо большое. Рассказывать я буду на английском. Hello, colleagues. I'm always glad to be here in Shaninka, even though I can't be here physically due to some objective reasons. So the title of my presentation is Political Mobilization Strategies Based on Rejection of Enemy Negotiation. My name is Denis Vязников, and here you can see my email and Facebook address if you would like to connect with me afterwards. First of all, I would like to outline my presentation. we will start with some basic assumptions from critique of the public sphere, and then we will go to strategies of constructing political subject based on antagonism, based on rejection of enemy negotiation. First one is populism. I'll tell you some basic characteristics of this theory, and then I'll state a problem within this theory, the inability to establish a social order with such strategy. And then I'll propose an alternative, fanaticism, that is also based on constructing of antagonistic frontier that shares some common features with populism, but also it avoids this problem of inability to establish a social order. So let's move on. There is a relatively long tradition of in critical theory of critique of public sphere, of classical notion of public sphere, of deliberative democracy. And for the purposes of my inquiry, I'm interested in two arguments. First one, that classical notion of public sphere creates this universalized rational subject, which excludes certain social identities from discussion. For example, it can be religious fundamentalists, but it can be all kinds of subalterns, because almost anyone who can't hold to this purely emotionless rational discussion are actually excluded from public sphere. And second one is that classical notion of public sphere do not recognize social inequalities. It do not recognize unevenness of the social. So there can be no neutral ground, no neutral space for discussion between the oppressor and the oppressed. Okay, so let's move on to our first strategy. First strategy is populism. It's developed by Ernesto Laclau, and we will start with some ontological assumptions. So first of all, unit of analysis. For Laclau, it's not group, it's not identity, it's something smaller, it's social demand. And this social demand could be actually anything, for example, higher wages, but there is no distinction between redistribution or recognition. So it can be economical, cultural, etc., etc. And as Laclau mentions, it's much easier for administrative authorities to handle with divided social demands. He calls that logic of difference. And these administrative authorities, they partially fulfill some social demands to actually secure the status quo in society. And to challenge actual order, to challenge status quo, social demands should construct unified collective subject. But here's a problem. How can you do this if demands do not have some common content, or they do not have some common underlying principle of construction or something like this? And the answer of Ernesto Laclau is to create chain of equivalence. Chain of equivalence is a method, is a way of unification of multiple demands based on their common unfulfillment and actually against common enemy. So when we're talking about populism, we're always talking about this frontier. There is friends, there are enemies, there is always people versus corrupt elites. Okay, and the larger the chain of equivalence becomes, the less the demands have in common. So to be able to exist, they require a common shared representation. And how does it work? One particular demand takes on the function of representing the whole. Ernesto Laclau calls this hegemonic articulation. Okay, I have this nice picture from one dissertation. This scheme pictures this chain of equivalence. So here we have all these particular demands: D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, and one of these demands, D1 with capitalized D, is takes on this function of representing the whole chain of equivalence. Okay, and but here's problem with chains of equivalence. as Ernesto Laclau mentions in his work, Why Do Empty Signifiers Matters in Politics, that hegemony is a dangerous victory. So as the chain of equivalence increases, the demand representing the whole loses its original content. It became empty signifier. Empty signifier means that there is signifier, but no signified. So it's pure name. It's name for this absent wholeness of this community, of this community without common content within it. It could be a name of political party or even name of leader or something like that. But its genesis was from some particular social demand. And the language of this demand becomes the language for struggle in general. And here is the problem, that blurred demand prevents the collective subject from being stable or sustainable enough to be able to establish a new order. So there is common way of critique of Ernesto Laclau that anything goes. But I think that that his strategy is ideologically neutral, that anyone can use it. But I think that problem is much deeper, that nothing goes actually. So the strategy can mobilize people, but it cannot be efficient enough to establish new social order. And I want to clarify the problem a little bit. I want to use intuition from actor network theory and especially John Law. I want to conceptualize political subject as an object. So we can see it. John Law states that the object must have strong semantic links in order to be able to withstand the environment. And I have a couple of quotes here that clarifies this. First one, that objects are an effect of stable arrays or networks of relations. So actually here, John Law and Ernesto Laclau are quite close to each other, because for each of them, these objects or subjects or networks, etc., they're just this relational complex that based on some, I think, post-structuralist semantics. Yeah, and the second one, for if we ask what it is that secures a homomorphic shape within a network, it is unbroken if it is sustained within a stable network of relations with other entities. It is the stability of the syntax of those relations that is crucial. So, and if we're talking about this chain of equivalence, this political subject of populism, we're talking about really unstable relations within, with all these entities. So this empty signifier is a really fragile ground for this political subject to exist. So once it's constructed, it's became dismantling, it's became to be blurred. Okay, and another strategy I want to propose as an alternative, it's fanaticism. It's concept from the works of Joel Olson and Alberto Toscano. We can talk about many historical models of fanaticism. There are Jacobins, Anabaptists, Bolsheviks, but for the purposes of my own inquiry, I'm interested in radical abolitionists. Fanaticism as political strategy shares similar traits with populism. First of all, it's construction of an antagonistic frontier. So there is always friends and enemies distinction. Second one is rejection of negotiation with enemy. And on the second slide, I have a nice quote to illustrate this. Third trait is the political and politics distinction. I didn't mention it when I was talking about Ernesto Laclau, but his theory is based on this distinction, where the political is this moment of radical disruption, of some, I think, revolutionary moment, and politics is this repetitive, purely institutionalized actions. And basically, my point is both strategies situated on a common ontological foundation, where this radical exclusion or antagonism serves as base of all social relations. Okay, here is quote. Alberto Toscano uses it in the first chapter of his book Fanaticism, on the uses of the idea. Always, everywhere, John Brown was preaching the primacy of the act. Slavery is evil, he said, kill it. But we must study the problem. Slavery is evil, kill it. We will hold a conference. Slavery is evil, kill it. But our allies, slavery is evil, kill it. So I think it was a nice illustration of rejection to negotiate with enemy, and here we can discuss some differences from populism. First of all, that frontier of fanaticism is three-part. So there are friends, there are enemies, and there is moderate middle. So people who can decide which side to take, they think that question is too complex, they doubt. And the main aim of the strategy is to get the moderate middle to decide to take a side in this conflict. Actually, radical abolitionists, they get that from their experience, that the debate with the opponent had the opposite effect. It made the moderate middle doubts and not to take a strong stance on this question. I think there is one most important difference between such strategies, that when we're talking about fanaticism, we're always talking about some abstract utopian idea that serves as core for this collective subject. I don't know, some divine egalitariety or something like that. But I think it could be a purely rational one if we are talking about Jacobins. But I think it's often have some religious connotations. This semantic core allows the collective subject not to dissolve right after its constructs. So I guess if we conceptualize it as an object in actor network theory way, so it has this semantic core that unites this object, and it can withstand this environment. I want to make this purely speculative argument that we can imagine an abstract picture of populist abolitionism, where every struggle is a struggle against slavery, but not actual institutions of slavery. So slavery became a name for, I don't know, for every way of social oppression, of basically everything. And I think it's not only wrong for some ethical reasons, but I think it's purely ineffective for this particular struggle against slavery. To sum up my arguments, I want to say, I want to clarify this distinction between populism and fanaticism. So populism is a political mobilization strategy that can bind together disparate elements on the basis of opposition to a common enemy. However, the problem with populism is the fragility of the political subject, that what Ernesto Laclau calls dangerous victory, which shuts down the possibility of establishing social order. And fanaticism as a political mobilization strategy shares a number of features with populism. We suggest that this is because they are based on the same ontological assumptions. However, the way in which the political subject is constructed in fanaticism involves a semantic core, an unconditional commitment to an abstract idea. This semantic core allows the political subject of fanaticism to be strong and stable enough to be able to establish a political order. So basically that's all. Thank you for your attention. I'd be glad to answer your questions. I think you can ask them in English or in Russian, as you prefer. So thank you.
Yes. I don't know which language should I speak. Okay, thank you, Denise. Коллеги в аудитории или коллеги онлайн, будут ли вопросы? Денис очень быстро закончил. Спасибо вам за тайминг. У нас еще 20 минут до следующего спикера теперь. Вот, поэтому у нас есть много времени для обсуждения. Достаточно времени для обсуждения. Вот, если у кого-то есть комментарий, критика, пожалуйста. Онлайн, может быть? Ну, если нет, то у меня есть тогда комментарий, вопрос. Да, спасибо. Жижик в психологическом субъекте, да, пишет, критикуя концепцию Лаклоя о гегемонии и коммунистической демократии, пишет о том, что как бы, политическая онтология, которая заключается в том, что мы просто осуществляем политику путем таких вот время от времени конституирующих политический порядок разрывов, наполняя пустующее, означающее сменяемым и переходимым смыслом, оно на самом деле не изменяет символический порядок, в котором мы существуем, в котором существуют другие политические субъекты. И в этом смысле мне кажется, что, да, например, тот второй подход, который предлагаете вы, фанатизм, он, кажется, если я правильно понял, да, как раз-таки предлагает тот вариант, когда, возможно, предлагает, да, тот вариант, когда мы не просто боремся за означающее, как у вас было, да, на одном из слайдов, что against the slavery, but not the institution of the slavery. Да, то, что происходит в теории Лаклоя. Да, а фанатизм, он, получается, предлагает нам реальную возможность изменить структуру социального бытия за счет вот как раз-таки перетаскивания на нашу сторону неопределившихся, находящихся в центре. Да, ну, это вопрос, комментарий.
Да, спасибо большое за вопрос. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что вы все правильно поняли, да, то есть я думаю, что сама по себе концепция Лаклоя Мув, да, она очень эффективна именно с точки зрения мобилизации, потому что она позволяет, вот у нас есть это вот раздробленное социальное, у нас нет каких-то связей, значит, после 68 года, значит, не получилось какого-то большого альянса построить, вот, и в этом смысле можно собирать этот объект, этот политический субъект, можно собирать его, в общем, из чего угодно. Однако, на мой взгляд, именно проблема в том, что пока вот он собирается из чего угодно, он теряет вообще всякое содержание. Вот, то есть он перестает вообще, то есть там как бы антагонизм без какого-либо наполнения. То есть я понимаю, что сам Лако пытается сделать, он пытается не возвращаться, может быть, там, буквально к классовому антагонизму или вообще к любой какой-то фундаменталистской теории, которая бы объясняла бы социальное какими-то, не знаю, объективными процессами, скажем. Окей, но тем не менее в этом положении, как я уже говорю, вот моя проблема с тем, что уже невозможно, можно только играть в этот постоянный политический процесс конструирования, но значит, нельзя ничего построить. Однако, на мой взгляд, что когда мы говорим про фанатизм, мы говорим, конечно, про моменты какого-то действительного экзистенциального кризиса в обществе, когда этот антагонизм может как раз-таки выйти за пределы вот, либеральной демократии. То есть я думаю, что и для Лакло, и для Мув всегда пределы от либеральной демократии. То есть когда антагонизм выходит за них, это уже, в общем, проблема. Вот, или агонизм. Говорим про агонистическую демократию. Да, и в таком случае я думаю, что мы, конечно, говорим всегда про какие-то определенные конфликты, то есть когда радикальные аболиционисты боролись там с крайней формой опрессии, вот, и я думаю, что там в современном мире, то есть не каждая социальная сила, я думаю, что может использовать такую тактику, и не в каждый какой-то социальный момент времени. Потому что, например, я думаю, что вот экологический кризис современный, если мы согласны с дискурсом антропоцена, и мы говорим о возможности, исчезновения возможностей для жизни на Земле и так далее, то здесь я думаю, что вот как раз-таки фанатизм и отказ от разговора с противником может быть хорошей стратегией, но не каждый раз. То есть там есть такой вот забавный момент того, что нам может казаться, что в XIX веке, что вот этот вот вопрос о рабстве, что он морально очевидный. То есть мы понимаем, кто хорошие парни, кто плохие. Но в XIX веке была очень хорошая, большая интеллектуальная дискуссия на этот счет. То есть были так называемые pro-slavery liberals, которые полагали, что, например, построение такого федерального, в общем, strong government, что оно будет намного хуже, чем рабство, и у них были вот свои там какие-то либеральные, либертарианские там аргументы, они собирались в такие публичные дискуссии и прочее. Это было совсем, то есть это очевидно стало только уже современным нам. Вот. И в этом же плане мы можем представить себе такой, не знаю, экологический конфликт в современном мире. И я полагаю, что такой конфликт не мог бы как раз-таки решиться популистским путем, потому что если мы полагаем, что экологический конфликт должен решаться какими-то очень долгими практиками, там, например, нам нужно какие-то практики ввести на 50, 100, там, тем более лет. Как это ввести популизму? Потому что они в какой-то момент станут просто обозначать, то есть борьба за экологию будет борьба за все, что угодно. Вот, как, в общем-то, сделать. Но поэтому, в общем, да, я просто хочу сказать, что вы просто правильно понимаете мою ставку, мой поинт. Да, спасибо большое.
Да, спасибо, Денис. Появились вопросы? Да, отлично. В аудитории вопросы сейчас.
Да, спасибо большое. Мне очень нравится тема доклада «Постановка вопроса», потому что я сама исследую экологический дискурс в публичной сфере. Завтра тоже буду об этом говорить. Вот, к докладу у меня сейчас возник такой вопрос. Если мы сейчас рассматриваем фанатизм как такую, немного более, возможно, подходящую стратегию, да, то каким образом фанатизм может, так скажем, не победить, да, но стать какой-то более сильной, признаваемой, что ли, стратегией, нежели популизм. Потому что сейчас до сих пор, в общем, популизм имеет очень, очень большой потенциал для того, чтобы дискредитировать такую фанатистскую стратегию. Что вы думаете об этом?
Денис, слышно вопрос, хорошо полностью, потому что бывают проблемы с микрофоном.
Ну, да, я немножко с помехами слышал, но я постараюсь ответить, да, о том, как фанатизм может, в общем, восторжествовать как стратегия. Значит, первое, я думаю, что то есть я в данном случае говорил о примере экологического кризиса, это то, что я разрабатывал конкретно в своей магистерской диссертации. Первое, я думаю, что чем будет больше нарастать кризис, тем больше будут к этому ответу обращаться. Вот. Мне, например, кажется, что если посмотреть на публичные высказывания, например, той же самой Греты Тунберг, мне кажется, там очевидно есть переход от более популистских высказываний в том, что то есть она постоянно конструировала вот этих вот каких-то коррумпированных политиков просто. Вот. То сейчас я, например, когда читал последние высказывания, я видел о том, что там уже такая, во-первых, что-то такое более радикальное в плане классовой повестки появляется. Вот. Ну и, конечно, полный отказ, то есть у нас есть данные, у нас есть, значит, наука, мы, значит, доверяем ей и так далее, у нас не может быть с вами противниками никакой дискуссии. И в этом смысле я думаю, что, то есть мы уже видим некоторое, в общем, мне кажется, возрастание популярности этого. Вот. И, наверное, еще мне кажется, что сейчас мы очевидно, что и с текущим конфликтом, я имею в виду международным, и, в принципе, я знаю, там некоторые теоретики делают поинты о том, что мы входим в период новой деглобализации, и тем самым вот решение через международные институты, я думаю, что тоже будет становиться менее и менее популярным, потому что международные институты, очевидно, не будут работать, вот, и что появится какой-то, я не знаю, постоянно хочется какими-то, знаете, отжившими своими метафорами, не знаю, там экологический интернационал появится или появится что-то вроде такого экологического якобинства. Если, кстати, почитать Мура, то Мур пишет про, кстати, как раз-таки экологический аболиционизм, там, биотериат и так далее. То есть мне кажется, что в каком-то смысле это уже... кстати, совсем недавно читал Андреа Марса, если я могу, честно говоря, ошибиться, который сказал, что нам, значит, для экологического движения нужен буквально новый Ленин, и написал книжку про то, как, в общем, подрывать какие-нибудь, я не знаю, нефтяные вышки и так далее. Но, в общем, не знаю, мне кажется, абсолютный дух, в принципе, двигается в эту сторону. Вот. Сама ситуация двигается в эту сторону, поэтому, в общем, мой ответ таков. Но, в принципе, наверное, одну еще маленькую ремарку. Я думаю, что какое-то время как раз-таки попытка дискуссии с врагом, она какое-то время неизбежна. То есть я думаю, что вот как аболиционисты, они же не сразу раскололись на радикальное крыло, они пытались, в общем-то, призвать к разуму. И вот когда они уже поняли, что призыв к разуму не работает, то есть я думаю, что, может быть, в начале движения призыв к разуму, призыв к какой-то публичной дискуссии, он как раз-таки может иметь смысл. И вот когда уже в нем стабильно никакого результата не достигается, то уже переход к более радикальной стратегии как бы более оправдан. Да, спасибо большое за вопрос.
Да, спасибо, Денис. Коллеги онлайн, может быть, или офлайн? Да, вот еще один вопрос офлайн. Наверное, чтобы без помех чуть-чуть подальше.
Ну, так, когда вопрос...
Спросил, слышно?
Слышно?
Видимо, нет.
Меня не слышно?
Я вроде бы слышу, да.
Все, слышно. Я вообще не знаю, сколько вопрос уместен актуален или нет, но так или иначе. Есть вообще какой-то вот способ, который стимулирует переход, значит, к стадии фанатизма, значит, в тех или иных вопросах, то есть, условно говоря, есть ли какой-то определенный набор действий, который это определяет, потому что я вот не очень понимаю, почему то, что сейчас делает Камила Вергара, это вот прям непосредственный переход в стадию фанатизма, а не, собственно, то, чем она все время занималась, популизмом.
Да, окей. Мне кажется, я чуть-чуть начал отвечать на это. То есть первое, я думаю, то есть первое, что когда мы говорим вообще о политическом радикализме, очень часто идет дискуссия о том, что является ли это обязательно, скажем, связано, не знаю, с практиками насилия или нет. Вот. Я во многом избираю радикальных аболиционистов именно потому, что думаю, что это не обязательно связано с практиками насилия. То есть это может быть просто настолько хорошо артикулированный отказ, настолько, в общем, часто повторяющийся отказ от каких-то действий или там от какой-то дискуссии, от чего-то, что он все равно пушит политику к каким-то, скажем, экстремальным формам. Вот, то есть, как, мне кажется, один из поинтов Батлер в ее последней книжке о том, что не агрессия не значит, не насилие не значит не агрессия. Вот. По поводу Тунберг, да, я понимаю, что действительно она пока не очень вяжется с иконой, как бы, может быть, нового такого экологического радикализма. Я говорю про то, что сама ее риторика, то есть, например, раньше классовых коннотаций, там появились очевидные классовые коннотации о том, что это, в общем-то, это не только, в общем, про некоторые, скажем, не знаю, коррумпированные элиты, которые не могут заниматься хорошим экологическим менеджментом, вот, а это уже про то, что, значит, есть как бы какое-то определенное распределение там, экономических ресурсов, там, властных, прочее. Вот, за этот экологический кризис, в общем, в итоге там, отвечают немного, вот эти вот немногие крайне обеспеченные люди, и вот большинство людей, я думаю, что мы должны в какой-то момент, я думаю, будет введен в эту риторику термин биотериат, то есть в котором, я не знаю, какие-нибудь, я не знаю, там, и деревья, и реки, и люди, и так далее будут, в общем, в один такой АСТ-шный объект собираться, вот, и от его имени будет вестись противостояние с вот этими, скажем, там, немногими капиталистами. То есть я вижу конкретно радикализацию самой риторики, вот, я вижу радикализацию. Ну и, конечно, на самом деле, одна из еще вещей, которая, на мой взгляд, как раз с самого начала отделяла экологическое движение от популизма, то, что такой предельный алармизм. То есть там всегда вот есть этот тезис, что если мы чего-то не сделаем там, в ближайшее десятилетие, то все, то конец, я не знаю, конец там, Земле придет, конец условиям там, выживаемости, прочее. Вот. И я полагаю, что это как раз-таки всегда двигало экологический дискурс от популизма к чему-то более радикальному. Да, надеюсь, я ответил.
I'd like to welcome our dear guest, Камила Вергара, who is a PhD in political theory, critical legal theorist, Marie Curie Fellow at the University of Cambridge, and she's well known for providing and improving a theory, a relatively young political theory of plebeian republicanism. And today, Professor Vegara will present us a speech on the theme Alternative Structures for Plebeian Power in an Oligarchic World. So we're very happy to see you, and the floor is yours. Do you have a presentation or?
No.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So thank you for this invitation. I'm glad to be here. So I'm in Mexico now, so it's very early in the morning. So I excuse myself if I'm not completely coherent, but I will try my best. So the title of my presentation is Plebeian Structures of Alternatives in an Oligarchic World. And with that, I mean that we need to have popular institutions within our system that we call a democracy, that supposedly is the government of the people by the people. So I want to first start by a diagnosis of what we have, because we cannot imagine new alternatives without having a critical diagnosis of the actual political structure that we live in. So what we call representative democracies are really today oligarchic democracies. Some research has unveiled that basically elections, the method of selecting our leaders through popular acclamation at the ballot box, is actually an aristocratic method of selection. We select others that are better than us, that are more distinguished, that have more popularity or more expertise. And this is basically an aristocratic principle of distinguishing people that are different from us, better than us, to rule us. The democratic method is actually lottery, because supposedly in a democratic society, politics is not a sort of expertise, but part of a political judgment that everybody has just by being a citizen. So we have, as moderns, we have acquired this method of selection, which is based on election, that is aristocratic, and have made it into the cornerstone of our democratic systems. We defined the minimal definition of democracy is free and fair elections. So therefore, we have kind of twisted historically this method and put a lot of weight on it. And this method not only is aristocratic and not really democratic, but also has allowed for corruption to creep into the system. So this method of selection, it demands campaigns and demands convincing people, right, to vote for one. And this has led into a system in which only the rich has been able to basically put their candidates out and have controlled the political game without directly controlling it. So the form of election have allowed for corruption to take over the system and for the wealthy elite to rule us, rule the people without actually ruling themselves. And this type of corruption has allowed for the rule of law to be also oligarchicized, and with this I mean that all the rules and procedures have been benefiting disproportionately those at the top of the income distribution and have gone against the interests of the majority. So it's not only that we have an elite that rule us, but also that that elite is constantly legislating and approving public policy that disproportionately benefits already the ones that are already powerful in our society. And this is what I have called systemic corruption. So the corruption of representative governments that are supposedly there to benefit the majority, as the minimal definition goes, right? This is the government of the majorities. However, these governments are really benefiting the powerful few. This is the outputs of the system are actually oligarchic. So we need to really rethink our representative governments and call it what they are, oligarchic democracies. So in my research, that is basically based on a historical approach to the Republic, and I have gone through the analysis of different forms of popular governments throughout history. What is immediately evident is that our systems do not have a popular institution that could function as a counterpower to this oligarchic structure that we have built and we deemed it democracy. So if we go to the first republic, the Roman Republic before Christ, in the late Roman Republic, we see that we have structures of plebeian power. We have the plebeian council, which is the popular assembly, from which They were selected the tribunes of the plebs, who were the exclusive representatives of the people. So therefore, a class-based form of representation that today does not exist. This plebeian institutions would work as a counterpower to the power that was wielded by the senatorial class, the nobles at the time. And this mixed order in which the few have their own institution, the Senate, and the many have their own institution, the plebeian council and the tribunate, it is understood as a mixed order in which these two kind of factions in society, the most important factions or the more basic ones, right? The few and the many, the working class and the oligarchy, they have their own institutional infrastructures through which they can wield power. Okay, and this allowed for a mixed republic to continue for a long time, for centuries in the Roman Republic, without falling into another form of government, corrupting into another form of government, until we have the empire, right? That we have a corruption at the late end. One of the explanations of this is that these institutions of plebeian power were colonized by the nobles. There was intermingling of the classes, and therefore they didn't serve the purpose that they were designed for, and in this way were co-opted. And we see that happening all around today. Whenever we have a kind of a more neutral or popular based institution, immediately is co-opted by political parties and the ruling elite in order to make it work for themselves. So having this this image in a way, and this model of mixed republic, I argue that we need to, in order for pushing back against the oligarchic elements in the system and go back, or I'm from Latin America, so we cannot go back to, you know, a period in which democracy was better. So this is a very kind of European centered narrative in which democracy actually worked after World War II with the welfare state, and was a kind of egalitarian society. And today we're back to a more oligarchic system in which the rich accumulate more than 70% of the wealth in society, right? So in Latin America, we have always had this level of inequality. So our representative governments have always been oligarchic. So even if we don't have this kind of perfect system, I would say that we need to incorporate these plebeian institutions, or at least imagine new institutions that would be popularly based, and how this, you know, can come about in order to push back against the oligarchic tendencies of the system. So here I want to refer to two recent, so not only theory, but two recent innovations that are going toward this goal, so of the mixed constitution, at least in my framework. So the first one is the latest push for citizen assemblies. Citizen assemblies have been tried in Ireland, had been tried in Scotland, in Belgium, and France, among other countries, and Canada as well. So these citizen assemblies are based on the idea that lottery is a much more democratic mechanism to select people to make decisions in society. So the citizen assemblies are based on random selection and random sampling, actually. They are supposed to mimic and see the demographics of society. So they select citizens at random based on their age, on their professions, or their level of socioeconomic wealth, on their if they live in a rural or, you know, urban area, and all the other cleavages that you have in society, in order to make kind of a random sampling that mimics the demographics of the country, in order to kind of channel a kind of common sense that would go against the oligarchic sense. And here the perfect example is the the Convention for Climate, Citizens Assembly for Climate in France, that took place in 2020, and basically was called by the government in order to tackle the environmental emergency, right? To really push and bypass the oligarchic strongholds in Congress that were preventing a correct environmental legislation that would tackle climate change. Okay, so we have, in general, we have the idea that we are going into the brink of extinction. We know that there's mass extinctions of animals all around, that the climate is changing, the ice caps are melting, and our representative governments, who are supposedly the expression of the people and govern for the common good, they're actually governing for the fossil fuel, industry. And they are actually, after the conflict and the invasion of Ukraine, immediately all the representative governments around the world that have fossil fuel deposits, they immediately reissued licenses of drilling, which were basically negated before and kind of pushed against by the environmental movement. So all this gains by civil society through the environmental movements were completely wiped out in a matter of days. And today we have, the US have just approved drilling of oil in Alaska. Something that it was bound not to do, and they were against it because supposedly they were environmentally friendly government, which is not really the case. So France called this assembly of citizens in order to have a kind of garner this common sense about the climate. And these people, there were 100 and 150 people within that range. They met 7 times. And have several these meetings lasted for several hours with expertise, advice, and they came up with a long list of recommendations, and 2 of them were to change actually the constitution to include the ecological principle within kind of the base objective of the constitutional order. And even if, and here is the basic problem of this, is the new kind of innovations of bringing citizens back into the system, making decisions, is that actually they're not giving the power to actually make decisions, but just recommendations. And these recommendations need to pass through the representative institutions, aka the Congress, in order to become law. And what happened in France is that after President Macron had very famously said that he was going to accept all this, all the recommendations of the Citizen Assembly without a filter, and this is a quote, the filter was put anyway, and the recommendations went through Congress. Even if the report was deemed by Greenpeace very adequate and necessary, it was mutilated and watered down, and at the end, at least around only 40% of the recommendations were actually made into law, and now is being implemented. And basically, of course, it's an improvement to the non-legislation on climate, right? But is also a warning that you cannot have plebeian institutions in which the common people are given some kind of agency, that they cannot really be only consulting. They cannot be suggestion-based, but they need to have binding power in order to demand and force the representative governments around the world that have been legislating in favor of climate, disaster, not against climate disaster, to really change their ways. So this is a way to we need to radicalize this new innovations. And here is a warning too for the people that are in favor of citizen assemblies as a kind of a technical solution for a democratic government. That we can just include this kind of consulting assemblies that could just give advice and therefore legitimize the process. So the technical people here, the experts, want to re-legitimize democracy. They're not really worried about the outcomes or to bring real democracy in. They just want to legitimize the representative government and kind of tweaking around the edges. So basically, this citizen assemblies without binding power are, the perfect technical solution for bringing more legitimacy to the system, but not really changing the system, because you're not bringing a new agent, a new player into the field that has actual power to change the balance of power, right? So this has been tried, I said, in many places, and now the final innovation today, and these are our assemblies, are extraordinary. They are ad hoc. They're called for making specific recommendations for specific topics. But now Belgium and actually the city of Brussels have approved a citizen assembly on the climate that will be permanent. So it will be actually an assembly that will be constantly suggesting and recommending things to government. Government is still free not to take that recommendation, and this is part of the problem. So the other set of innovations that didn't go through, but I want to talk about it anyway, is the, because it's connected to these other innovations, is the Chilean experience, the recent constitutional convention in Chile that was prompted by the October 2019 plebeian rebellion that came about after the increase of fuel prices and the ticket of the metro station, metro transport system. And after the, and putting into context, basically, Chile is one of the most neoliberal countries in the world, ground zero for neoliberalism, in which the policies were applied at gunpoint. And there was a kind of experiment with neoliberalism. So Chile is a place where all social services are private, from education to healthcare to pensions. Everything is provided by private contractors, and the state is only taking care of the very, very poor. Okay, and of course, those services are tremendously underfunded. So in this scenario, if you want to change the matrix, of power and really empower the citizens to have the minimal conditions for political action, then you need to provide basic services. However, Chile cannot do that from one day to the next because it's a very, very small state. So in this constitutional convention that tried to change the constitutional order, if you think about it, the mainframe of this this order that we have created, this artificial political order, the constitution tries to, the changes in the constitution try to change the mainframe. So the attempt was not just to kind of revamp an old constitution and kind of like tweak it around and make it, beautify it and get rid of the most, obnoxious parts of it, the more authoritarian parts of it, and make it a more democratic constitution. They are really trying to empower the people, the plebeian subject, the second-class citizens, right? The people that do not have privilege in society, in order to be able to exercise a bit of power. So one of the things that was one of the innovations was following the citizen assembly in France, that one of the recommendations there was to have an ombudsman, an ombudsperson, or this a defender of the people as an autonomous institution. And the Assembly for Climate wanted to have a specific defender of climate, a defender of nature, because who is going to defend nature? Supposedly us individuals, the citizens, right? To call the alert if something is happening. However, they said that they have to have an institution that is a monitoring institution that will push for reform and will be really surveying the state of affairs instead of climate, and it's really pushing the government every day in a way to fulfill their promises in climate and not just to leave it in pure rhetoric, which is what it happens today. Also, another innovation would be that the people at the local level were given a specific binding power. And this was really revolutionary in the sense that the government, the state would have been decentralized, so a regional state. Chile is today a unitary, very centralized country. And for you to understand how outrageous this is that we have 4,000 kilometers from north to south. We're a very, long and narrow strip of land. And we have all the possible climates in the world in this 4,000 kilometers. We have the driest desert in the world, and we have a whole region of ice, right? And then the Patagonia, which is like the tundra, right? And we have been governing this country very diverse from the center, which is kind of a mild Mediterranean climate, and where all the elites reside. So one of the petitions was to actually empower the people by decentralizing and deconcentrating and devolving power. So one of the innovations was that the communitary assemblies that came about, and the councils and all these grassroots organizations that came about in the uprising, people from the people that didn't have any actual training or were not activists, never even voted before, came together in the public square to discuss what was going to happen in this constituent process, and people became political then. And those assemblies, some of them are still active. So the constitutional text wanted to recognize this kind of emerging local power, popular power, and to give it binding power. So they forcing the mayors and the local government officials to actually recognize them and to ask them, not just in a consultative manner, so not just have a consultation if you want policy A or B, but actually to have a binding consultation in which the people can actually deliberate and then make a decision, and the government needs to obey what the people are saying, right? So this would have been revolutionary because they would have brought about a mixed order in which you have representative government as we have it today, calling the majority of the shots. But then if you have a local decision making process that yields a popular will that could be accounted for, like that actually can be measured in communitary assemblies, then the government needs to yield and to actually obey the people. So therefore, you would have a mixed order in which you have two sources of authority. One, which is oligarchic, that comes from elections, and the other that comes from the ground up, that comes from actual deliberation of normal, common people, non-partisan, that would be making decisions, and this would create a new form of republic. As we know, this constitution was not approved, was rejected in exit, they call it exit plebiscite, but basically not because of the content, which basically gave us a list of socioeconomic rights that we didn't have before and gave us extensive powers in many areas, but because it was rejected because of propaganda from the far right and from actually the government, even the government coalition, the people close to the government coalition, who were thinking that they basically wanted to stay in power, and a change of structure giving power to the people was actually dangerous because the party could not control the popular element. And this is something that resonates in history, given the, for example, the revolution, the first 20th century revolution in Russia, in which there were Soviets, right? And there were the assemblies of the people, of the workers, and we had the party. And there was always a tension between the party and the Soviets in terms of the autonomy of the local organizations vis-a-vis the hierarchy of the party and the aim of the party dominating in a way and imposing a project in order to succeed, right? And we have this tension, and this tension can be seen in other places in history. And this tension resolved by, and as you know, as a more instrumentalization of the Soviets, and the difference between the good Soviets that were with the government and the bad Soviets that were autonomous and kind of like were not really in tune with the Bolshevik government. And the only ones that survived was the ones who were close to the party, and therefore the autonomy of the people at the local level was breached and did not continue, but the popular organizations were instrumentalized and put inside basically of the governmental structure. Okay, so there was not dual power. The dual power was resolved by a centralization of power once again. So this is something that I have been working on, and I've been pushing, that the only way to actually get a transition to a new form of organization of power, in which we have a more egalitarian society, in which people have more power to decide on their common affairs, and we cease to be political consumers of platforms and parties and become political agents, is by creating these spaces of power in which people can actually exercise power and have control over the representatives, and not just give them a blank check, which is what we now do, right? We vote every 4 or 6 years or whatever is the rule, and then the government and the people elected do whatever they want, and we have no power to control them. Political science have been adamant at this, that basically elections are a poor form of accountability. Elections do not work as a form of accountability. It's just a form of authorizing our leaders in a legitimate manner. So it doesn't have anything to do with control, really, just with authorization. So I invite you to rethink basically the system, that if we're going to change our organizations of power, we need to carve away or think of institutions that actually empower common people to be agents of change and political agents. That something that was not that we couldn't do before because of the lack of technology actually can be done today, because the means of communication are immediate, in the sense that we have, and this is what I have argued in my work, in my book Systemic Corruption, that basically puts forward a system of primary assemblies that are based on this proposal by the Marquis of Condorcet, who was a revolutionary during the French Revolution and who actually wrote the 1793 Charter for France, that created a network of local assemblies that would basically create a national will. Today, we just have an idea that the people want something, but there's no way to actually know what the people want and what direction the government should take. The only way to know this is in a more plebiscitarian way, in which the leader basically asks the people a yes or no to a question, and that is already kind of like determined. What Condorcet and other revolutionaries wanted is that the people at the local level, at the place that they live, they can go to an assembly across the street, basically. That's something that is not very costly, and they can decide on things, and those things could be aggregated, those decisions could be aggregated, and all the people could decide about these things in their local communities, and that could be aggregated into a national will that therefore would mandate some direction to government. And this is what I would try to edit, this mainframe of representative government in order to bring the people back in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so now, do we have any questions in the room? Okay. Yeah, we have 2 questions in the room and 1 question online.
Спроси, будет ли слышно меня. Неплохо. Ну, погромче скажи. Окей, погромче.
Mark, your opinion is unexpected, and thank you for your report. It's a big honor for us. So I have a question, perhaps not specifically about your report, but about your overall research. My question concerns concept of constitutional power and some problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
So audio is not very good, so if you can kind of relate the question after, so I can...
Yeah, okay, so we'll try now.
Okay, once again, thank you for your report. Michael responded to research that...
Can you hear him now, or... Okay.
I have a question, perhaps not about your report, but about your own research. And my question concerns concept of constituent power, about which you have written several articles, such as On the Limit of Relative Theories of Constituent Power and about Machiavellian Republican constituent power. So can you clarify who this plebeian constituent power might consist of, and can you clarify the relationship between such constituent power and plebeians themselves, and can such constituent power itself become an anti-oligarchic institution of some political form? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so basically constituent power, this is a very interesting topic, because constituent power in history has been a very contested kind of topic, and something that the classic constitutionalism wants to eliminate. So there are 2 strands of constituent power. The one is the kind of conservative classic that we actually have today, the idea that constituent power is just the power of creating a new order, and is just a one-time thing. Basically, that people come together, and this is kind of like a metaphysical, almost, activity. People come together in a way, and then they authorize some other people, some few, some subset, and they create this order, and then this constituent power gets eliminated, basically consumed, go to sleep, all these, metaphors for this revolutionary power, which is the power of creating and remaking the order, editing the mainframe. It needs to be abolished, because our constitutional ideology is inherently conservative. We want to conserve an order that is basically the best, right? Our modern, founding fathers, they thought that these representative structures were, the best in history and should not be changed. So the way of changing is very demanding if you want to change it through the system. And the idea of a constituent assembly is just something that was not even contemplated in the majority of orders, right? Anyways, you have some experiments. For example, in the United States, the Constitution of Pennsylvania actually had in its Article 47 the censor office, censor committee, the Council of Censors. And this Council of Censors, following Machiavelli, actually, they had the power to convoke, to call a constituent assembly if they thought that the order that we have created during the years have been applied in a manner that was oppressive, and therefore the people needed to be called to actually change the system. And this was very revolutionary, and this was kind of the only place in the constitutional history that this was done. In the majority, the constituent power that came from the people, so it is used as a rhetorical tool in order to legitimize these representative governments that are really oligarchic from the very beginning. A subset of the elites actually created, and they design it for their own sake. They want to, abolish this revolutionary spirit. So part of my work is to go and unearth and kind of trace this idea of constituent power to the power of refounding, of refoundations, of creating the world anew, in a way, the artificial world anew. So in my work, I have been trying to put Machiavelli as one of the first ones in history to actually think systematically about this constituent power, okay? And this constituent power for him, within this Republican theory structure in which we have an already divided society, a sociological division between the few and the many, therefore there's no one constituent power. There's two, right? The constituent power of the nobles, which, have been exercised, and they create their own structures that are oligarchic, right? The power of constitution making. And the other is the constituent power of the people, which is always disruptive, subvertive of this kind of structures that tend to dominate the common classes, right? And therefore it is a power that is very dangerous, right? So for Machiavelli, the constituent power can only be exercised, and he doesn't use the terminology, but this is what he's talking about, can only be legitimately exercised by the common people. Because if the common people make the rules, then therefore those rules will not be oppressive. But if we give the constituent power to the few, they will create rules that will end up oppressing the many, right? If we fast forward to today, we don't have either a constituent, assembly rule in our constitutions. There's I call it like a reset button. We don't have a reset button. The elites never wanted a reset button. They want a reform button that they can actually exercise within the structures of government. So therefore, we have this duality between the constituted order, so all the institutions, the Congress, the president, and all the other institutions, and the constituent power, which is the power to reform the order and to make the order anew. But this power today has been domesticated, tamed. So what we call today constituent power, and what the people today in Chile are calling constituent power, today the process is monopolized by a committee of experts appointed by political parties, and they are making the constitution that is already bound by the former one. So they don't want to change things. They just want to, establish kind of a new wording of the constitution and keep this order. So therefore, they're kind of instrumentalizing constituent power in order to legitimize just a reformist strand in their endeavor, right? So if we think of constituent power as the revolutionary spirit that Machiavelli thought about, that Condorcet thought about, that actually Hannah Arendt also talked about, this power of miracles, of making things anew, of people coming together and recreating their structures, this is the only emancipatory way of thinking about constituent power. Because if we think about constituent power only through a power that is exercised through an assembly of the few notables, then we are back into a very conservative and actually legitimizing of oligarchic power. So if we're going to think about a constituent power as anti-oligarchic, it needs to come from below and it needs to channel the energy from below, something that in the Chilean experience didn't happen, right? That there was this movement from the people that demanded a new constitution. There were councils of the people meeting and actually writing articles for the constitution. I was actually present virtually for the writing of the right to housing, for example, was done from the ground up, and the way of that the oligarchic structure sucked this energy out is that they basically monopolize the writing of the constitution, understanding it as a very technical endeavor, something that only the experts can do, and shutting down all this channel of revolutionary spirit that comes from below and from the extra legal, right? Because if we think about the constituent power is a power that is unbound, right? That is not really determined by the current structure. And here I don't want to refer to the Schmittian understanding of constituent power, which is completely unbound in the sense that we can do whatever we want, right? We can even destroy our own rights that allow for the democratic community to come about, right? This is a very totalitarian way of understanding the constituent power, which is only rhetorically connected to the people, but then is exercised either by the leader of an assembly and they impose something, and the politicians become a ventriloquist of the people, right? And this is something that we need to avoid, and in order to have this constituent power as an anti-oligarchic power. And the people, if they're giving the power to actually change the structure, they come up with really creative solutions to problems of oligarchic strongholds. And this is something that only comes about because it is not bound by existing rules in the actual constitution, but only bound by human rights understood as the equality of all the people that come together in order to create this new order, right? So I would say that we need to, in order to have this anti-oligarchic constituent power, we need to embrace some minimal rules of engagement that are democratic in the sense not of elections, not of how we understand democracy, but actually of respecting equal rights for people to be engaged in an equal manner in the constitution making process and the creation of a new world, right? And not to privilege the expertise or the techne, the episteme, right? All the experts in the room that will reproduce the same system in which they were trained, but come and kind of foster the untrained common sense in order to edit the mainframe and actually have imagination, institutional imagination for the future. This would be kind of my long response to a very complicated question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have, I think, time for 2 more brief questions, and I must ask you, Professor Vegara, to also make it short answers. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. Нет, не бери, просто да, отойди, просто звуком были проблемы.
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Well, yeah, I'll try to be brief. Thank you so much for your speech, very inspirational, to be honest. What resonated with me in particular was your point about the way oligarchic powers tend to kind of appropriate and absorb any resistant movement and any kind of powers that could actually be subverted, and they also tend to appropriate their aesthetics. Well, what I wanted to ask you in particular was, what do you think about the current state of the Zapatistas? Do you think groups like that could actually be supported in order to create this kind of communal and plebeian power? Because as we know, they have a kind of decentralized governmental structure within this particular group? Or do you think it would actually be possible to kind of combine these kinds of grassroots movements, like the Zapatistas, with the presidential republic that is Mexico right now? Thank you.
Such an interesting question. Thank you. I'm actually in Mexico, so I've been dealing with these issues at hand. And it's interesting because the Zapatistas have, as you say, this very decentralized, assembly-based caracoles, they call it, the communities, right? And they are really autonomous and they self-govern and they make decisions in a very egalitarian manner. However, there's also exclusions within, right? We know that the people are not good by nature in a way. They don't know how to organize in a decentralized manner or an egalitarian manner just by being. We need to learn from each other, right? And the Zapatista experiment is a very, successful experiment because it's still ongoing for decades. And basically there's a dual structure, and the state, the state recognizes the autonomy and preserves it in a way. They don't have the capacity to go, against the Zapatistas. But I think the Zapatista experiment needs to be looked on and looked for with a more detailed, analytical lens, because there's so much to learn from them, because it's an experiment, right? It's an experiment that mixes indigenous, ways of organizing with Western style of government, because there's still, a hybrid within. But there are other experiments around the world with indigenous communities where there's no hybridity, and they are not based, for example, on deliberation and voting. Voting is completely out of their cosmology. They believe in consensus. So basically they meet and they are there in the meeting until they come to a consensus. Doesn't matter how many hours it takes, right? So there's a very different way of understanding time and the relations among each other. So I would say that we cannot, from the academia, create a model of, a correct, popular organization or anti-oligarchic plebeian organization and just have a kind of cookie cutter model and say this is the way of organizing, because this is actually going against kind of the plebeian autonomy and the respect that we have to have for the organizations that are resisting the, oligarchic capital order. So I think we need to think about the plebeian structure is going to have one, not only at the national level vis-a-vis the president, but also globally. Today, the struggle, for example, for water, which is, is going to be one of the most important issues right now due to climate change, is a global struggle. So it's not only local, not only national, but it's transnational. Mexico, Peru, Chile, Colombia, places where water has becoming polluted, has been controlled by transnationals. So therefore, you need a strategy in order to push back against that kind of oligarchic power, transnational oligarchic power. So our oligarchy is not only transhistorical but also transnational, and this makes it way more difficult for the people to fight back, because even if you have the Zapatistas at the local level being very successful at self-government, they cannot really change how the Mexican state is governed, right? And they cannot change the transnational power structure. We need actually to branch out and connect. So part of this idea is that we need to learn from actual existing forms of resistance that are egalitarian, learn from their successes and from their limitations. Especially, the feminist movement, needs to kind of incorporate their own findings into the decision-making process in order to enable more women to come into the directives, right? Because part of the Zapatista is kind of very male-oriented. So therefore, we need to kind of democratize in a gender way, also in terms of disabilities and all other kind of discriminations that come about, right? So we need to learn from that, but we need to connect into a network. I think we need to adopt what has been successful and discard what has not been, and contextually, and then really respect the autonomy of other forms of organizations. We cannot have kind of a big leviathan of plebeian authority, if you will, but more like a decentralized kind of plant-based type of organization in which these autonomies are preserved and we don't become a new oligarchic power, because one of the problems is that when we organize from below in the West, we reproduce the same kind of biases and forms of domination that we encounter in the electoral system. So we elect our leaders, right? We have, our own activists, leadership, and that immediately detached from the rank and file. So therefore, we need to kind of learn in this way. Thank you.
Yes, so that was great. Thank you, Professor Vegara. I think we will move forward to the Roger Berkowitz. So thank you so much for being with us here. We hope that it's not the last time we've seen each other. And hopefully we will, this applause for you.
Thank you for the invitation. And if you ever need anything, you just contact me, and so we can, continue the plebeian revolution. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Okay, so the next speaker, Professor Berkowitz, are you here with us?
I am, yes.
Yeah, hello. Hello. Sorry for the delay. So now Professor Roger Berkowitz is founder and academic director of the Hannah Arendt Center for Politics and Humanities, and professor of politics, philosophy, and human rights at Bard College. And я должен добавить здесь, что Bard College признан нежелательной организацией на территории Российской Федерации. Sorry, I just said that Bard College is an illegal organization here in Russia. I would like to do it, sorry. And Professor Berkowitz will present a speech on the topic truth and politics. Professor, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. As was just said, obviously I'm no longer permitted to be there, but happy to be able to speak to you over Zoom. Yeah, I got to hear a little bit of the last lecture, and I'm going to talk a little bit about citizen assemblies as well at the end of this one. But I was asked to speak about truth in politics, something I've spent a lot of time on. I'm actually teaching a course this semester on truth in politics. And, it's a complicated question for a lot of reasons, and primarily because most of us still think of truth in a very simplistic way, right, as objective truth. And we think that so there's an idea that if we're talking about fake news or post-truth, we're talking about, people lying and people, hiding the real truth there. And I'm going to try and complicate that view a bit. And so we'll see how it goes. And I look forward to talking with you after the talk. So let me just begin by saying that, the Bible says the truth will set you free. And even non-believers today talk this way. All we need is truth. With all the complaints about fake news, there's an underlying assumption that if we all knew the truth, we would make better political and economic decisions. On the left and the right, we say, and this is what many of my students tell me, if the media just told the truth about global warming, about Putin, about Trump, then people would understand. If we only knew the truth, we would do the right thing. So I want to begin by asking a question. What if the truth were powerless to help us do the right thing? What if the truth has little or no impact? Now, this is actually the question that Hannah Arendt asks at the beginning of one of her two major essays on this topic, Truth and Politics. She says, quote, "Is it of the very essence of truth to be impotent, to be powerless? If truth is powerless, then knowing the truth will have little impact on politics." Arendt writes, "Facts and events are infinitely more fragile things than axioms, discoveries, and theories." She understands that facts can be disputed, negated, neutralized. If Putin wants to convince his people that Ukraine is part of Russia, or if China wants to deny the torture and oppression of the Uyghurs peoples, they have it in their power to do so. It's not that hard. Similarly, Donald Trump can convince 30% of the United States that he won the 2020 election. Because facts and truths founded upon those facts are contingent, because facts and the truths founded upon those facts are contingent, because they could be otherwise, and because they have no firm foundation outside of our agreement on them, factual truths can be denied, doubted, and destroyed. The chances of factual truth surviving the onslaught of power are very slim. That's an important point. If people in power and powerful people, powerful institutions want to change truth and deny truth, they will. It is always in danger of being maneuvered out of the world, factual truth, not only for a time, but potentially forever. Facts and truths in dictatorships can be tabooed, so that speaking of them will lead to punishment or worse, including torture and terror. In totalitarian regimes, facts can be outright erased. But even in free countries, Hannah Arendt adds, facts can be neutered by transforming facts into one amongst the many opinions percolating in the marketplace of ideas. President Trump can convince these 30% of the people that he has convinced that he won the 2020 election. Many people, companies and politicians can convince people that the planet is warming caused by human activity, and that this matter simply is one opinion among many, right? Similarly, the claim that Taiwan is part of China or that masks prevent the spread of COVID. These facts are rendered opinions and thus believable. What is more, people who believe such opinions will defend them to their core. It's a real particular feature of our time, of the modern age. And I don't mean the last 10 years, I mean the last 100 years. The modern age of liberalism, that we have more competing theories about how to live and the good life, and thus more opinions taken seriously than maybe at any time in history. And yet it's at this time that as we tolerate so many diverse opinions and in religious, philosophical matters, it's at this time that factual truths that we disagree with are treated with greater hostility than ever before and sought to be expunged from the world. Now, the best way to get rid of facts that you don't like, if you don't like a fact, the best way to get rid of it is to transform that fact into an opinion. It's true, I think, that Russia started the war in Ukraine, and yet the president of Russia says that it's NATO and not Russia that is the true aggressor. And one of the many facts that they've offered is that NATO has killed more people in bombings in the last 10 years than Russia has. One tweet going viral near the beginning of the war read, quote, NATO has killed about 1,603,500 people in Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. And nobody was shocked until now that Russia killed barely 200 Ukrainian soldiers. Okay, obviously now it's more than 200. But the point is, the United States has killed a lot of people in the last decade, all over the world. And so you can take these facts, which are facts to some degree, and turn them into opinions and make it an opinion that really the aggressor in the world is not Russia, it is the United States. Truths thus become deflated and rendered impotent, not by denying them outright, right? You don't have to deny a truth. You can say, look, it's true Russia invaded Ukraine, but you can simply make it not a powerful truth, because you can say, well, look, the United States invades and the West invades and the West kills many more people. As long as you surround truths with lies and fantasies and with plausible alternative realities, you take away their power. That truth can be made powerless does not mean that some truths don't exist. I think facts do matter. Facts can be real. And yet facts are neither clear nor objective. And it is much harder to agree on and verify facts than I think most of us typically think. So I will tell you that this is me speaking to you over Zoom today. You probably agree with me and believe me, even though you also know that deepfake technology is now widely available. And it would be very easy for me or someone else to make a video of me talking very much sounding like myself speaking to you and saying things programmed by someone else. So how do you know this is me and not some deep fake simulation powered by artificial intelligence? I think the answer, and it's maybe surprising, is that you would take an enormous amount of time and effort to actually confirm that this is me. You'd have to have like some computer check on my ISP address, maybe have somebody that you know, local, checking that it is me and checking my ID. And yet then even though you'd have to know that that person is trustworthy and that my ID is not faked. The point of this, and I admit somewhat facile experiment in skepticism, is that much of what we take to be a factual truth today, we accept largely on the basis of a network of social trust. Trust in persons, systems, corporations, governments, and institutions. This is not what we usually talk about when we talk about truth. You know, when we think about truth as objective things or things that are true, independent of variables, independent of the people saying them. And yet I think that's in the end a mistake. Truth is a function of trust. And Martin Gurry, who I think is one of the smarter writers on this topic, says that truth is a function of trust and pertains to the authority of the source. Right? If we lose confidence in the source behind truth, for example, in scientists or experts, then there's very little way to figure out what the truth is about global warming or COVID. If we think of scientists as hucksters or crackpots or corrupt people who are paid for by different corporations or rich people, then scientific pronouncements have no greater weight than a television commercial. And that's increasingly what's happening in our world, is that the institutional purveyors of scientific and expert truth, who we have trusted for the last 50 to 100 years, are increasingly seen as partial, one-sided, bought, compromised, and thus untrustworthy. And so to say that truth is based on trust is to question, I think, the common sense idea that truth is a matter of objectivity. And that's what I want to do. And to do that, I think there's no better guide. There's no person that we can look to understand the complexities of truth than Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche, in Truth and Lie on an Extramoral Sense, one of his early texts, famously defines truth. He says, "What then is truth? A mobile army of metaphors, metonymies, and anthropomorphisms. In short, a sum of human relations that have been poetically and rhetorically intensified, translated and embellished, and that after long use strike people as fixed, canonical, and binding. Truths are illusions of which one has forgotten that they are illusions." Now, this claim of Nietzsche's that truths are illusions that one has forgotten are illusions doesn't mean that Nietzsche thinks truth is a bad thing or that we should get rid of truth. It doesn't. He doesn't. Nietzsche is someone who believes deeply in the importance of truth. But he also believes that if you believe in truth, you have to understand what truth is, and that truth is an illusion. Truth is an error. Truth is a woman. These are three things he repeats at various times. In one of the greatest one-page accounts of any philosophy that I've ever come across, Nietzsche, in his little parable called "How the True World Became an Error," gives a six-stage history of how we came to understand truth as an illusion or as an error. And it begins with Plato, right? Plato invents the idea of truth that as correctness, as ta orthos. He redefines the Greek idea of truth from aletheia, that which was unhidden, to that which is ta orthos, or correct. And this idea that there is a true world attainable to the wise, to the pious, to the man who knows geometry, to the philosopher, and that the philosopher will then rule over the world according to this truth. And so Plato invents this idea of truth as the idea that is attainable. The second stage he offers is Christianity. And for Christians, there still is this true world, the world of the heaven, the world of God, but it's unattainable for man. It's only attainable if you die and go to heaven. But it's promised to the wise, the pious, and the virtuous. And so he says that this is a progress in the idea of truth from attainable in Plato to unattainable. Well, why is it progress to move from attainable to unattainable? Because it makes truth more subtle, more insidious, more elusive. Truth becomes a woman. What does Nietzsche mean by that? It means that when we talk about truth today, or for the Christians, and more so today, it's not something we know. It's something we strive for. It's something we have to unearth, and we can never get there. And that yet it still is powerful as something we want to achieve. The third stage is Kant, for whom the true world is unattainable, as for the Christians, unprovable, but also unpromisable. You're not going to get there when you die and go to heaven. And yet it's still a consolation and an obligation and an imperative. You must act as if the world were true, or as if we knew the universal law. And so even though the truth has moved from attainable to Plato to unattainable, but given to the pious, but now unattainable, it's still a consolation. We still hope to and think we can act as if there is a truth. Well, everything changes, with the rise of positivism, for who the true world now is unattainable again, or at least unattained, and if unattained, unknown, and then it doesn't console, and we don't have to act according to it, because how could something that we don't know obligate us? And then we move to something like utilitarianism, where the true world, now in quotes for Nietzsche, is an idea that's no longer good for anything, and we simply are governed by utility. And he calls this the age of the pandemonium of free spirits. The final stage, of course, is Nietzsche himself. And he writes, we dispensed with the true world. Well, then which world was left to us? The apparent one, perhaps? But no, with the true world, we have also dispensed with the apparent one. The end of the longest error, incipit Zarathustra. The longest error has been this idea that there is a truth that's attainable. With Zarathustra, with Nietzsche, we end that error, and we come to understand that truth is simply an illusion, an idea, but it's not therefore to be refuted. It's a useful idea. And Nietzsche's whole philosophy is to ask, what's the use of truth, or his whole thinking about truth? And he says there is a use for truth. We need fixed ideas in the world. We need fixed account of truth. Otherwise, we couldn't live together. We would have eternal war. In a kind of almost Hobbesian sense. And so he says, what henceforth is to count as truth, in quotes, is now fixed, that is uniformly valid and binding designation of things, is invented. And the legislation of language yields the first laws of truth. And he calls this kind of truth a peace treaty that allows man to exist with other people. We forget that truth is an invention, and therefore we act as if truth exists. And that's actually useful as well. And yet the truth is that truth is an invention, is an error, and is an illusion, and that it is imposed by some people over others, normally those with power over those without power. And so truth is power. And yet when power makes a truth, this is the complicated part. On the one hand, truth is an imposition of power. It's an illusion imposed by the powerful on the less powerful. And yet it constrains the powerful as well as the less powerful. There's a way in which truth becomes a shared illusion. We forget its illusory status. And as long as it still holds on to its account as truth, it constrains us all and has a kind of socially useful value. And for Nietzsche. And yet it's power. And this is the complicated aspect of thinking about truth today. We have to be aware that on the one side, when we talk about a truth today, right? Pick your truth. Something like in the United States, we could say the Supreme Court is simply supreme, the Supreme Legal Court, and it is a bunch of judges, 9 judges, who interpret the law. Well, you get someone like Samuel Moyn, a friend of mine, who says things like, look, we all know that law is just politics. There is no law. These 9 Supreme Court justices are simply legislating without being elected. They're not elected representatives. They have life tenure. And so we should give up the illusion that the law that they are interpreting, the constitutional law that they are interpreting, is actually something true, and understand it for what it is, power. And therefore, when their decisions or legislations are a counter to what we think is right, we should simply expand the number of people on the court and treat the court for what it is, a matter of power, a political body. Many of the newspapers in this country, when Donald Trump was elected, said, look, we thought of ourselves as purveyors of a kind of objective truth. Clearly, that's not working in the face of Donald Trump's lies. So we're going to become part of the resistance, and we're going to publish things that are maybe a little bit more political, and you know what? We may lose some of our reputation for objectivity, and we may lose some of our reputation for being truthful journalists who aspire to impartiality. But that's worth it, because what we've learned is the news is political, and we can't fight political news unless we become political. Similarly, today, in the case of world affairs, Russia, China, Iran, and some other countries have basically said, look, the international rules-based world order that a number of countries insist is a true, legal, non-political order that treats countries equally is just a lie, is just a system of power. It's not true, right? So how does the West respond to such a claim? Do you simply meet power with power and say, the international rules-based order is not true, but it's one that we like, it serves our interest, and so we're going to defend it militarily and ideologically, and we're going to engage in military and ideological propaganda in order to defend that order? Or do you try and hold on to this idea that it is something above politics, that it's a legal order above politics? The point I'm trying to make with these different examples is that what we see today happening is a loss of authority in all institutions of truth, whether it's the Supreme Court, or whether it's the international rules-based order, or whether it's politics and representatives. Many people in the United States think that our politicians are bought and paid for, and that because money is given by wealthy people, you can't trust anyone. And so what you've seen is a collapse of the trust in all of our leading institutions, right? The people have no faith in politicians, in the Supreme Court, in journalism, in lawyers, in academics. For the first time in over half a century, over 50% of the United States thinks college is not worth it, that you should not send your children to college. We are entering an age of post-truth, but I would argue it's not because suddenly objectivity has fled the world. I don't think that's the case at all. Our post-truth is a matter of post-trust. It's a loss of trust in institutions. And so I think it's actually really important to read a book like Stephen Chapin's book, A Social History of Truth, right? Not a scientific history of truth, but a social history of truth. And, the core of his argument is that modern science came to be accepted as an authority, at least in England, the example he uses, because it was performed by gentlemen who followed the rules of clubs of gentlemen in 17th century London. And so he argues that what these gentlemen believed is that they could trust each other. And so when they did their experiments, they trusted each other. And they excluded people who would do different experiments, who, you know, people maybe who were poor or who were Jewish or who were, you know, African. And the point is that so much of science today, whether it's through peer review or even how we fund science, is based on matters of trust. It's not based on scientific objectivity, no matter what people in the scientific world want to say. And so as more and more people now say, well, look, this science doesn't include women, or this science doesn't include Black people, or doesn't include Africans, doesn't include poor people, what you're seeing is a distrust in science, a distrust in the institutions of truth. And what this means, that institutions are no longer trusted, is that facts are still what they were 100 years ago and 200 years ago. They're still partial and they're contradictory. We can still talk about facts. We can still tell stories about facts. I don't think our approach to facts has changed one iota. What's changed is that we don't trust the people telling the stories about facts. Without a trusted authority in the room to settle the matter, whether it be the New York Times or the World Court or the Supreme Court or the United Nations, if you don't trust someone at the top, then you can have as many facts as you want, but the stories that we construct from the facts no longer are seen as true or authoritative. And what this means is people begin to see all stories of facts, thus all claims for truth, as simply matters of power. Who can win? Power is now seen to be, since truth is an illusion, again, for Nietzsche, it was an illusion that is fixed over time and is useful. Now people see truth as simply a matter of power. And if you don't like the power that has instituted the truth and the consequences of that power, you simply oppose it. And it's not that hard to show that every claim of truth, whether it's legal truth or journalistic truth or international rules-based order truth, is partial and is always going to be applied hypocritically and with some interest being served by some people and others served by other people. So the question is, what do we do when we've lost the trust in our institutions? You know, for 50 or 60 years, from about 1950 after World War II until about somewhere around early 2000s, most of the world, much of the world, you know, basically said, we're going to trust experts, civil servants, scientists, social scientists to grow the economy and provide peace. And it more or less worked, and the economy grew for 50 or 60 years. But in the last 15 to 20 years, that hasn't been happening. And you're seeing a loss of faith in those experts, a loss of faith in scientific, legal, academic, journalistic institutions, political institutions too. And the question is, how do we respond to that? Do we try and hold on to the illusion of truth? Do we try and say, no, the New York Times should be and can be not objective, but impartial, right? It's an important distinction I want to make here. The Times often called itself objective, but that's not what it was. It was impartial, if it was anything, which means that it seeks to hear different sides and seeks to pull. It has a reputation for not imposing one truth, but listening to different sides. The model for impartiality is Homer, right? Who could tell both of the greatness of Hector and of Achilles, of Troy and Athens. Impartiality is a possible idea. Objectivity is not. We've never had objective truth. And so is it worthwhile trying to hold on to an idea of impartiality, one of the most powerful ideas that has come down to us from the Greeks, from Homer, Homeric impartiality? Or should we just give up and admit that it's all power and engage in a contest of power? And I think that's the question facing all of us around the world today. Are we willing to fight for institutions, either resuscitating old ones or trying to create new ones that hold on to an idea of impartiality and thus have a kind of new authority? Or do we give up and say it's all about power and let's fight? And so I'll just conclude with a couple of thoughts about that coming from Hannah Arendt. At the end of her essay on truth and politics, Arendt returns to her question about the impotence of truth, the powerlessness of truth. If truth is powerless, she asks, then what kind of reality does truth possess if it is powerless in the public realm, right? If it is powerless, what is the reality of truth? And she says, even if truth lacks the power to change the world, right? The loss of truth is not inconsequential. It is world shattering. Now, just to put that in the context of the question I asked, if you say, look, truth is illusion, truth is power, therefore let's jettison truth and just engage in the struggle. Let's struggle. Let's be left and right. Let's be communist, anarchist. Let's be liberal. And let's all understand it's not about truth. It's about power. And she says that's world shattering, right? Arendt distinguishes in this regard between justice and truth. And this is a really important point that I think most people who even read Arendt don't understand or don't emphasize. She introduces the Latin adage, fiat justitia et pereat mundus, let justice be done, though the world may perish. The idea that we should sacrifice the world for the sake of justice, she says, is absurd. What good is justice if the world ceases to be, right? She says justice can't be a value that we should pursue, even if it means the end of the world. But, and here's the big difference, she says that this is different if we ask about truth. She says the maxim fiat veritas et pereat mundus, let truth be done, even if the world will perish, is not absurd. Because while the world is worth preserving without justice, she says, quote, the sacrifice of truth for the survival of the world would be more futile than the sacrifice of any other principle or virtue, any other principle or virtue. We can sacrifice justice to save the world. We can't sacrifice truth, she says. Without truth, there can simply be no human world. You remember when I said that Nietzsche says that even though truth is an illusion, we need truth. We need fixed ideas because without it, everything is just power and we can't live that way. That's what Arendt is saying. In the question around the defense of truth, Arendt argues, what is at stake is survival, the perseverance in existence. Unless we can agree on what is true, what is, unless we can say what can last as the foundation for a common world, then, quote, no permanence, no perseverance in existence can be conceived of without men willing to testify to what is. So it may be true that truth is power, and it may be true that truth is impotent, but we can't give up on the struggle to say what's true, she says. And I think she's right. Truth, though powerless and always defeated in a head-on clash with power, possesses a strength of its own. Whatever those in power may contrive, they are unable to invent a viable substitute for truth. We need the truth, and those who would destroy it for political goals are left with a dilemma. Even they need truth if they are to rule the world. Like, you know, if you are someone who undoes truth, whether you're Trump or Putin or Xi or whoever, once you win, you have to reinstitute truth. Otherwise, you're just a matter of power, and you can't create a world that's meaningful and that can last. Thus, persuasion and violence can destroy truth, but they can't replace it. And the loss of truth, Arendt argues, carries with it a threat to the common and factual reality itself. For Arendt, since truth is powerless in politics and yet irreplaceable in the public world, our political world must preserve spaces for the appearance and securitizing of truth that are outside of politics. We need institutions, trustworthy institutions, such as law courts, newspapers, and universities, and scientists. We need these institutions that will say what is and tell a story in ways that gives common facts to allow us to find some humanly comprehensible meaning. In this poetic transformation of the given raw material of sheer happenings into a common story, the poets, judges, and journalists help us to reconcile with the world, to say that we love the world, even though we know that the world is based on illusions. Even though there is power, we come to love and respect the truth. That doesn't mean we can't also seek to change those truths over time, but we can't simply give up on truth, which is what I think is happening on too many sides, both on the sides of those who would simply destroy truth like Trump and Putin, but also on the side of those who are supposed to defend truth, but are doing so increasingly and saying, well, we're going to have to take on the same realms of power. This reconciliation of reality is what establishes the truth of our world. And it's what metaphorically Arendt calls in the last sentence of her essay, the ground on which we stand and the sky that stretches above us. What I'm suggesting is that truth is a fragile illusion. It's one that today, post-Nietzsche, we always know is a matter of power. We always know is an illusion. We shouldn't forget it. And yet we should seek to reconcile ourselves about living in a world that needs truth, because we can't live in a world without it. That would still be a human world. We have to learn to love a world that includes illusions and ideas. Now, that doesn't mean we have to give up on politics and thus on changing the truth, but it has to be done gradually through institutions to some degree. And while that may seem like it may disagree with a bit of what Camille was saying in the last talk, I don't think it has to. I think there are ways to get out of our current truths and yet also reinvigorate new institutions. And one set of institutions that I've been very involved with and think very highly of are citizen assemblies, which embrace a kind of conservative idea, namely that there is a kind of consensus, that we can reach truths outside of politics, that we can bring people randomly selected into politics and lead to agreements, and yet do so in a fairly radical way, which is to not privilege educated expert elites to make those decisions, but to bring in a much wider range of people into that discussion than has ever been done in modern democracies. And so that's been part of my effort. I'll just throw that out there as one possibility. But that's the key part that I'm trying to say, is that our question about the loss of truth is really a question about trust, and trust question about institutions, and that we need to, even as we know that these institutions have been created through power, even as we now understand that they have lost their legitimacy and that they have lost their trust, we have to somehow figure out how to either resurrect them or form new institutions. We can't simply devolve into a world of pure power struggle, because that's an inhuman world. All right, so I'll end there, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the question. So yeah, we did have a question here in the room.
Thank you for this truly great lecture.
Can you hear the question?
I can hear. The sound quality is a little rough, but I'll try. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try to speak louder.
So you were saying about the scientific facts and the trust towards scientific institutions, and my thought was, this trust, doesn't it collapse into belief that is closer to religious than scientific? And isn't there, doesn't it contradict the scientific principle of critique of knowledge? Because science doesn't work like that, that it's a fact and it doesn't change, and something that has been considered 100% fact decades of years ago is now considered nonsense, and that's what is always happening. So is there any difference between this trust and belief? And also, sorry, oh yeah, and isn't an issue is not in this distrust, but in the matter of critique, that it is criticized not through logic, but through ideology and politics, like with the vaccines and with coronavirus, when sides were thinking about the effectiveness of the vaccine, not because of the facts, but because of they're either Republicans or Democrats, and in the end, people who are considered freaks were correct in some ways, because the lab theory was strongly denied, it's now considered possible, and the natural immunity is stronger, and so on and so on. So, and that's what natural sciences, and with social sciences, I think it's even more difficult. So.
Great, thank you. Do you want me to answer questions one at a time, or yeah, should I just go?
Yeah, one at a time.
Great. Thank you for that question. Yeah. So, you know, the question of whether science is a religion is an old one, right? My first book was on that question to some degree, called The Gift of Science. And you know, science is based on a fundamental assumption, right? Nihil est sine ratione, nothing is without a reason. It's only because we think there are reasons for everything that happens that we think we can then find the reasons, and that those reasons can explain the world. That's a belief, and it's one that most of us still share, I think. And so you can say that there's a kind of fundamental belief underlying a science, and yet I think it's one that is one we share, and doesn't need to necessarily be one we give up on. That said, you know, when Nietzsche says truth is a woman, you know, he means a number of things by it, but one thing he means is we set up this idea originally of truth as, well, it can explain everything. There are reasons for everything. The world is orderly. The world, you know, it comes from either whether it's God or whether it's chance, everything follows an order. Well, that's typically, you know, been read as a very male idea, right? Very hierarchical, very ordered. And the idea we have is that we want the world to be an orderly, explainable, knowable, comprehensible world. Well, what does that exclude? It excludes ideas that the world is more, you know, about chance, about beauty or felicity, or things that are, you know, make sense but are not logical. And so, you know, one question is, you know, do we want to live in a world that is orderly and rational and ordered? And is that a gendered world? And is that a world that we should defend? You know, I think it's a complicated question, because I think on the one hand, it is somewhat gendered, although I don't think it's fully male or female. I think it is an idea. I think it's a belief system. And there's ways in which living in such a structured, rational world is painful and I think mistaken. And yet I'm not personally ready to live in an irrational world. And what would that mean? What would it mean to give up on that? So one aspect of it is, I think there is a way in which science is based on fundamental beliefs, but they're beliefs that I think most of us, while we can critique and see limits to, would be very fearful and maybe loath to give up on. The idea of experts, right? I'm writing a lot on experts these days. You'll hear that in my remarks. If originally truth was kind of like religious, and then Plato said no, truth is an idea that philosophers have, and then the positivists said no, truth has to be seen through empirical examination of the world, and then utilitarians said no, truth is whatever makes the most people happy and the fewest people sad, or you have all these different ideas of truth, and over time, as Nietzsche says, we end up seeing that truth is about power and truth is about an illusion, and we came to see science as a matter of as not purely objective. Well, what held things together after that was largely this belief, okay, we don't trust science per se, but we generally trust experts. Why? Well, it's a complicated question, but we basically relied on experts, and now we increasingly don't rely on experts, and we see experts as what they truly are, which is biased, and you can always have my expert and your expert. And so we're losing a faith in experts. And you said, is this, you asked about the vaccines question. Experts can tell us certain things, right? First of all, they can tell us that in all probability, this virus is this transmissible and this deadly. But science is always about falsifiable hypotheses. It doesn't tell you things for certain. Part of the problem is that we as a people misunderstand science. We want science to give us certainty that it can't give us. And so we demand from scientists and experts that they tell us how to stop the pandemic. They can't tell us how to stop the pandemic. That's not their job. Their job is to say, if you do this, there's a chance that this many people to this many people will die. That's all they can do. The problem we had with the pandemic is that people were so scared, they demanded answers, they demanded certainties. And the scientists started to say, all right, we should do things. We should lock down. We should wear masks. We shouldn't wear masks. We should do this. And as with any attempt to tell a story based on facts, the stories were partial. They weren't always right. And people came to see them as biased and as not authoritative. And that was a problem. And so this led to, as you said, I think, a real further loss of respect for and belief in and faith about experts. And so, that's the world we're living in right now, where, people simply, if you say to people, well, the scientists say the world is warming, they'll say, well, one scientist says that and another scientist says that. What they'll really say, though, is a little different. They'll say, look, we know the world is warming, right? Fine. But the world was warming and then cooling, and then warming and then cooling. If you expand your horizon from the last 500 years to the last 5,000 years, the scientists will tell you there have been cooling and warming trends in the world for thousands of years. And so what people say is, this isn't new. And then you could say, okay, well, there's some evidence, pretty good evidence, that the earth is warming because of human activity. And I think there is pretty good evidence of that. But again, what does that tell you? It only tells you that the earth is warming because of human activity. It doesn't tell you what to do about it, right? And so many people today say, oh my God, the earth is warming. Catastrophe is coming. Scientists tell us what we should do. And some scientists I think, irresponsible scientists say, here's what you should do. You should stop using carbon. You should do this. And then other scientists say, hold on, that's not science, that's politics. And what you do is further erode the authority of scientists. And that's what's happening in the world today. Because we have no authorities and because we have no good experience with politics, because we don't trust politicians, we think they're corrupt. We don't trust journalists, we think they're corrupt. We don't trust lawyers, we think they're corrupt. The only people we have trusted in the last 50 years are scientists and scientists and experts. And so we've increasingly, in a sense, outsourced political decisions to scientists and experts. And the result is now we no longer trust scientists and experts. And that's part of the problem we're facing. So what I'm suggesting is we need to do two things. One, we need to reestablish the trust of scientists and experts by taking them out of politics, right? And, this is very unpopular because most scientists and experts today want to engage in political debates. The idea that the academy, the university should be apolitical was a debate that, unfortunately, in my mind, was lost in the 1960s. And now most people in the academy think you have to be political. Arendt believed very strongly that you need to establish and hold institutions outside of politics. Things like the academy, like newspapers, like journalism, like lawyers, like science, because you need institutions that are trusted to provide facts. Well, if you're going to do that, you have to reestablish trust in politics. And that's why I'm interested in citizen assemblies, because citizen assemblies are ways in which you can bring people back into politics so that they don't just outsource the decisions to experts, but they relearn the habit of political self-government by hearing testimony of experts, hearing things and listening to citizens who they disagree with and having to come up with compromise solutions. And that's what I find important about citizen assemblies, because I hope they'll reinvigorate a trust in politics so that we can actually let non-political institutions be non-political and we start to begin to trust political institutions again.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Yes, thank you, Professor Burkus. We still have questions, but I will allow it if it will be brief. Yeah, because we need to move on. And one brief question and one brief answer. Yeah, if it's possible. So, Andre, or okay, one more question.
Mr. Burkus, thank you for the lecture. The question that I wanted to ask is regarding the Nietzschean statement that truth is an illusion. Don't you think that there is some controversy in it because it's a positive statement? And
something what in it?
There is something controversial in it because it is framed as a positive statement, which is certain that truth is an illusion, while on the other hand, the framing of it is actually also universal. So it could be that the real condition of human being is not being constantly shaped by the fact that he's controlled by illusions and understands that in the modern world, but actually that he is constantly uncertain whether among the illusions that govern his decisions, there may be actual truth. Thank you.
You're asking if there are actual truths, not just illusions?
Yes, I'm asking if there are, and if there is a possibility of them existing among the illusions that surround us in terms of idea of government and in terms of citizenship and human rights and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I get the question. Thank you. And you're right. It's a controversial, if you're going to read Nietzsche and Hannah Arendt, you're not going to avoid controversy. These are two of the more controversial thinkers in the history of thought. They are controversial because I think they are fearless and they go where the facts lead them, and they don't stop because they're afraid of what the outcome will be. And so you're right to say that truth is an illusion, to say, as Arendt does, that truth doesn't belong in politics and that there is no truth in politics, are controversial statements. Truth, I mean, there's a couple ways to answer your question. One is to say, yes, I do not think there are truths in politics. I don't think there's any truth in politics. I think there are opinions in politics, and there are better and worse opinions. And politics is about the attempt to persuade people of my opinions versus your opinions, and to come to some sort of common world understanding, at which over time we build the ground on which we stand and the sky above us, and we begin to accept basic ways of looking at the world that we share, and those basic agreements can break down over times, and they can be changed, but that's what I think, that's the only understanding of truth I have in politics. Now, on questions of like religion, is there a single truth? I mean, I don't know. There's Jewish religion, there's Christian religion, there's Muslim, Islamic religion. There's all sorts of religions. Is there one that's right? I don't think so. Okay, then we could say, well, let's say there's not one of those that's right, but the religious approach to the world is right. Okay, but well, what about science? Is there which was more true, religion or science? And I would say that in the end, that's a question that is a question of power. It's a question of which illusion you believe. Is it a religious illusion or a scientific illusion? So what I think is important for me to emphasize is that in saying that, I'm not saying that we should give up on truth. I hope that's clear. I mean, my argument, I thought, is very clear, that I'm actually trying to hold on to truth. And I'm trying to hold on to truth against those who say it's all power and therefore let's just give up on truth and fight it out. Because I think that's where we're headed. But what I'm arguing in a Nietzschean and an Arendtian spirit is that if we want to hold on to truth, we actually have to be honest and confront the fact that truth is a very nuanced, difficult, elusive, in Nietzsche's terms, womanly idea. And that we have to hold on to truth, not by saying there's objective truth or that this is true and that's not, but by understanding that truth is a matter of trust. Truth is a matter of affirming a common world that we share. And that we have to build that trust. And you can't build that trust. There have been times when you built that trust from the top down, right? But it's in our world where people have so much access to information and so much access to ways of countering official narratives, it's very hard to build trust and thus truth from the top down. And so we're going to have to build it from the bottom up, which is where this idea of citizen assemblies and more radical democratic ideas enters into my thinking about truth.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we'll move forward. Thank you for presenting on such pressing and controversial topic. It was very interesting, and I think it is perfectly linked with our next speaker, Greg Udin, whose recent article was titled Against the Theory of Truth, and he will present on the topic of effects lying behind politics, ethics lying behind Yeah, lying. Sorry. Yeah. Political ethics behind lying in politics. Yeah. But before we start, we have a short announce. Yeah, to make. Yeah, but in Russian. And Greg will present in English.
Перед тем, как мы перейдем к Григорию Борисовичу, хотел бы, возможно, тоже обратить внимание, что секция проводится при поддержке фонда «Ответственность», образовательной инициативы в области критической социальной теории. Ребята занимались организацией всего процесса, организацией секции, от приглашения спикеров, вплоть до создания дизайна афиши. Поэтому мы будем рады и благодарны, если вы сможете пожертвовать нам любую пассивную сумму, которая поможет нам существовать в дальнейшем и наладить честную систему вознаграждений для наших авторов и авторов, а также проводить публичные мероприятия в дальнейшем, такие как это. Я сейчас покажу на экране QR-код, буквально на полминуты, а для тех, кто слушает нас в Zoom, я отправлю ссылки, по которым вы можете нас поддержать. Спасибо.
Yeah, so now we're moving forward to Greg Yudin, who is a PhD and professor of Moscow School of Economic and Social Sciences, and also an academic supervisor of the political philosophy educational program here at Shininka. And Professor Yudin will present on the topic, as I've already told, political ethics behind lying in politics. So Yudin, we have a presentation or?
There will be no presentation. I'll just read it out and hope you understand me well. First, thanks a lot for setting this up. You guys did a terrific job assembling this group of speakers. And it's also an honor for me to speak after Roger. I will definitely, hi Roger, I will definitely rely on some of the same material, and I have to apologize to those who have already read the piece. It was indeed published, as mentioned, just recently in the Russian Sociological Review. So I will kind of dwell on that, but happy to explore some of the issues in the Q&A. Over the last decade, political life in multiple sites and contexts has evolved in a way that brought an age-old topic of the relationship between politics and truth to the fore. The ferocious rivalry over the denial of the 2020 election results in the United States, and strong and influential denial of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the reluctance to accept the vaccination all over the world, including the leading liberal democratic countries, but also the efficiency, of course, of the Russian propaganda outside the Western Bloc and partly even within it. All those troubled experiences raise serious concerns about the ability of truth to survive in present-day politics. Why do people fall prey to obvious lies? Why are obvious lies that are so easy to verify, why are they becoming politically efficient? Perhaps truth is doomed in those postmodern, post-rational societies. These questions have recently been addressed with the label of post-truth, launched as a catchword to designate an indifference to the truthfulness of propositions. It was almost elevated to the conceptual status. The term instantly became widespread in 2016 because of those two national votes, the presidential vote in the United States won by Trump and the Brexit vote won by the Leave Party. And both campaigns were stunning to the liberal mainstream public, not only for their outcomes, but also for the sudden success of the narratives that seemingly contained obvious lies. These lies stirred up strong emotions in the public, becoming immune to any refutations and appeals to facts and common sense. And after Oxford Dictionaries proclaimed it as its word of the year, the concept of post-truth went viral and was taken up by political scientists. Now, the term assumes a combination of disrespect for facts with a malicious political intention. It successfully conveys a nauseous experience akin to the feeling of losing the ground under one's feet. It is not only that many citizens believe in lies, but also that this belief affects the distribution of power in such a way that truth itself seems endangered. So the concept of post-truth conveys a sense of threat. It is meant to evoke fear among the audience, mobilizing it to defend the truth. And there is a strong call for a response to post-truth and can be summed up as a defense of truth. The calls to fight post-truth are abundant, and the implication is oftentimes that the reign of truth should be secured through extra-political means. Insofar as it is naturally prone to oppressing truth, political life should be curtailed and restrained. If the conflict between truth and politics is unavoidable in the final account, then truth must prevail. So in this talk, I will challenge this conclusion, and the idea, I will argue that the idea of post-truth is based on an inadequate conception of the public sphere, and most importantly, on a fundamental misunderstanding of the relationship between truth and politics. I will also rely on Arendt's analysis of truth and politics to make this argument. I think it will go in a slightly different direction than where Roger has guided us, without actually disagreeing with him. So I will make the argument that imposing truth bears the risk of denying human beings their political dimension. From this viewpoint, the revolt against truth appears as a consequence of the suppression of public politics rather than its excess. However, before making this argument, I will address some drawbacks of the dominant theory of the public sphere, developed by Habermas, obviously, and replace it with a lesser known but original theory suggested by Gabriel Tarde. In his account, that the public sphere is helpful in recognizing that public politics is about creating a collective experience rather than simply exchanging rational arguments. Building on this understanding of the public sphere, I will turn to Arendt's analysis of tyrannical tendencies inherent in truth-telling and discuss how the rise of cynicism can be an unintended consequence of imposing truth. So I suggest beginning with a famous episode that took place in France at the end of the 19th century. The Dreyfus affair was particularly instructive because it revealed something new about the public sphere. At some point, it became clear that the evidence against Captain Dreyfus had been forged, and there was another person guilty of what Dreyfus had been blamed for. However, the right-wing newspapers launched a xenophobic and anti-Semitic campaign that blatantly insisted on keeping Dreyfus in prison and attacked his supporters, the Dreyfusards, for committing treason. The campaign was astonishingly efficient, and French intellectuals, many of whom were of Jewish origin, were stunned by the fact that truth is clearly important in this new age of mass communication and mass democracy. The French right-wing extremists were holding the upper hand, even though they clearly contradicted well-established facts. And this was due to the outreach that their message enjoyed with the new technology of mass newspapers. It became immediately clear that the public, or at least a substantive part of it, is not looking for the truth, but rather for something different. The dominant theory of the rational public was collapsing. Now, in the eyes of the fin de siècle French intellectuals, and bear in mind that the concept of intellectuals itself emerged during this crisis of Dreyfus. So the impact of mass newspapers looked to them similar to how today's intellectuals see social media. The newspapers were perceived as an entirely new technology, shaping the public sphere in France, for it was only in the 1880s that there increased print runs to become truly mass media, and simultaneously new legislation significantly decreased the risk of prosecution for public blasphemy for covering political subjects. So what I'm saying here is that newspapers became public media tailored to the lowly needs of the masses, producing visual content capable of stimulating quick and high engagement without much reflection. And among those alarmed French intellectuals was Gabriel Tarde, who was sympathetic to the Dreyfus arts. So he developed an original account of the public, stressing the shared experiences of its members. Contrary to theories tracing the modern public back to the invisible college of scholars communicating at a distance, Tarde considered the public to be a latent sensation of the crowd, implying that both publics and crowds are to a certain extent functioning according to the same principles. Importantly, for Tarde, the institutionalization of the public is related to an increase in the numbers of people sharing a common experience of learning news through the media, rather than to the crystallization of the rules of rational public argument. So Tarde is skeptical about the rationalist view of the public, a conception that would later, of course, crystallize in Habermas' theory of the public sphere. For Habermas, the entrenchment of the public sphere in modern Europe implied that, quote, public debate was supposed to transform voluntas into a ratio, that in the public competition of private arguments, came into being as the consensus about what was practically necessary in the interest of all, end quote. According to this liberal theory, the public sphere is held together as a unitary space by communication appealing to reason and therefore capable of generating a consensus. Now, Tarde was a liberal of a different sort. He was distrustful of the existence of a constantly unified public, and hence his interesting inclination to use publics in plural. And he sought a different foundation for public communication to persist. This is why he saw a continuity between the crowd and the public, regarding the latter, so the public, as an upgrade and extension of the former, of the crowd. Tarde wrote that, quote, in spite of all the dissimilarities that we have noted, the crowd and the public, those two extremes of social evolution, have in common the bond between the different individuals making them up, which consists not in harmonizing through their very diversities, through their mutually useful specialties, but rather in reflecting, fusing through their innate or acquired similarities into a simple and powerful unison. But with how much force in the public than in the crowd, exclamation mark, in a communion of ideas and passions, end quote. So it is the mutual reflection that creates a temporary communion amplified in communication. This is even true of the readers of a mass newspaper than of the masses at a street rally. So what Tarde disputes here is the idea that some sort of natural cohesion emerges from human diversity and the confrontation of opinions. And what he affirms is that for that unity to appear, a shared emotional attitude is needed. In Tarde's language, this crowd public experience should be understood as repetition, imitation, and contagion, rather than as a rational negotiation and consultation of individual opinions. Well, this account is also mindful of the nature of the ties developing between the media and the public. According to Tarde, both the logic of market differentiation and the development of habits among the audience result in a strong and mutually reinforcing connection between a newspaper and a reader. And I quote again from Tarde. After a few trial runs, the reader has chosen his paper. The paper has selected its readers. There has been mutual selection, hence mutual adaptation. The one has a paper which pleases him and flatters his prejudices and passions. The other has hold of a reader to his liking, docile and incredulous, whom he can easily direct with a few concessions to his positions, end quote. What is discussed here is the construction of what today would be called echo chambers. And Tarde's argument shows that there is no need in digital social media for these echo chambers to emerge. French newspapers were transforming public communication along the same patterns, and these parallels shows that technological explanations can hardly account for the transformations of the public sphere that we are witnessing. To figure out why the introduction of mass newspapers in late 19th century Europe led to the outcomes similar to the rise of social media in the early 21st century globalized world, one should simply look at the similarity of political conditions. Tarde proposes a highly original view of public sphere, one that helps understand some widespread beliefs not as false propositions, but rather as patient-driven political claims. Accordingly, what the media does is not simply explaining the world for the audience, but rather generating and amplifying political emotions. It is then worth asking, what kind of emotion corresponds to what is seen as an obvious lie from an epistemic viewpoint? So Tarde's viewpoint, view of the public sphere is instructive not only because it demonstrates that current predicament with post-truth cannot be explained by the disruptive influence of technologies. And you keep hearing all those people saying, "Oh, that's a nightmare. We have all the social media. They are to blame for what we're witnessing. Everything was good and fine before social media emerged." So Tarde's position attunes a theoretical view to seeing the fact that lies are widely embraced, not a distortion of rational public debate, but manifestation of some sort of common experience that is being suppressed under the dominant truth. Now the question is, what kind of experiences that cannot be articulated directly? And one might ask, why is there a need to challenge the truth at all? Perhaps it would be much better to voice those experiences and concerns to make them heard. Why not make politics within the truth rather than against it? So to answer those questions, I shall turn to Arendt's view of truth and politics, of course, relying on the same two pieces Roger was already discussing. The debate about the relationship between truth and politics is, of course, as old as political philosophy itself. And on the one hand, there are many arguments were suggested to argue that the two are mutually incompatible. From Plato's complaint in the Allegory of the Cave, that truth dies in political struggles, to Machiavelli's indication that truthfulness can be damaging in political matters. On the other hand, there's a number of epistemic Democrats who believe that the proper organization of politics is favorable for the production of knowledge and truth. And Arendt's contribution to the discussion stands out because she emphasizes how truth can affect politics, rather than the other way around. Moreover, she is preoccupied with the threat of the destruction of politics by truth. Seen against centuries of inquiry about whether truth can survive in politics, the defense of politics from truth is quite unusual. Arendt transcends the idea that truth is apolitical. That is, it belongs to a different realm from politics, and claims that truth can be outright anti-political. This is concordant with her view that politics implies a radical openness and non-determination and the freedom to determine the future. In that sense, all political opinions and positions are contingent because they are freely taken or not taken. With truth, it is fundamentally different. For truth is what sometimes imposes itself on us. It is predetermined, unavoidable, immutable. It simply tells us what the world is, period. And whatever imposes itself on us or in our political community as an external necessity is by definition anti-political. This is why Arendt claims that truth, quote, has its source outside the political realm and is as independent of the wishes and desires of the citizens as is the will of the worst tyrant, unquote. One of the political effects of truth is that it leads to a shutdown of imagination. With the force of imagination, we can denaturalize the world as we know it and engage in an exercise of variation, modifying the elements of what looks like an immutable structure. In politics, this imagination refers to collective self-determination and an ability to choose the collective future instead of following the predetermined scenario. Accepting some internal truth, on the contrary, implies that opportunities other than truth are already excluded. And therefore, surprisingly, the deliberate opposition to truth enables the collective to revive the imagination to imagine things being otherwise. Scientific truth can be particularly oppressive since it relies on the authority of natural scientific determinism, leaving no room for freedom. And modern science is the greatest human project of our time, one that has transformed reality. At the same time, it creates a sense of being trapped in the cage of causality chains and immovable laws of nature, depriving us of the world we could call ours. The threat coming from truth, and more specifically from scientific truth, suddenly sheds a different light on the political significance of lies. Lie, as a revolt against truth, appears to be an attempt to reclaim political freedom. And Arendt wrote that, quote, the deliberate denial of factual truth, the ability to lie, and the capacity to change facts, the ability to act, are interconnected. They owe their existence to the same source, imagination, end quote. So what makes it scandalous is that the challenge is mounting against the beliefs that are supposed to have withstood scrutiny and therefore attain the status of knowledge rather than mere opinion. And I'm talking, of course, about science. However, as Arendt rightly notices, the wide public doesn't necessarily feel itself as part of the process that led to establishing this knowledge as a truth, and therefore the knowledge appears to be dogmatically imposed on it. This knowledge was not brought about by any action of which the public might claim authorship. Scientists, on the contrary, perceive the scientifically established truths as handmade, insofar as they, or we, belong to a scientific community that attained the knowledge through methodical procedures. This is our truth. We are part of the community. So the scientists' outrage about the public disrespect for truth, which is particularly visible in cases like widespread denial of human-caused climate change that Roger referred to. This is not merely an epistemic defense of truth against lie, and this is important. It is also a fundamentally political emotion, because what public challenges here is not simply a belief, but an action of manufacturing knowledge, a deed performed by the scientific community. This is a political reaction against denying our deeds, not simply an epistemic defense. Arendt's key point is that there is a political dimension to experiencing truth. Philosophy tends to glorify truth, identifying the cognition of truth with the fullest realization of human essence, even with revelation, with communication with God. However, experiencing the truth politically can be not just unpleasant, it can be unbearable. This does not imply that truth presents us with some tragic news difficult to reconcile with, as it happens with climate science that tells us that humanity perhaps faces a choice between extinction and radical change of established lifestyles. Truth becomes insufferable when it makes one politically impotent, denies the human being political existence, or cancels it out. What if a certain truth leaves no place for me as a political being within it? What if accepting the truth means political suicide for me? That is, entails that I have no room for political action, no political subjectivity, that I'm left to total determination by external events. It is in this sense that truth becomes tyrannical, because tyranny is denial of political existence. And here Arendt's write that, quote, seen from the viewpoint of politics, truth has a despotic character. Truth carries within itself an element of coercion, and the frequently tyrannical tendencies so deplorably obvious among professional truth-tellers may be caused less by a failing of character than by the strain of habitually living under a kind of compulsion, unquote. So truth-tellers are themselves under compulsion. Now, if Tart's theory of public sphere makes us search for the collective experience behind pervasive and aggressive rejection of truth in the public sphere, Arendt's analysis indicates that this is perhaps an experience of oppression by truth. An immediate reaction to post-truth from the standard bearers of rational public sphere consists in denigration or even suppression of this experience, as it happens with the elitist explanation stressing the correlation between the socioeconomic status, education, and affection to post-truth. Basically, the argument is that dumb people believe Trump. And this is precisely a tyrannical response as described by Arendt, the one that meets rebellion with compulsion, even if this compulsion is imposed on the truth teller by some external principle. as a negation of the iron laws of causality governing the present. Lying also means to pave the way into the future, bringing the indeterminacy that is proper to politics. Lying, therefore, can be politically mobilizing. By challenging the established truths and authorities, it also rejects the established patterns of power distribution and implicitly calls for different truths. As philosophy of science has known since at least Thomas Kuhn's seminal book about revolutions in science, this is precisely how change in cognition happens. Every claim of revolution must be aimed at nothing less than replacing the existing truths, or storming the heavens, as Marx put it. However, it would be a mistake to infer that public lying necessarily parallels a political transformation. In fact, the audacious rejection of established truths can lead to quite different political emotions and outcomes. As Arendt herself also noticed, it can also result in widespread cynicism. So now I'm kind of progressing from a defense of lying to analysis of cynicism. And to see how resistance to truth turns into indifference and even a hostility to truth, we can turn to the effects of the present-day propaganda apparatus perfected by the Russian state. Now, the critics of the Russian government often claim that Russians have a distorted view of reality simply because they trust the lies propagated by the state-controlled media, with the implication that some terrible truth should be somehow communicated to them. I particularly like Boris Johnson speaking Russian and trying to tell some truth to those poor Russians who are completely unaware of what's going on out there. So what are the targeted Russians supposed to do with such a truth is my question. What kind of political opportunity does it open for them? What kind of action is enabled through this truth, or how does it help to come into political being? Characteristic examples of this tension often come out in interviews conducted by journalists and conversations with random Russian citizens. As just one example of one report, where a young lady interviewed by a journalist formulates it very clearly. And I'm quoting from her. Listen, if we tell you now if we tell you that we don't approve of the actions of the Russian leadership in Ukraine, if we tell you now that, nothing changes. What will change even if we change our attitude? Nothing. So what's the point? Why thinking about that? You'd better think about your relatives and your loved ones. Give them more love, says this woman. This is a highly reflexive, perhaps even a quite cynical statement. It openly points at a politically debilitating effect of truth. The worldview suggested by this truth excludes any possibility of political action and condemns those who accept truth to a political void existence. It leaves no room for political action now and promises no chance of redeeming it in the future, where there is nothing but predetermined payback waiting for the nation supporting the aggressive war. The latest statement also openly challenges the idea that beliefs anticipate actions. On the contrary, the absence of an opportunity for action leads to accepting some beliefs that help avoid a painful dissonance. And this quote can serve as a textbook case of resistance to anti-political truth. But, and that's important, there is a worrying addition in this quote, if you remember it. And this addition indicates that something else is at play here. The introduction of private life as a radical juxtaposition to politics reveals depoliticization. The resistance is not directed at a certain truth that is politically unacceptable, but rather at any political interpretation of events. It would be wrong to conclude that the Russian interpretation, presumably faked, is preferred here to the Western version of events, presumably truthful. As Arendt herself indicates, I quote from her, the surest long-term results of brainwashing is a peculiar kind of cynicism, an absolute refusal to believe in the truth of anything, no matter how well this truth may be established, unquote. So the extended political disengagement transforms the subversive effect of truth denial into a cynical attitude of truth indifference, and afterwards even truth hostility. If a foundational experience of political insufferableness of truth does not translate into a subversive political action, aiming at dethrone a political truth and replace it with a different political truth, it gradually transforms into strong anger towards truth as such. This anger is called resentment, of course. And here the very idea of truth provokes an unpleasant experience of compulsion towards something that cannot be implemented. This has a profound effect on the public sphere, supplementing the dominant experience of active defiance with an experience of powerless resentment. And those are two different things. And one can easily see why truth falls victim to this set of effects like resentment, cynicism, nihilism. Truth becomes disturbing. It is no longer some particular truth that involves some particular unbearable effects, but rather the very idea of truth that should be chased away. While the engagement with truth requires political action, a desertion from politics demands truth to be repressed as such. As opposed to rebellion against the tyranny of truth, this nihilistic effect strives to eliminate truth from the domain of politics entirely. The defense of the relative autonomy of the political from the epistemic transmutes into the total subordination of the epistemic by the political. This experience is manifest in the public sphere, dominated by an explicit and continuous desire to repress truth. In the Russian case, as in many others, the propaganda apparatus nurtures violent, nihilistic sentiment by relying on the cynical and relativist affect of a depoliticized subject. Rather than believe the propaganda, the audience learns to disbelieve everything and arrives at the conclusion that everybody lies and nobody knows the truth. Or in Russian, не все так однозначно. The latent message of the propaganda is you shouldn't sincerely believe anyone, including us. It is in human nature to lie always. Therefore, we offer you the most comfortable lie. This is the message of the propaganda. We're not telling truth, we're telling lie. We're telling lie, of course, just as everybody does. This is just the most comfortable lie, a reconciling lie. So in a sort of undoing of Socrates, the propaganda joins Thrasymachus in claiming that there is no justice or truth other than what serves self-interest better. And for that reason, the efforts to make Russians learn the truth are, of course, doomed. It is not the lack of truth that constitutes the demand for propaganda, but rather the resistance to truth. Well, let me conclude now. As the relationship between truth and politics within the public sphere becomes increasingly strained, it triggers an emotional response in some segments of the public, fueling fear. The seeming collapse of political authority of truth raises concerns that irrationality prevails in public debate, making substantive argument impossible. And even worse, the rise of social media appears to sustain the disruptive tendencies technologically. So in these circumstances, the defense of truth is often hailed as a sacred mission. To protect the political field from lies, the role of the masses should be restrained. Basically, truth should be protected from democracy. It can very well turn out that the remedy is worse than the disease. The discontent with the truth reveals a properly political effect stemming from the lack of political subjectivity of the disaffected masses, rather than from its excess. The repression of political action in the name of truth is likely to result in the masses getting increasingly embittered and proceeding from rebellion against this oppressive truth to loathe the idea of truth as such, goes in attempts to banish truth from politics completely. The rise of post-truth is not an outcome of a relativization of some stable scientific truth, but rather of an extreme atomization, of a breakup of the political domain, where men are debating and judging each other's opinions. Adopting Tarde's approach to the public sphere allows seeing that rational truth is never sufficient to hold public communication together. For publics are united through shared affective states and not through some truths. This can also be seen as a clue to bringing truth back in the political game. Rather than policing the public sphere from rationality, one can learn that truth needs to trigger collective emotion to gain political legitimacy. Indeed, as Foucault, of course, noticed, the ancient form of truth-telling, pareiseia, is inherently political in that it implies a critical attempt at subverting the power relationship. And Foucault says the parriciast is less powerful than his interlocutor. So speaking the truth can be no less rebelling than denying it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Yuda. We do have questions, one offline, one online. We'll start from here. Andrea.
Уважаемый Григорий Борисович, у меня такой к вам вопрос, очень интересный доклад.
Мы начнем с оффлайна, и следующим будете вы, да, Кирилл Ильич.
Да.
Thank you for your speech. So I want to emphasize such a theoretical problem is in this temporality. Don't you think that this temporality, where truth are obliged to collapse to self-protection, is to blame for the ontological assumption we put into the idea of atomization, social sciences especially? How can we rewrite this so that we stop hating the Philistine, regular people, and learn solidarity beyond the obstacles we have formulated for ourselves?
So if I get you correctly, you see some sort of contradiction between the self-protection against the truth and the idea of political atomization.
Yeah.
So whoever protects him or herself seeks for some sort of political community.
Yes.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. I mean, this is a basic political affect. And this is exactly this affect that we can see when we're talking about resistance to truth. People are trying to protect their political existence by resisting to this sort of epistemic violence. But then, if there is no, if there is no way for this longing for political community to materialize, then it doesn't disappear. I mean, we are all political animals, and this is some sort of basic fact from which Arendt, of course, proceeds. But when there is just no way to materialize this longing, we kind of develop those effects of resentment, of destruction. We become internally destructive. We destroy ourselves because there is this strong longing for a political community that finds no materialization. So I'm still claiming that this political effect, that this political longing, is the basic element of the existence, and it is through this longing that we should analyze these affects regarding post-truth.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, yeah, the question from Andrew Linder, if you can.
Thank you. I will ask my question in Russian. Okay, thank you. Григорий Борисович, спасибо большое за ваш очень интересный доклад. У меня такое, скорее, как бы дополнение, но и вопрос к вам. Вот начал Роджер Берковиц свой доклад с утверждения, что христиане считают, что истина освобождает. Можно сказать, что вы говорили о том, что в случае государственная истина, она порабощает. С этим согласился бы Мишель Фуко. Но вот тот же Юрген Хабермас и его коллега Карлотта Апель разрабатывали так называемую этику дискурса и считали, что на самом деле истину можно достичь в коммуникации, аргументированной коммуникации. Это концепция вот коммуникативной или даже, можно сказать, дискурсивной истины. Вот они считают, что, может быть, мы должны просто перейти от вот такой государственной истины, которая действительно нам насаждает сверху вниз, к вот такой гражданственной коммуникации, которая приходит к истине. И последнее, что скажу на этот счет, Ханна Аренд, мне кажется, была близка к этой точке зрения, так она считала в «Бит актива» или «Human Condition», что на самом деле, если мы возьмем вот эту точку зрения, которая смотрит с одним углом на проблему, эту точку зрения, которая смотрит по другим углом на зрение, третью точку зрения и так далее, если мы суммируем их в итоге вместе, то мы получим общую картинку, мы получим действительно то, что называется истину, когда мы видим реальность с разных перспектив, точки зрения. Вот как вы считаете на этот счет? Спасибо.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. I will still answer in English. And the question was about whether Habermasian approach might be more more promising than Arendtian, or if there is at all any contradiction between them. And I'm looking here at Sheila bin Habib, who of course made this argument that it is Habermas who is going to save us from this post-truth predicament rather than Arendt. I mean, this is the way I read one of your papers on that. So I'm looking forward to what you're going to say about that. And now, I would still side with Arendt, and I would actually stress a difference or distinction between the positions on that point. Precisely because there is this rationalist tendency in the Habermasian view of public sphere. It is just difficult for me to understand how this rationalism can be not oppressive if it is not predicated on some sort of political consensus behind it. There is a need for some sort of political legitimacy of this rational consensus. This is what I'm talking about when I'm analyzing this resentment or resistance against science. For instance, in the case of climate change, the resistance to science is simply an outcome of a lack of understanding among the broader public that this science actually is a product of our joint undertaking. Science is losing, rational science is losing legitimacy, and the public just doesn't feel itself part of this rational discourse, part of this huge undertaking that has transformed the modernity. So if we want to restore the trust in science, or the authority of science, and I'm of course I'm totally for it. What I'm saying is that we've got to do the job of restoring legitimacy, of restoring political legitimacy, of reimagining modern science as a political project and not as something that comes from the outside and dictates its rational truth to us. Here, I think Arendt might be more insightful, perhaps, than Habermas, also in her analysis of science. But also, I think Habermas makes a very good point when he says that when science and technology are perceived merely as ideology, then that becomes dangerous to public sphere. So that's sort of my answer to your question.
Спасибо.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Yudin. Any more questions here or online? If not, thank you. We'll move forward to the next speaker, and Nikolai will present Professor Yudin.
Professor Ben Habib, dear colleagues, can you hear me? Hello. Professor Ben Habib, your sound is still.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now it's brilliant. So, dear colleagues, I'd like to give a little introduction. And dear Professor Ben Habib, we are really pleased to welcome you to our Shaninka University at the annual conference, The Victors. The space, our conference is a space of academic freedom and dialogue in those places, and actually in those times where initiative is suppressed and dialogue is replaced by a monologue, and freedom and oppression are replaced by war and actual oppression. And it's a great honor for us and for me personally to welcome you here. You are a researcher and philosopher who has devoted her research to the public status of underrepresented, the real problems faced by the rather idealistic formulation of the public sphere that is often found in academia. And today, here in our hall, online, it's a difficult period for us, Russian students, for academics, humiliated but not oppressed. We really appreciate that you accepted our proposal. And ready to talk with us the topic of cosmopolitanism. The topic is especially relevant, just little notion, in the light of Russian repressive citizenship and the unwillingness to live under the jurisdiction of Russian Federation reaches its limits. We are really grateful to you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. This is for me an unusual lecturing experience, because usually I have some sense of who my audience is, what their interests are, but this is now a wonderful occasion to build bridges and indeed to talk together. I'm very glad to have heard the lecture by Mr. Greg Udin on Hannah Arendt, very insightful, brilliant lecture. And I'm almost tempted to go back to the question of the public sphere that was left open. Maybe I should just say one thing and then move to my own theme of cosmopolitanism. Of course, with the rise of the electronic media and the emergence of the World Wide Web, the fragmentation and the partialization of the public sphere in all countries of the world where communication is still somewhat free has become enormously significant. And Habermas has just published another book this fall, reflecting on the consequences for democratic politics of mainly these new technological transformations of the public sphere. And in particular, the question that shared publics become more and more islands of interest. And I like one term that Mr. Uding used, that is affect, that island of affect. And I think that in the earlier theories of the public sphere, Habermas, I would not call it rationalist, but I think that probably the element of reasoning and reason giving was primary, and there was a sense of public spheres communicating across the lines. What we see now today in liberal democracies, as well as other regime types, are the consequences of this fragmentation and disintegration of the public sphere, which of course changes the nature of political power, and not in a very good way. So if you wish, at the end of my lecture today, we can take up the question of the public sphere. Now, I want to talk to you today about cosmopolitanism as reconsidered. I'm very aware of the fact that within the context of Russian thought, where I know only the world literature, and East Central Europe, the term cosmopolitanism smells of a kind of 19th century order. And you are all aware of the fact that today, cosmopolitanism, as back in the 19th and early 20th centuries, is once more identified very much with Jews. And one always hears, whether it is from the right wing in our country or critics or regime friends in your country, George Soros as the Jewish cosmopolitan who subverts national governments, and there is the identification of cosmopolitanism with a kind of financial capitalism that is against the people, etc. Now, I want to take a more philosophical view of cosmopolitanism, and I want to begin by saying that today we are experiencing the emergence of a different kind of critique of cosmopolitanism than the 19th century rooted populist attacks on it. But before I go into these criticisms of cosmopolitanism, let me say that for me, cosmopolitanism has three distinct dimensions. And in this lecture, I'm not going to develop these positions, which I have written about in other works. First, cosmopolitanism for me is an aspect of a moral philosophy that defends the equal dignity and worth of human beings across borders, nations, and communities. In that sense, cosmopolitanism espouses a universalistic moral philosophy in the Kantian tradition. Cosmopolitanism is also a meta-theoretical position in cultural philosophy, which sees cultures as interacting with one another throughout human history and learning from one another. This aspect of cosmopolitanism emphasizes cultural dialogue, the dialogue with the other as being constitutive of the identity of cultures. A third dimension of cosmopolitanism, which has become prominent in the wake of World War II, is its legal dimension with the emergence of international human rights law and international humanitarian law that emphasizes that each human being ought to be treated as a person entitled to certain rights independently of their national citizenship. So the person is regarded now as a legal person in the world legal community, and not because they are a national citizen or a member of a national polity. This is a complicated claim, and requires further elucidation.
Professor Ben-Habib, sorry for the interruption, but your presentation doesn't move. Can you move the slides? We can't see.
I apologize. Yeah. I apologize. I got a bit excited about what I was saying. I apologize. There aren't going to be too many slides, but just about 12 also.
It's okay.
Okay. Now, I want to identify and argue against what I will call a drift towards liberal nationalism among major thinkers of our time. And cosmopolitanism is also being criticized by post-colonial and postmodern thinkers. So I'm going to try to situate cosmopolitanism in this critique by liberal nationalists on the one hand, and postmodern and post-colonial thinkers, and defend it. Now, tell me, because this is being simultaneously translated, should I slow down? Should I speak slower? I can do that.
So, the opinions are really different, but I think you can continue. Everything is okay. Go on, please.
Okay. The intense interest in cosmopolitanism in the social and political sciences, cultural and legal studies dates back to the last 2 decades of the 20th century. With the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the unification of Germany, and the extension of European Union to East and Central European countries, formerly under communist rule, the Kantian cosmopolitan ideal of uniting diverse countries under the rule of law and respect for human rights had come alive. But during the same period, thinkers who looked upon the Eurocentrism of this cosmopolitanism gave rise to a certain skepticism and defend an alternative theory, which they named cosmopolitics as opposed to cosmopolitanism. Peng Chia, a literary theorist from Berkeley, and here's the quote, observed that, quote, studies of various global phenomena, such as transcultural encounters, mass migration, and population transfers between East and West, first and third worlds, North and South, the rise of global financial and business networks, the formation of transnational advocacy networks, and the proliferation of transnational human rights instruments seem to embody, he says, seem to embody a different form of non-ethnocentric cosmopolitanism, which they described as cosmopolitics, as opposed to the more European Union-centered revival of cosmopolitanism. Yet, today it's clear that the upshot of these transcultural encounters, mass migrations, diasporas, decolonization, all sucked into the financial and communicational vortex of neoliberal global capitalism, has resulted neither in perpetual peace, as Immanuel Kant would have wished, nor in a kind of non-ethnocentric cosmopolitanism, as Chea and others hoped for. Rather, the conflict between religions, cultures, and public institutions arising from these encounters became most visible for the Western democracies, at least, with the September 11, 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center. Therefore, by the beginning of the new century, both cosmopolitanism and cosmopolitics had fallen on hard times. As the optimism about the spread of international human rights law waned in the wake of the endless wars against terror in Iraq and Afghanistan, and so-called humanitarian interventions in Libya, as the many crises of the European Union led to disillusionment with the European project, and democratization in Eastern and Central Europe stopped, giving rise to what Viktor Orban calls illiberal democracies, the exit of the United Kingdom from the European Union in January 2020 put the nail in the coffin of cosmopolitan dreams. Instead, what we have is a slow and persistent rise of authoritarianism, not only in Hungary, Poland, Russia, but also in Turkey, Brazil, India, and the United States. For authoritarian political movements, cosmopolitanism is the arch enemy. In their eyes, cosmopolitan elites ally themselves with the defense of international law, global human rights, and refugee NGOs. They disregard their nation's histories and the injustices they suffered, and they plead instead for open or at least porous borders, and in this respect, the whole refugee and migration debate, both in the European Union and also in the United States, Australia, etc. So the claim is that cosmopolitan elites are indifferent to how their national cultures have been dirtied by alien values and mores, and that instead cosmopolitans celebrate creolization, multiplication, and fragmentation of national cultures. Now, major thinkers who defended cosmopolitanism at one point now bid farewell to it. And in this respect, I would like to cite here a quote from Emily Apter, who follows Etienne Balibar, who has written significantly on cosmopolitanism. And Emily Apter summarizes some of these thoughts as follows. She says, quote, the cultural model of cosmopolitanism was equally obsolete, resting as it did on a detachment theory of the subject, divested of the primordial claims of ontological nationalism. What she means here is that cosmopolitans had a tendency to consider the subject as ontologically separate from nationalism, but also, she goes on a pre-comprehended notion of the human and the cultivation of the old humanisms within the disciplinary humanities. So there is also this critique that cosmopolitanism has rested on an old-fashioned understanding of the human being. And who is this human being? A theme to which I will return. Now, whereas in the context of French philosophy, to which both Etienne Balibar and Emily Apter are indebted, the critique of cosmopolitanism owes much to the work of Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault. Martha Nussbaum, one of the early defenders of cosmopolitanism in the English-speaking world, in her recent work, has named the cosmopolitan tradition a noble but flawed ideal, a noble but wrong ideal. I'd like to consider now this recent book by Martha Nussbaum, 2019, called The Cosmopolitan Tradition, a Noble but Flawed Ideal. Nussbaum begins with a masterful reconstruction of the philosophical ethics of cosmopolitanism among both the Stoics and the Cynics in the Roman and Greek traditions. She observes, quote, taken by itself, cosmopolitanism, this vision need not involve politics. It's in the first place an ethical, not a political ideal. In the thought of many of the tradition's exemplars, however, the idea of equal human dignity does ground a distinctive set of obligations of international and national politics. The idea of respect for humanity, she says, has been at the root of much of the international human rights movement, and it has played a formative role in many national and legal constitutional traditions. She then traces the evolution of cosmopolitan ideals from Cicero to Grotius and to Adam Smith, assuming that there is nothing that is distinctive in counting cosmopolitanism from other positions. But my disagreement with Martha Nussbaum is not her reconstruction of cosmopolitan ideals in the history of philosophy. Rather, it is with the renewed emphasis that she places on the nation, and in particular, her dismissiveness towards international law. I see an evolution of Martha Nussbaum's position from cosmopolitanism in her early works to patriotism and to liberal nationalism. Let me try to substantiate this claim. According to Nussbaum, in today's world, national sovereignty is being eroded. It is even being leached away by multinational private institutions, but also by NGOs in favor of an international realm that is not decently accountable to people in each nation through their own political choices and self-given laws, end of quote. For Nussbaum, nations are vehicles for human autonomy and the accountability of law to people. And I'm sure many of you can also hear echoes of what I have read of the Russian thinker Alexander Dugin in these claims. So there is a strange meeting here of liberalism and conservative thought. I will characterize, therefore, liberal nationalism as the claim that without well-protected borders, there can be no democratic self-government. Liberal nationalists argue that there must be a centralized agent, power of some kind that takes responsibility for protecting a country's natural and material assets and to ensure continuity of public culture and democratic values. According to this vision, immigration and transnational movements across borders are permitted, but the regulation of immigration, the quality and quantity remain sovereign privileges. Although liberal nationalists consider it desirable that their legislatures should act in accordance with international law, what counts in the first place is our law, our precedents, and our values. Now, in recent philosophical conversations in the Anglo-American world, the liberal nationalist position has a formidable group of defenders. John Rawls, in his work on the law of nations, Michael Walzer, throughout his political philosophy, the political philosopher Thomas Nagel, and also the British political philosopher David Miller, who describes his project as one of liberal nationalism. And Nussbaum actually describes her own position as one of global public liberalism, but I don't think that this is the proper characterization. Now, what is the weakness of the liberal nationalist position? And it has also a lot of strength. Its weakness is that it neglects international law constraints on the sovereignty of the demos, because it constructs state sovereignty as if states were not embedded in a world of international law and relations, but that sovereignty could be defined simply as the self-assertion of the people. I think under conditions of economic, technological, and epidemiological pressures, the two halves of liberal nationalism, liberalism and nationalism, come apart, and liberalism is sacrificed to nationalism. We see this very clearly in the rise of contemporary populist movements throughout liberal democracies who consider migrant and refugee rights to be secondary, and in many cases indeed to be damaging to national interests. Now, not only with respect to the immigration debate, which is maybe has some peculiarities in the context of liberal democracies, but surprisingly, also with respect to the role of international law, Nussbaum now dismisses international human rights law as being weak and inefficacious, and writes the role of international agreements is moral and expressive more than legal. International law does not, and probably should not, change domestic law directly. This is an extremely dangerous position. It is a position that serves tyrants and autocrats and nationalists, because it just seems to say that international law is moral and expressive and maybe an aesthetic gesture to human solidarity, but it should not affect national law and behavior. And interestingly, Martha Nussbaum makes this argument with respect to women's rights. CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Discrimination Against Women, okay, one of the major international human rights conventions, she writes, accomplished little directly, It is a deeply flawed document, skirting around some of the most important issues, such as access to artificial contraception and counting women's work as work in national income courts. Now, these observations are important, and working towards a global political liberalism will certainly require both the cultivation of women's movements and the revision of these human rights documents. SIDA has also been criticized by third world feminist activists for prioritizing the careerist advancements of first world women by focusing too exclusively on anti-discrimination and anti-harassment issues to the detriment of social and economic rights of women, such as women's health, childcare, and also women's poverty, particularly on old age. So I think that certainly Martha Nussbaum is correct in pointing to the shortcomings of an agreement like CEDAW, but why would she dismiss the possibility of reforming and transforming a transnational agreement like CEDAW towards a more cosmopolitan vision of human dignity, women's dignity across borders? Why relegate international law to the realm of moral persuasion, which makes it also sound very much like Western propaganda? So we have come full circle here. The historical disillusionment with the tragedies of nationalism after 2 world wars, the Holocaust of European Jews, and genocides committed in the non-European world, which gave rise to cosmopolitanism and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights after 1945, have now led to growing skepticism towards the ideal of cosmopolitanism and international law altogether. Now, how do we move beyond this, what I call the regressive idealization of the nation state, on the one hand, and the rejection of the quote unquote, the old humanism on the other? Now, let us note, going back to the history of philosophy, that cosmopolitanism has always been a contested legacy. Whether one describes Socrates as the first cosmopolitan, cosmopolites, or whether we reserve the term for Diogenes Laertius or Marcus Tullius Cicero or Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, cosmopolitanism begins with a critique of the polis and the civitas in the name of the cosmos, of an ordered reality whose rationality transcends the many and conflicting and often unjust nomoi, the laws and customs of the political world. This kind of critique in the history of philosophy has taken the form of a withdrawal from active engagement in politics, as it did with the cynic Diogenes and with the Stoic Cicero, or it can lead to the development of a more universalist ethics towards what Kant called Weltstaatsbürgerschaft, world citizenship. What critics find most objectionable in this historical tradition of cosmopolitanism, and why they want to displace it altogether or call it cosmopolitics, is a certain dualist ontological hierarchy, a certain understanding of human nature as based on dualisms: reason versus the body, the will versus the appetites, polis versus cosmos, the nomoi versus physis, nature. In the evolution of Western thought, these hierarchies have indeed defined the human being, but they have also led to the characterization of the non-European, non-white, and non-Christian others encountered through colonialism, imperialism, and Western domination as less than human. And here I would like to discuss the post-colonial critique of cosmopolitanism. Okay? I'm going to turn here to Sylvia Wynter, who is a Jamaican novelist, dramatist, critic, philosopher, and essayist. She's a Caribbean intellectual who has taught at the universities of West Indies, University of California, San Diego, and was chairperson of African American Studies and professor of Spanish and Portuguese literature. I'm introducing her because I'm imagining Martha Nussbaum is so well known, but Sylvia Wynter is not so well known in philosophical circles. Her work combines Latin American, Caribbean, and Spanish histories and literature. She's a most articulate representative of what I have called another cosmopolitanism in some of my work. And this is an essay of hers that I'm going to be discussing with a somewhat unruly title, Unsettling the Coloniality of Being, Power, Truth, and Freedom Towards the Human After Man, Its Overrepresentation. Okay, so Wynter gives an alternative genealogy of Western modernity, which she summarizes as follows. She says, one of the major empirical effects of the rise of Europe and its construction of world civilization was African enslavement, Latin American conquest, and the subjugation of Asia. Following on the work of Afro-Caribbean intellectuals such as Aimé Césaire and Frantz Fanon, Wynter situates the ideal of the emergence of man, with its dualistic ontological hierarchy, as leading to a hegemonic interpretation of what it means a human being. And she would like to unsettle the coloniality of the dominant and dominating understandings of being, truth, power, and freedom in a redescription of the human outside the terms of our present descriptive statement of the human man and its overrepresentation. Now, Wynter's language is dense and apocalyptic, and we are never really told how she understands being with capital B. In other words, we don't know how much Heidegger is being referenced here, nor are we told explicitly what truth, power, freedom means to her. The writing is both poetic and apocalyptic, maybe for my philosophical taste. But there is a lot to be learned from her alternative account of the origins of Western modernity and how this should lead us towards a critical cosmopolitanism. At a crucial point in her text, Sylvia Wynter discusses a famous debate between Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Gines de Sepúlveda in the 16th century, whether the Amerindians, the American Indians conquered by the Spanish through the invasion of Central and South America, have souls, or whether they can be enslaved, exterminated, or converted. In Winter's telling, King Ferdinand of Spain, who set up the councils of jurists and theologians, came up with a formula that would shift the depiction of the Amer Indians and the Aztecs in particular from being characterized as enemies of Christ, Christ refusers, to being irrational because they were savages. And of course, the whole question of human sacrifice boggled the minds of the Europeans here, while the Negroes, quote unquote, were being defined as subhuman. Confronted with the practice of human sacrifice among the Aztecs, Sepulveda justified their devastation and domination by the Spanish crown on the grounds that they lacked reason. Bartolomé de las Casas, by contrast, argued that they did possess reason, but that it was mistaken in its right use. The proper evangelist, the Christian missionary, would teach the natives the right use of reason towards acknowledging Christ and thus saving their soul. Now, through the reconstruction of this famous episode, the Valladolid debate of 1550-1551, Winter reaches the conclusion that, quote, the projected space of otherness, who is the other of Europe, was not to be mapped on phenotypical and religio-cultural differences between human variations and or population groups, while the new idea of order was to be defined in terms of degrees of rational perfection, imperfection, as degrees ostensibly ordained by the Greco-Christian cultural construct, deployed by Sepulveda as that of the law of nature. That is to say, there was one rationality, one ethics defined by the Thomist Aristotelian tradition of the law of nature. So here we see the entanglement of classical Greek thought with Christian theology in the service of the construction of the human as man, as the being endowed with reason, zon, logon, echon, than as animal rationale. Okay? The thought of pagan Greece and Rome is turned into an argument, the modern state's rise to hegemony. What this means, of course, is that the ideal of cosmopolitanism is hopelessly interwoven with the misuse of the ideals of rational humanity in the emergence of Western modernity, Western colonialism, and imperialism. There is much in this post-colonial account that we must take seriously and realize that today we cannot write the history of global modernity as the emergence of Occidental modernity alone. We need to take into account the remapping of the world, that the conquest of the Americas, the drive to open Japan and China to Western trade, and the scramble for Africa, the colonization of Africa, have meant for the cosmopolitan project. Kant, whose views on imperialism are often misunderstood, in his essay on perpetual peace, Zum ewigen Frieden, of 1795, criticized European imperialism in the Sugar Islands and denounced attempts to forcibly open Japan and China to European trade. But on the other hand, in some other writings, Kant also developed a racist anthropology. So, given this confused legacy of cosmopolitanism, how can we reconstruct it? How is it worth, as some of my colleagues have recently pushed against me, argued against me, maybe give up the concept of cosmopolitanism altogether. I won't. In various works, I have defended a cosmopolitanism without illusions, where I reject philosophical foundationalism and this ontological hierarchy, but I do not reject the justification through reason giving in dialogical processes of communicative ethics. And as has been mentioned, of course, here I'm indebted to Jürgen Habermas's philosophical project. But without justification, the cosmopolitan project cannot become a critical utopia. It becomes incoherent as well as impossible if we give up the work of philosophical justification altogether. Put succinctly, we need principles and ideals, principles as well as ideals, to sustain a critical cosmopolitanism. It is not sufficient to deconstruct the coloniality of the image of man in cosmopolitan thinking. We need to move towards the reconstructive task of articulating principles of a communicative reason that is not based on hierarchies, because it considers that the speaker of every and any natural language is a being to whom I owe moral justification with good reasons. I'm going to leave aside here the difficult philosophical question whether this emphasis on language is itself a form of rationalism, in that it seems to exclude those who cannot speak or articulate themselves. I don't believe so. I think that communication need not be restricted to language alone, although among the symbolic media of communication, language still has a privileged place. But I have defended in many works what I call an embodied rationality, where the body is just as significant as language in the process of mutual understanding, Verständigung. In the pragmatics of communication, facial gestures as well as verbal intonations and bodily movements are aspects of communication. In that sense, I do not see offering reasons to one another as engaging simply in a rationalist exercise, but as an attempt to reach mutual understanding, Verständigung, which is always a process, and a process that we have to engage in again and again with each other, as well as across cultures. So let me move towards a conclusion. In my view, neither liberal nationalism nor the post-colonial deconstruction of the legacy of Western reason are going to be adequate to think of a new political community without giving up the ideal of cosmopolitanism. I'm going to defend an ideal of cosmopolitanism from below, in which the universalist principles of equality and freedom, community and solidarity find new articulations through local as well as transnational iterations. This cosmopolitanism from below ought to be an example of a new understanding of community centered around the interaction of the local with the national, with the transnational. Okay? So I'm not dismissing the national, but I'm situating it in the context of interaction with the transnational and the international. Just as the attack on women's reproductive freedoms and LGBTQ people's civil and political rights is taking place in Poland and Russia, as well as in Brazil, in Hungary, as well as in Turkey, so too must the resistance against such attacks be organized in local and transnational, regional, as well as cosmopolitan terms. Just as the attack on Kashmiri Muslims, who are increasingly robbed of their Indian citizenship, must be organized locally and transnationally, so too must the struggle against the beating of a handicapped African immigrant this summer in Italy, this past summer, be organized transnationally as well as locally. Cosmopolitan solidarity with the other goes beyond the dichotomies of East and West, North and South, to defend what Hannah Arendt has called the right to have rights on a global scale. Just as the continuing deforestation of the Amazonas is an attack on the health of the planet as a whole, it is also an attack on the way of life of native peoples. Just as the land grab by multinational corporations as well as governments like China of hundreds of thousands of land, water, and other natural resources in Africa is not only an attack on the environment, it is also an attack on people's democratic rights to be able to control their own land and resources. Resistance to what are called land grabs will require cosmopolitan solidarity from below, as well as the cosmopolitan mobilization of international instruments. So I want to say that contrary to anxieties and populist denunciations, the Cosmopolitan Project is not over. If anything, it now has to be realized on a truly global level through movements that do not aspire to speak in the name of a single universal, but which construct a new imagination of a differentiated and non-identitarian humanity, for whom the distinctiveness of self and other is a source of creative tension as well as struggle. In this new articulation of cosmopolitanism, we may find pathways towards not only a global ethics and politics, but a planetary one as well. The ancient Greek Stoics, who identified the cosmos with reason, nous, did not think of such reason in Cartesian terms as rendering us maîtres et possesseurs de la nature, masters and possessors of nature, as Descartes argued. Nous was a form of mindfulness in synchrony with nature. Even for Aristotle, one of the much dismissed old masters of the disreputable humanism, the movement of the heavens presented an image of eternity which mind contemplating itself could only approximate. Mind and the cosmos mirrored one another. For the much maligned Kant as well, there is an important distinction between die Welt, the world, and the Erdkugel, the globus. His political cosmopolitanism envisages building institutions in a world which we share with others. But one of the moments of ethical realization that leads us towards cosmopolitanism is the recognition that because the surface of the earth is spherical, we cannot extend out indefinitely as the human species, and that sooner or later we will encounter other beings just like ourselves with whom we must learn to share the surface of the world. Now, this sharing with others of the surface of the earth could form the missing link between worldly cosmopolitanism and an ecological ethics of planetary interdependence. So, in conclusion, despite growing disillusionment with cosmopolitanism for some and polemical rejection by others, I will insist that it remains indeed a noble ideal, as Nussbaum has called it, with much power to illuminate our present and future struggles. So I thank you for listening, and I very much look forward to our conversation. Let's see if cosmopolitanism works in practice or not, and how we can achieve it. Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. Thanks for your lecture. And dear colleagues, are there any questions? Oh, I see one written question. May I read a second, please? From Andre Linde. Miss Professor Shayla Ben Habib, I read articles and even a dissertation about deliberative democracy by Jürgen Habermas. Also, I read your articles and cited them, so I dreamed to get your contact to. And sorry, I'm not sure that it's a question, but you can read it by yourself and answer in the way you want. So, are there any other questions?
But what was the...
Thank you.
I've written and defended a dissertation. I read your article and cited them, so I dream to get your contact and ask you one or two questions. Is it possible via email? Yes, it is possible. Andre, you can write to me via email.
Okay, we'll share contact with Andre, no problem.
I don't know your email.
We'll send you, and everything is okay. So,
yeah.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, no problem. Great, so a little question for me, Professor Ben Habib. Your notion of cosmopolitanism, your personal interpretation is really peculiar, but I have a little question. Maybe you know, in the USSR and the Soviet Union and today in Russia, we have a quite interesting phenomenon in the context of the issues that you've touched. There are lots of movements, even feminist movement, socialist movements, labor movements, who are really show their solidarity with their comrades abroad, but never hold any protests, any demonstrations for their rights here in Russia. And in the Soviet Union, there was a quite popular tradition and maybe a culture where there are lots of committees of Soviet women, committees of Soviet indigenous people who are who support Latin American, who support anti-Americanism, anti-imperialism, but as for their personal rights in their country, they didn't show any disobedience or something else. So can cosmopolitanism work like this, when we are we feel solidarity with others, but we can't feel solidarity in our personal struggle for our rights against the oppressive state?
Well, that's a really interesting observation, and you know, it is one thing that was also occurring to me as I was thinking about this lecture and what it would mean for you today as intellectuals, academics in the present context, is that, you know, Marxism, Leninism, and so on, and cosmopolitanism are part of the Enlightenment tradition. Okay? These are not divergent intellectual, spiritual heritages. I'd say Marxism itself is a cosmopolitanism. They come from the Enlightenment tradition with all the problems of the Enlightenment as well that we are now realizing through the critique of post-colonial thinkers. And I'm very aware of the fact that because I traveled some in East Germany, I never traveled in the Russian Federation. I'm very aware that also a certain kind of internationalism and cosmopolitanism had been part of the state propaganda and state development against the Cold War for a long time. I mean, this is interesting because I think it does open up your question. For example, when the vote came in the United Nations Security Council against the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to the surprise of many, many people, South Africa voted, South Africa abstained. And as well as, I think there were 37 other countries abstaining, most of these countries in the global South, India, for example. So many of us who are interested in contemporary politics as well try to understand why this was the case. Well, this was the case because there are many still in South Africa that are grateful for the support that the Russian government federation gave in the fight against apartheid. Okay, and there are memories as well as coalitions. Now, so there is a tradition there of old-fashioned socialist internationalism or old-fashioned socialist cosmopolitanism. Okay. And that's what you are referring to. You're referring to these women's committees, Latin American committees, and so on. Now, when it comes to the question of does cosmopolitanism mean focusing elsewhere and not at home? Okay. I would say that in terms of the philosophical foundations, no, of course not. The struggle ought to begin at home. In terms of, the concrete political situation that, you are referring to, I think the previous speaker, Mr. Uden, has a better sense than I can of what you are facing, on the ground in terms of political cynicism, apathy, and of course, nationalism, right? I mean, people in Russia are, from what we can gather, are of course afraid. I mean, you're dealing with a repressive state apparatus. Let's not mince words about it, People are being poisoned by the government. We all read this, we know it. There is a global public sphere. The dissident now may die in the next week or so, right? So you're dealing with a repressive state apparatus, and to be able to create spaces of freedom, spaces of resistance is not easy, but also must be done. And in this respect, we also have to, I mean, the West, etc. We have to try to think of how, of how to reach this context. So I must say that I was both very happy and puzzled when you contacted me, because I had not heard of your group before. And yet at the same time, I said, it's a moral responsibility to come together and talk and discuss. So I'm not giving you a specific answer, because I think the specific answer has to be a political one. And it has to also inspire you, come from your resistance. Maybe what we as philosophers can do is we can open up a framework for the younger generation to realize that you are part of a long-standing tradition and that you will not be alone in your struggle, that there will be others, with you. And that's what I mean from cosmopolitanism from below. Maybe just one last thought. Because I'm trained in German philosophy and because I've lived in Germany for many years and traveled back and forth, I'm more familiar with the inter-European discussion and the Russia-Germany context than maybe other, philosophers, thinkers situated in the United States. And what I have noticed, and I have tried to emphasize at a theoretical level, is that there is now a reading of Hegel among some Russian philosophers, I don't know, ideologues of the regime, right? A reading of Hegel and Carl Schmitt in terms of a repressive philosophy of the state, right? So this is not liberal nationalism, this is autocratic nationalism. And so in that sense, there are cross currents, the conversations are not worlds apart. The conversations are intersecting at various points. And in that sense as well, we live in a very special public sphere. We live in a very unique situation because as the globus comes together, the range of conflicts and disagreements also increase and we pull apart. Right? It's one of the paradoxes of world integration, the coming together and the pulling apart. Yeah. So I'll stop there, maybe this will stimulate, if there are other questions from your audience.
Yeah, are there any questions, dear colleagues? Maybe from online? So, yeah, I've heard something. No? Right, sorry. So this way, I think I can conclude. And one more time, thank you. It was a great pleasure to hold your presentation and to welcome you here. It's really tough to disagree that cosmopolitanism from below that you mentioned and your prominent concept is really important for us, because today when here in Russia and maybe in the world in general, we see the crisis of Western-centric thought, Western-centric concepts, and Western-centric cosmopolitanism, and we should find different alternatives. And you've mentioned lots of alternatives from post-colonial academia, from indigenous studies academia, but here in Russia we can also see radical nationalism, radical nationalist concepts of Russian world, Ruski Mir, neo-fascist concepts, which are far right and also struggle to replace the Western centricity. So cosmopolitanism from below, as for me, is quite inclusive and egalitarian, and it's quite cynic to say that, but knowing your concepts, knowing your intellectual tradition, we decided to invite you here because it's really close for us. And really, we wanted to share, and I think our mission, our aim is accomplished now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Let's stay in touch, Professor Ben Habib.
Definitely.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.